No. Dang it. Oh, that's shit. Man. It's too late. I was gonna have this nice smooth transition where it's like it transitions, but then I'm silent for a few more seconds and then yeah, nothing. None of that. What's up, everybody? Hello, Tai Tai. Hello, hello, hello. I am so excited to be back. I got pretty like I'm feeling great. My throat is feeling awesome. It is feeling better than I expected it to feel today, which is the most welcome surprise. And I got trash sleep last night, but I think it was just because I was excited. Like, like I just couldn't fall asleep. Um, but I'm still gonna try to generally keep the voice down. I'm gonna try not to go too crazy because I wanna do a whole episode. Um, and but yeah, also clarification because I never like made this like direct clarification in writing. For anyone that was worried, because I very much understand why you would be. The issues that I was having, the health issues, do not appear to have been caused by anything related to or around the streaming. So potentially the throat issue was potentially exacerbated by the streaming. So like maybe it was made like a tiny bit worse, or just like the symptoms were like accelerated. But in general, like the broad strokes of it, not related to the streaming in any way, which means I don't have to modify the schedule. The schedule should be still on. Yes, we are, John. Yes, we are. Yeah, I got once I started treating it, like once I knew how to treat it got better so quickly. Like it's actually insane how quickly it got better the moment that I knew how to treat it. Which I had a whole thing about this in the Shadows of Doubt stream. I felt silly. It's nothing I could have known. Like I should there was no reason that I should have expected it to be what it ended up being. But I still feel silly because I could have treated it so long ago. But let me make sure everything's pulled up and we're all ready to go. But yeah, I'm feeling great. Thank you for the 4 months, Dr. Hoovy. Thank you so much. If anyone on Twitch has Prime subs, always feel free. If you're on YouTube and you have Amazon Prime and you don't watch Twitch, it's free support, which is cool. The stream is back. So glad you are better. Me too. I am like, it's weird. I was actually like, I don't want to say nervous, but I was like, it's the longest break I've taken. Like it is the longest like length of days where I've only done like one talking stream. It's the longest length of days maybe since I started streaming. At least since like February or January. So it was very odd, and I was a little bit nervous about coming back, but then like the closer it got, just the more psyched I got. Already amazing start, just opening to no shit. Look, I have these plans and then they never work. None of the plans or bits that I have ever work. I was afraid of polyps or something like that on your vocal folds. Me too, Brittany. Me too. Yeah, I didn't want to be too specific, and I still won't be too specific. Because yeah, even though people like mean very well, the last time I got specific about health issues, like back when I got like DMs with like unsolicited medical advice, which all were super well meaning, and a lot of them did tell me things I didn't know, but also none of them had the context, and so 90% of the advice was not applicable. So it's mostly like I just don't want to waste either of our times. um, but yeah, what up, Weeping Dalek? How you doing? Welcome. Remember that whispered mockery? Yeah, I gotta whisper the mockery. I want all the specifics. Everyone is WebMD, exactly. And again, they were all super nice. Like, they weren't like, why aren't you treating this better or quicker? It was just people that legitimately wanted me to be healthy and to feel better. It's just that, you know, they were telling me things when I basically would have had to get even more specific, and I did not want to do that. Let's see. Okay, gotta bring everything up here. Let's see. I haven't been in your streams in a bit. Last time I was in for some D&D questions. Oh, I remember that, Aiden. I remember that. Yeah, it's well, I took an unexpected break. So that is, you are not the only one who hasn't been in the streams for a while. Let's see. I got to pull up the takeaway because I remember what happened last episode, but I will definitely need my notes for specifics. I'm glad that I always like do the takeaways like either day of or day after, so that they're very fresh, because I have absolutely forgotten. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Okay, I remember now. So let's see. I do love some unsolicited advice. Like, thanks for caring, but now I'm 100% more paranoid. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. I'm good. Just recovering after I did a skydive. Skydiving, I am not like, I wouldn't call myself a big adrenaline junkie, like generally. But skydiving is one of those activities that I've always wanted to do. It just takes just a little bit too much commitment for me. Like, it just barely a little bit too much, where it's like I don't want to go through the effort of like getting certified and shit, you know? So I never have, especially like, you know, the effort to do it safely. I'm sure you could do it with a very little effort, very unsafely, but I would like to be safe about it. Let's see. Okay. So I gotta close out these things. Gotta make sure that the only thing y'all can see is that. Okay, perfect. Okay. So, comment review. It was from Sputnik. Sputnik 90. RE2 Wizards casting suggestion. A lot of plausible readings, which I agree. And I wanted to, and I thought about it a lot more at the time. But I do remember my takes. Never understood why everything is a wisdom save, which I agree. I think I agree with Sputnik's like raw ruling of it falls under combining magical effects. See DMG spellcasting. So because it's the same spell cast multiple times, the durations would overlap unless the second casting was upcast, in which case it would supersede. I think the only issue here is even if they're the same spell, they are trying to do different things. So the durations overlapping is kind of weird. But I think something that I realized, and this is a takeaway that I don't feel confident enough to just like say it's like, you know, generalized advice. Like I don't feel confident to say like I think this would work at the majority of tables, which is what I try to stick my advice in is like, when I give like advice, like I think you should do this, it is because I think it will work at, more than 50% of tables. And I don't know that that's the case with this, but I think the thing that that really tipped off that scene for me, and the thing that I ultimately, like thinking through it, that I didn't like, and this is a very similar thing with the possession issues that I've had with Matt, which this was very reminiscent of, is I don't like players making roles that they don't want to succeed at. So like I never want my player to roll a D20 and want to fail it. Like I think that's a weird dichotomy to me. And I don't know, I'm not confident enough to say like, yeah, that's an objective thing. Players are never going to like that. But thinking about it more and thinking back to my tables and situations like this, generally, I have found I am not a fan of them. I want whenever they pick up that D20 for them to want to get the highest roll possible, Like I want for them to get excited about it being high. And I think if you flip that, and like I think that can be okay. Like there's nothing inherently wrong with them just wanting a lower number on certain rolls. But I think for me, it breaks a level of consistency that even if they know going into it, I'm not going to like this situation, I want to roll low. I want to fail. I don't like the aspect of them wanting to fail the roll that they have to make, which was the situation that Grog was in. That's why I bring it all up, is in that suggestion versus suggestion thing. There was a situation that Travis was put in where he, as a player, probably wanted Grog to fail, but he still had to roll for it as if he wanted Grog to succeed, which is just a situation. Again, I don't know if this is like generalized advice or if it's just like a personal thing, but that's just a situation I don't want to put my players in. I want them to always want to succeed, or be allowed to auto fail. So yeah, Dr. Hoovy brought up a good point. On some spells, you can choose to fail saving throws. So spells will distinctly call it out. Like I think scrying is a good example, if I remember correctly. A creature that wants to be scryed on, I believe, can choose to fail the saving throw against scry. Which can be useful for like, infiltration type missions, communications, that sort of thing. And I think that's a good example of like, that's built into the design of if this player wants to fail the throw, then they just get to. I don't like putting my players in situations where they want to fail. That just something about it doesn't quite sit right with me, because it's just so counter to 99% of how they play the game normally. So I think that was the thing about that suggestion battle. I don't know how I would have constructed it. I still don't know, but I think I would have tried to go a route that had Grog not wanting to fail. You know what I'm saying? Previous Mega's Mass Theory Consortium. What up, Admiral Jack Bar? Sign Sap Sap. Hello. You give off the same energy as YouTuber Bazazel. I don't know the YouTuber Bazazel, but hopefully that's a compliment. Salute. Skydiving is on my list, I'll admit, if I ever crawl out of debt. Yeah, that's also the thing. It's kind of like... I'm a pretty frugal fella. I'm very, very lucky to not have any debt. And I am very much trying to keep it that way. And so I don't go out and do a lot of like fun stuff. Just very frankly, I live pretty fucking cheap because I live in a very safe area of a fairly expensive place. And I love living here. So gotta cut down on finances somewhere, you know? And I'm doing something that I love and not making a lot of money at it. So that is also another factor there. If you're about to pop out of the shadows of doubt style conspiracy board, I'll be so sad. I have some ideas, Ink Charm, but they're hard. One of the cool things about Shadows of Doubt is it takes care of a lot of the trickier stuff about doing that type of board for you. That's one of the cool things about the game. It's harder to do outside of the game. Rule of fun is the closest all table rule, but it's a vague and harder to nail down criteria because each person's may differ. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've been binging various C1 episodes, so I'm having trouble remembering what the last stream dep was. We are now into the Frostweald. Last one was the Family Business, which is episode 47. So it was where they found out that Grog's herd was ruling Westrun. Now, that was the last episode. I will allow people to auto-fail saves against things they want to fail, even if the spell effect does not technically allow for it. I think that's very reasonable. What episode moment? It is the contested suggestions on Grog. Or we don't know if it was contested suggestion technically, but it was basically Craven Edge's influence versus Scanlan's suggestion spell. That's the moment. I've seen some out of combat rules for spell effects that don't do damage. They're designed for funsies. That's fair. 1K is barrier plus conspiracy board. I know what I want to do for the 1K special now. I've nailed down the idea. Now I just need to execute on it. No idea how long it will take. Honestly, I wanted to do it this week originally, but I was very, very sick, and it was hard to think. What up, Pharaoh? Hello. About Grog letting Scanlan hold Craven Edge? Yes, about that. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and that was all about the comment review. Let me think about what was my takeaway? Yeah. This is, okay. So I put one of the issues I had. I had another comment. This is much more of a personal thing. The situation to me, the way that it was handled here, felt similar to Counterspell, and I classically don't like Counterspell. Craven Edge tried to do something, Scanlan negated it. Like, that was the overall effect, was Groggs wants to give it, charisma check, fail, does not want to give it. Scanlan asks if he believes Grog, insight v deception, whatever, he determines that Grog is lying. Then he casts suggestion to have Grog give the sword. Grog wisdom save, fail, Grog does want to give the sword. Grog begins to give the sword, charisma save, success, still gives it. So basically, Grog wanted to give it, he failed to check, now he doesn't. Then he did this, he failed to check, now he's back to what he originally wanted. So the suggestion essentially acted as a counterspell type of mechanic. And I don't love counterspell. I always want things to push forward, go into some sort of contest with a winner, that has, and that winner gets an effect. I don't love abilities that are just no thank you. I know that there are very famous and well-loved examples of counterspell within Critical Role, I have been told. But it is generally not on my list of things that I love. Because like I said, I always want to be pushing stuff forward at my table, and things like counterspell or counterspell like situations inevitably pull the scene back. Like that is what they are meant to do. It is someone tried to do something in the scene and you say no, you're not allowed. and if it's something that I, especially if it's something that I find that my players would be very annoyed with if I did it really consistently, I don't want to do it. Like my players would get really annoyed, and I think it would be very unfun if I was counterspelling them, even like once every couple of sessions. And even in like non-important situations, I think that they would get pretty annoyed pretty quick. And it's not my entire rule of thumb, but it's a rule of thumb that I have for if I like something or not. If you're on another plane, banishment can get you home. Autofail is a big help for that. True, Dr. Hoovy. True. I'm down with autofails. I think the reason that you would maybe say that Grog couldn't autofail, or I don't even want to say you would say he couldn't autofail, but one of the reasons that I think Matt may not have been thinking along those lines for the autofail is because it's like the mental influence over him. So he's already under suggestion. He doesn't want, like, Travis the player wants to fail, but now Grog doesn't want to fail. And that is one of the complicating factors with mind control magic in general, is you are essentially divorcing in the moment character intentions and desires from the player's intentions and desires, like just definitionally with mind control. And so that becomes more difficult to play for a player. And I think ultimately the where I really came down on it is when Scanlan cast Suggestion, I would have just liked that to be a contest between him and Craven Edge. So whatever Craven Edge's stats are, roll a charisma save for Craven Edge. Because at this point, the thing that Scanlan is contesting is Craven Edge's control over Grog's mind. Like that is the actual contest there. I think that Matt handled it in a plausible way, in a way that is consistent with how D&D runs as a system typically. Like I said, like the situation and how Matt ruled is consistent with something like Counterspell. I just don't love Counterspell, and I don't like mechanics that mirror it. CR is all about allowing Counterspell and all the pluses and minuses of doing a campaign with that spell. Yeah, precisely. So, like, I think that Matt handled it totally fine, like, totally reasonably. But overall, that is also why I'm really lukewarm on this take, is for the reason that, like, I think the way that Matt handled it was reasonable, but I so would not do it the same. Like, I think he was totally valid for doing what he did. But I just dislike those things that are kind of related to or on the periphery of it. It should have been Matt rolling for Craven Edge against Scanlan rather than Travis. That is more where I would go with something like that. But also, I mean, this was a very in the moment decision. Even if, like, I could, like, pick out some pieces from that, I totally get why Matt did what he did. I mean, honestly, even with me saying all of this, decent chance. Like, there's a lot of universes out there where I rule exactly the same in the moment, because I think that Matt's ruling was very intuitive, especially if you're not, expecting something like that. But on reflection, I think and it's something that might have come up like in a VOD review. Like if I had ruled the way that Matt had and run that way in my game, that is something that I probably would have noticed on my own VOD reviews for my game of like, ooh, I don't really like the way I ran that. So sometimes that sort of stuff just happens in improv. So you just gotta make rulings sometimes, and sometimes you dislike your own rulings afterwards. So yeah, I don't know. Not to say that I think Matt disliked his ruling here, but if I had ruled this way, which I could see myself doing, I would have disliked it. Counterspell, Legendary Resistance, all thing Mega is anti. Yeah, LR and Counterspell, yeah. I mean, for almost exactly the same reason, yes. LR and Counterspell are very similar in the reasons I don't like them. Let's see. We got about 3 minutes until we're gonna run the first ad so we can get pre-rolls out of here. So anything else? We're just chilling until then, and then when we come back, we will start up. Also, I do think. Ooh, wait. Let me see. Wait. Is that not working? Wait, 1 second. We'll do this testing right now. Why is that not? Oh, what? So I'm testing out a new chat aggregator that's not Truffle. I still like Truffle, and I'm going to keep Truffle set up, especially because, you guys can get it on your end. But I'm testing out a new one that utilizes the chat aggregator that I use locally. So like I don't like Truffle doesn't have like a local app, so I use another thing locally. And it was just acting weird. But I also think I'm going to potentially set this screen up differently. I have some ideas, especially because I don't love this app that I've been using for drawing. And there's an app that I use in drawing in Obsidian. And so it's like I'm gonna try to, for maybe the next stream, have this be a little bit more prominent and easy to organize. Maybe like move it to be like just the left side of the screen, and then me and Critical Role are on the right. I don't know, something like that. So yeah, maybe some layout changes. Also, coming up here soon, my mom is coming to stay with us, and then a friend is coming to live with us for a while. So I will be moving out of this room. Not that this room was that amazing in the first place. But the background will probably be a little boring for a while because I'm moving the setup into the bedroom. So that'll probably be happening like this weekend, I think. Lots of stuff. Really want to get... I talked right before I got sick that I really wanted to get back into like consistency and whatever and like make things solid. And that is still my goal. So I might be trying out like a couple of like one-off stream ideas. I have a couple of those, but probably no new series for a while. Shadows of Doubt was very interesting and it will come back, but probably not soon. Yeah. Does that mean cutting words via a bard is something you don't like? Bless or shoot, I can't think of the opposite. Bane. I'm actually fine. I actually don't quite remember cutting words. I believe that's like inspiration die, or not inspiration, bardic inspiration die minus. I'm fine with Bless and Bane. So Bless and Bane just modify the statistics and the probabilities, which is, I think, exactly what buff and debuffs should do. I don't like the automatically counterspell is just a no. I would honestly like it if counterspell was maybe like a lower level, but always had a chance of failure. That's maybe something kind of more up my alley. I think even more, I would really, really like it if counterspell had maybe always succeeded, but or like it always triggered, but it was made into some sort of contest between the two casters. And if counterspell like fails the contest, there's some sort of buff to the enemy spell. But if it succeeds, then it negates it. That'd be something I could be interested in. But the idea of just like I spend a resource, you don't get to do your thing, not into that. If that is going to be a thing, I think there should be more risk around it. So like I just mentioned, like, you know, the enemy spell potentially getting buffed somehow. But I think that that's kind of inconsistent to implement. So I understand why, and that's what I want to say as well. I understand why counterspell is in the game. I understand why legendary resistance is in the game. They are what they are. I'm just not into them. But we're in the ad. We're in the ad. So I need to go because I don't want to talk too much without Twitch. And I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. So go pee, go settle in, and then we will be right back. Goodbye. What up? Hello. Counterspell isn't auto though. Depends on the level. What up, Giarca? Ugh. Isn't that close to how it works depending on the spell slot? Yeah, it depends on the spell slot level, yeah. Which that's the that is the thing that I don't like. I don't really care about save or suck spells in general. So I would be fine if counterspell was just like a lower leveled spell and like, maybe the probability of success changed. But even then, I still don't like philosophically love it. I'm just, looking for ways that I could improve how much I like it. Thank you for the 4 months, Mustang. Thank you. But yeah, if I had to modify it, I would make it a save or suck more consistently, just so that it works less of the time. Like that's the thing ultimately, is like I just don't like the auto successes, or even regardless of if it auto succeeds or auto fails, the fact that its effect is just you don't get to do the cool thing you want to do. That's the thing I don't love. Smart enemy would want to run when things go bad, but if you can't stop spellcasters from running, the game starts to feel unfair. That's why we have counterspell. Well, that's also like the same general philosophy around legendary resistance. And this is a very deep well that a lot of digital ink has been spilled discussing. But maybe if you have to introduce things to automatically negate other things, maybe the things that you need to build systems to automatically negate, maybe they're a bit strong. Maybe spellcasters are just a tad too flexible and a tad too overtuned, where you have to build automatic no, you have to waste your resource buttons into the game at higher levels. I think maybe that, to me, that maybe speaks of like maybe some other things are misaligned in their design philosophies and tenets. Like maybe we should tune down spellcasters a skosh. I don't even really think people love to talk about the martial caster divide, but a lot of people will go into like, oh, we need to buff martials. I don't know. If spellcasters are so powerful that they need to have automatic no buttons, I think I'm not into that, But isn't that just spells? No. Not generally. I mean, it depends, but I think the reason that big monsters need legendary resistance is because a high-level spellcaster has 20 or 30 odd slots, depending on if they're a full or a half or a quarter caster. I mean, like, eventually spellcasters just get a shitload of opportunities to do their stuff. It's the same general reason that, again, you need something like counterspell, because like a ninth, or not a ninth level, like a 17th, 16th, 18th level wizard has this litany of low level spells that you brought up a good point. Like they can just very easily escape for very little resource cost on their side. Like all a spellcaster really has to do is keep around like a 4th level spell slot for Dimension Door, and they basically have an automatic escape from any combat. And if that level 4 spell slot was a little bit more scarce, saving an escape option that needs to have a counterspellable riposte to it would be more of a cost-benefit analysis. But there are so many powerful low-level spells that need to have a counter button that it's not that much of an opportunity cost for a wizard. Like, even barring something like Dimension Door, keeping around, what is Misty Step, a 1st level spell? 2nd level spell? Like, keeping around one spell slot for Misty Step as a 16th level wizard, I don't even want to say it's a cost of doing business. It's like, it's not even a cost, you know? it's barely, like, it kind of goes against the resource management of it all. So that's why you need something like Counterspell. And that's why Counterspell is set up in the way that it is, where if you are counterspelling a higher level spell, that is something that is needs to be more of a risk. Otherwise, Counterspell would be stupid. If Counterspell just negated any spell automatically, it would feel really bad and no one would ever use it. People wouldn't want to use it. People would ban it. Like, if you could automatically counterspell like a 9th level spell, that would be, without putting in an equivalent resource, that would be bad. But it's there to negate those lower level spells that are not super ostensibly powerful, but are just a parachute that spellcasters can keep in their back pockets. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of believe that give all marshals Mage Slayer. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm not like a huge like hoorah rah buff marshals. I'm just like, hey, maybe wizards shouldn't have so many spell slots. I don't know. I can't believe Counterspell should be a high level spell. That should only be something you can do at an advanced level of Magic. I mean, then you're making the counter button just more of a resource cost. I mean, that's fair, but then that creates another layer of, I have to waste, a 6th, 7th level spell slot. I don't know what you mean by high, but I have to waste, a 6th or 7th level spell slot in order to negate something like a Misty Step that's like a 1st or 2nd level spell. But if I don't save that my super high level spell slot, then I run the risk of them just being able to pop out. Like, I think that is the ultimate issue, is that there's kind of a weird power dynamic of when things are powerful and when they aren't. Like, Misty Step isn't very useful for a spellcaster within a combat. Like, it's not like a good offensive resource, but it's an amazing defensive resource. Same thing with Dimension Door. But as Dr. Hoovy pointed out, the game can start to feel unfair if any spellcaster can just instantly run away because they have these crazy defensive resources. So then you need to add negations to those defensive resources, but I think that that's unfun, and maybe we should just tune down those defensive resources. Maybe spellcasters don't need to have defenses. Like, I think that's maybe a hot take, but like, maybe spellcasters don't need defensive resources. Like wizards. Like, maybe they don't need Misty Step or Dimension Door or Shield. Like, maybe Shield. Maybe. But I don't know. I like Shield more than the other ones. Let's see. That should the spell, it just works, but you really need to decide to bring that 7th to 9th level spell slot is worth it though. Yeah. I mean, I think I like that more. I've seen a few DMs use other checks to see if you can use Counterspell, like Perception or Dex. I mean, that's like addressing something, but I don't know that that gets at the core problem. My Warlock has Counterspell. I have 2 spell slots. Well, yeah, like, why not, right? Like, why not have it? Especially, I think Warlock is a deceptively bad example because Warlock has so many things that they can do passively, where like a Warlock can just be a combat machine with just Eldritch Blast and Invocations. So you can just like no Counterspell and you're a known caster. You don't have to like waste a prep on it. Yeah, you're wasting one of your known spells, but you can only cast 2 a day, so it's not like you're pulling from your repertoire all that much. You might as well have it. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. It's a weird one. I don't know. We're back. I hope you're feeling better. I am, Tempest. I'm feeling much, much better. I'm already getting into it. I'm getting into the shit. I'm already arguing. Which I love. Let's see. Time codes. Let's get into it. 41. Hey, and only a 3-hour, 2-minute total session time, which is not bad. That is not bad at all. Also, the last real stream that I did before today's stream, well, before Shadows of Doubt really, was the theory stream. Seemed to have good reactions in the comments. I liked doing it. I think there's a solid chance. I think one of the things that I'm thinking about is just kind of taking the notes during the session or during the stream, and then like every other week, maybe on Tuesdays or Thursdays or something like that, doing the members only sort of theory stream, because this is something that I've thought about a lot, and I'm the more I think about it in terms of this, the more I like it. I have been trying to really think about members only content because I want it to be good. Like, I want it to be worthwhile to be a member. I want it to be consistently repeatable, because especially if people are paying me money for something, I want to not, I don't want it to be like at risk of just like one day going away. Like, if I were to like run a paid game, like that's something that I'm not as interested in. And I want it to not be too much of like a value decrease for the general public. And the reason I'm really getting more and more attracted to doing like the theory streams as members only is because the majority of the cases where I think people post spoilers in chat is when I'm discussing my theories. I think that is far and away the most common time when spoilers get posted. Or, spoiler adjacent stuff. And so making it members only makes it a lot more likely, or makes it a lot less likely that spoilers are going to get posted because the members kind of know the deal, right? And then we still have it publicly available afterwards for everyone to watch and enjoy. So I think I'm going to keep doing those, keep giving feedback. And yeah, I'm excited about it. Member Barry's theories sound like fun, although I didn't catch the last one. Yeah. The real reason counterspell is the thing because spellcasters hate other spellcasters. Well, that's just true. I'm trying your nab right now, and you have your own line in my budget. Thank you, Timpanist. I appreciate it. We want all the glory. That channel should be called Theory Talk. Wait, what? What is that channel? Oh, I might. Like the playlist? I might make another playlist for it. Because I've been debating if I want to keep it in the normal CR playlist or not. But I want to keep it in there because I want people watching the playlist to see the theories as they evolve. I don't want to like shunt the theories off into their own separate section. I think they make more sense as like a piece of the chronology. Anyways, would you say that Shield is one of such nuh-uh spells? I would, yeah. I would indeed, G-Hercub. It's one of the spells that I like more, but it depends on how you run it. And I think that people run it in a way that makes it more of a nuh-uh spell. I think people I think that's one of the arguments for saying the result of the DM roll out loud is so that people know whether or not to shield, which makes it more of a nuh-uh spell. If you have to take the risk of not knowing if the +5 is going to work, I think shield's great. Because then it's a risk. But otherwise, yeah, then it's a nuh-uh. Shield could be a wizard feature. War Wizard has a very similar feature. Which I think War Wizard is cool. G-Hercup, you'll catch up to this. Anyways, I'm going to get started.
Hello, everybody.
Hopefully everyone can hear that. Hopefully the mixing might be a little bit off because I was watching YouTube earlier today and the mixing was like weird. So let me pull that up.
Welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and roll dice and play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, we do.
My name's Matthew Mercer. I'm the Dungeon Master of the show.
How do we feel about the volume on that? Matt ends his recap 145 to 247.
Show.
Oh, I do need to. I need to keep my voice down. I need to remember that because I'm all right. I'm not fully recovered yet, so I am feeling it a little bit already, but I think I'll be able to get through it. Shield is the stop casting magic missile spell. Well, yeah, and the reason that it needs to be the stop casting magic missile spell is because of concentration. And concentration is a thing for a whole other fucking thing. It's too deep. It's too deep. Yeah. If you, I'll give my really short take. I think that spellcasters in D&D are very, very overtuned. They've got a lot of stuff going on, and I don't think they need to. I think you could have made spellcasting simpler and had less stuff going on, and I would have liked it more. And that is it. that is my general take. Okay.
I'll get to announce coming up on as it's part of a celebration for International Tabletop Day and a sponsorship by Pathfinder and Sirenscape, who have been fantastic in getting this program for me in this game as well. We're going to be doing an event called Critical Role One Shot on April 18th, Monday, at 7 to 10 p.m. We're actually going to be taking over Ivan's slot, No Survivor slot that evening to run a Pathfinder One Shot that I'll be running. However, Ivan will actually be playing as a player in that one.
What?
I know.
No.
What?
I don't know who that is.
Mind blown. Destroyed. But yeah, Ivan will be playing. We also will have guesting players of Taliesin and Marisha. We'll be playing that game as well. And we have two special guests that evening who will be playing with us. The illustrious Ashley Birch will be joining us for the evening. And the wonderfully talented Philomar as well.
I recognize the name Ashley Birch, but I can't think of where from. It's not Ashley. No, that's Ashley Johnson. I don't know Ashley Birch. Matt can be something other than a DM. He can be a GM. Ivan is a fantastic GM, especially for horror games. Also became the head of Darrington. Oh, that's cool. That's very neat. Last of Us 2? Last of Us 2. Interesting. Various video games. Horizon Zero Dawn. She was Alloy. She's Chloe. Man, these are all games that I missed. Maybe I just know her from like the zeitgeist. Maybe I just know her from just like being around because I didn't play Life is Strange. I didn't play Horizon Zero Dawn. I didn't play Last of Us 2. All games that I would have played and know a lot about, but interesting. Kate Bishop in the Avengers game. Also missed that. Weird. I must just know her from being in the zeitgeist. Interesting.
Adventuring party of Vox Machina, traversing the lands in search.
Oh, also, before we officially start, we're going into Matt's recap. This week, tomorrow, just gonna do a Minecraft stream. Keep it chill. keep it low key. And we're going to see how my voice is doing tomorrow. Hopefully, I think I should be good for episode 49 on Wednesday. If all goes well, should be good for episode 49. And then the Battle Royale on Friday. I want to do the Battle Royale on Friday no matter what. It will just be the question of, is my throat, I don't even want to say my voice, is my throat recovered enough to do another full episode on Wednesday? That's the real question. Also, I think in future, from now on Sunday, I'm going to schedule Monday and Tuesday. And then after Monday, I'll schedule out Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Depending on how Monday goes. And then, because right now, if I try to schedule everything at the beginning of the week, even if I plan on doing 2 full episodes, I can't schedule Wednesday's full ep because I don't know what the title will be yet. So I'm going to start scheduling Monday and Tuesdays on Sunday, and then the rest of the week, like Monday night, Tuesday night. So yeah. I won't revive the Counterspell discourse. It was really interesting as someone working on an RPG system of my own. I mean, that is why I just got a comment on an old Critical Eyes. I think like episode like 4 or 5, where someone commented a response to one of my takes, and it was a take that chat pushed back on, and in my opinion got much more nuanced. And they were like, in the comment was like, edit, "Oh, I'm glad to see that the take got much more nuanced. I think we agree." And like it is so, I like talking and like putting my takes out there, even though like, I don't know, it takes a certain amount of like not getting too attached to your takes and your opinions, which is good for me. I like it. I like exposing myself to changing my opinion often. I think it's good practice as a person, but I like it. I also like it just in general for like the discussions around it all. I just remembered what episode this is. Fuck yeah. Let's get into it. Into the Frostweald. But yeah, so Minecraft tomorrow, definitely Battle Royale on Friday. I don't know about Wednesday. Is it okay if I write a long MMS DMing of time and travel in the comments after the live stream for you to respond to next episode? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Especially if it's, related to episode 48, very good chance for it to be a comment review. I will say, just for for my own sake of presenting it on stream, if you could write a TLDR. Just so that I have something easy to show on stream. I'll read it all. But if it's going to be a comment review, I want something easy to show on stream. But yeah, that's totally cool.
Of lost artifacts of wars of old, referred to as the vestiges of divergence, in hopes of eventually tearing down and defeating a conclave of chromatic dragons called the Chroma Conclave that have destroyed society all across the continent of Tal'Dorei and beyond. You returned to the outskirts of a city named Westruun that was very important in your early adventures to find it from a distance, partially destroyed by the dragon attack but a couple weeks before, and since taken over by what seems to be the remnants, now swelling in power and size, of Grog's old herd of wandering barbarians and various savages. Having taken the city by force and ruling it with an iron hand, it was also deemed not the right time to face this foe, and as such the party continued venturing southward in the direction of the Frostweald, where somewhere at the base of the Storm Peak Mountains, the mate of Osisa, the Sphinx, Gynosphinx you had met in Vasselheim, her mate resides somewhere in this vicinity. That's all the information you have to go on as you head down towards the frozen forest. So, that's where we begin.
Exploration challenges. Exploration challenges. I am very excited. We have not gotten a real exploration challenge yet. The closest that we've gotten, we kind of had Marrowglade Lock, which I think was an amount of exploration challenge, but it was sort of it wasn't maybe traditional. It was a overcoming obstacles type of exploration challenge. But this type of like search and more like exploration, more investigatory feel, we haven't really gotten since like the Rakshasa. So I'm very interested to see it, especially given that it's not in the context of a one shot or a fucking guest episode like we had with Marrowglade. B2W, the Marrowglade Lock, is west-southwest, not east. Okay, really important. Really important. I'll edit that. Yeah. West-southwest, got it. But yeah, so I'm going into this very interested to see, because exploration challenges are one of the things that I have historically struggled with in my games, but I've also put a lot of effort into figuring out how to run them well and how I like to run them. And I think I am much better at them now. So I'm very interested to see how Matt runs them, because I've thought a lot about them. Even though I wouldn't consider myself like an expert by any means, I've thought a lot about them to try and improve my own craft. So I'm very, very interested to see how he runs them. I do love me some exploration pillar, and it doesn't get a lot of love. You're telling me, bro. You're telling me. It's one of the reasons I love resource dies. Just made a short about that. While Weird Wastelands is an incredible third-party supplement, if you are interested in the exploration pillar, really good supplement.
As you guys continue pushing south from Westwind, seeing the distant pillars of dark smoke that slowly drift into the atmosphere disappear as the town itself vanishes over the horizon, you continue to push southward through the open grass fields. You continue traveling for the better part of the day, eventually coming up along the side of the Silvercut Channel, which is the river that comes down and cuts through near Craghammer into the west of Westwind, goes past Kaimal, and then eventually heads down in this direction towards the Foramir Basin. You guys traveling fairly quickly as you're in your mist forms, which is making up a lot of the normal travel time you would have to worry about here. By the time the sun finally begins to set across the mountains, pay attention, please.
Yes.
Sorry.
It's another beholder.
The kids are... yeah, I have plenty things I can throw in here if you guys aren't paying attention.
That's not funny.
No, it's really funny for me. As you guys continue pushing southward, as the sun slowly begins to set in the distance, you glance over towards the Foramir Basin. You can see just gently over to the right what looks to be the city of Kaimal, which has lights kind of glimmering in the far distance. But what you see by the basin itself is this large lake that is centered in this region just north of the Frostweald. You can see where the two main rivers diverge before heading southward towards the ocean. There's a smattering of various tents that are clustered right towards the side of the riverbank, or the riverbank and the edge of the lake itself. As you continue coasting overhead in your mist forms, you see small trails of smoke from smoldering campfires, clusters of people and families wandering the shore in this small group. You continue going forward?
I mean, we should check it out.
Yeah.
You don't have to, you can keep going.
No, we need
It's a
to.
tent city?
It looks like, yeah.
Like refugees, probably.
Hundreds, thousands?
There's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of a few dozen, close to maybe half, what's it, about 50, 60?
What do the tents look like? Do they look like military encampment tents or like refugee tents?
Can't really tell from this distance, especially as the light is beginning to slowly diminish.
Can we float closer? Yeah.
Oh, were we still mists?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That whole description, and yes, we're still mists.
Yes. As you coast down closer, you get a better look, and yeah, there are about 50, 60 or so people on the outside. You don't have an idea of how many are maybe inside the tents, even more, most likely. But these tents are fairly ramshackle, barely standing. The people look destitute, look like they're holding on to survival here on the outside of the city. You see a few boats that are going in and out on the shore, probably fishermen. There are a few bonfires that are now starting to kick up as the night's cold begins to swell in. It looks to be like this is a fairly thriving, a fairly functional refugee camp.
Well, those that give a fuck speak up.
Well, we can't. We're in misform.
They're like in a direction.
Maybe we can.
Good point.
Maybe we can send them back to Whitestone.
Maybe if we could talk, which we can't right now.
Maybe I float down into the trees outside of the camp.
Okay. These are open grasslands. There aren't a lot of trees, and they're spotted around. There are a few like rock formations and small hills that you might be able to get out of sight.
Around there.
So you coast around there, and you go back into your physical form. Rest you follow?
Tall grass, low grass?
I'd say it's probably thigh length.
Okay.
Following.
Yes.
There we go.
Of
For
course.
you, close to knee.
Near the rock, so that we're kind of in camouflage.
All right, so you guys go ahead and you set down maybe 300 feet from the outside of the nearest part of the camp. Reconstitute into your physical forms. At this point, the sun has now disappeared over the horizon, and the blues have now gone to orange to purple, and you can see in the distance the darkness of night is starting to crest over the sky. What do you want to do?
What we stuff for? Are we here?
No, it looks like a refugee camp, Grog.
They may have
Maybe
information.
People that escaped from Western, potentially.
What?
Worth talking to them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Possibly.
I mean, it's a large group of people. I'm assuming they came from a city of some sort.
Hey, Skeleton.
Oi.
Look, if we go over there and it gets a little like hairy, you still got old magic doll, right?
Old magic doll?
Yeah, Hugh Hefner house.
Oh, yeah, the old magic door, yes.
Magic doll if you have it too for later, but yeah.
I mean, I have a little pike figurine that I keep with me.
Oh.
What? No, it's a keepsake.
Yeah, sure it is.
Why is everything I say creepy?
I think
I don't know why.
maybe we can help them back to
that
Whitestone.
Who could say, Sam? Who could know why everything that Scanlan says is creepy? I couldn't say to save my life. I have no idea. Oh, what a silly thing for him to say. Oh my god. What up, Teprock? How you doing? Just popping to say hi, love your stuff. See you whenever I catch up. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the journey.
I feel like it might be good. I mean, if we find out if they're hurting, that's where we're putting our survivors.
They look
right?
like they're hurting.
I couldn't help with that today.
Oh,
I'd have
we
to
could rest overnight, and you could pop them in the morning.
Yeah,
What time is it?
Late. Sun's gone
super
down.
late. Yeah, and if they're from
Are you out of
Western,
all your... Oh, misform.
Missed one. Got us here.
It's worth talking to them at the very least. And
yeah, Pike and I are from Western. If they're up that village or that city, I'd like to make sure they're all right.
Yeah, maybe they're friends.
Maybe we could find Pike's
Dad.
grandfather.
Grandpa.
Grandfather Wilhelm.
Percy, would Whitestone be able to sustain this many more people?
I think at some point we're going to have that conversation, but for now, I think
We're
we'll
fine.
probably be all right.
Yeah,
All right.
you're good for it. You're rich.
Should maybe
Here's an idea. Scanlan,
Sorry, was that Grandfather Wilhelm? Just to make sure I'm correct.
we could find Pike's
Dad.
grandfather.
Grandpa.
Yeah, Wilhelm. Huh.
Maybe
here's an idea. Scanlan, you said that a lot of people can go into your house, yeah?
I can fit many people into my hole.
Could you
I wonder why everything he says is creepy.
invite the folk in, and then they live in your hole for a little while, and then when we get to Whitestone, you open your hole, and out they come?
I don't know if it.
No, not quite.
Some cartel shit right there.
Yeah,
No.
we become
Right,
Vox Machina
right.
coyotes.
Scanlan's the mule.
No, the house is mainly for us and a few guests for one night at a time.
You can't like leave.
Did you say
people in.
100 people the other day?
100 servants are in there. I haven't
They live in the
jammed
walls.
I haven't jammed people in there. I don't know how many it can totally hold.
You mean you've never thrown
Go
like
ahead and
a
roll an
party?
intelligence check.
First roll of the night, natural 20. No! Wasted it on an intelligence check.
Though the magic is new to you, you've spent in your first time casting it, and a large
Also, okay, really quick note. I don't know if this is what Matt's going for, but it's a decent way to vamp. If you don't know what the answer is as a DM, like I've always said, I've been critical of too much rolling. The classic mega criticism. But I do think that if you are trying to think and you are trying to vamp as a DM, that asking for a roll gives you a second to think. And I think that the number, the check, gives you some degree of, how do I phrase it? I think that it gives you mental guidance as a DM with what to make your ruling and how much information to give now. And it kind of gives you, like, I don't want to say plausible deniability, but depending on the role, like natural 20, I don't know. But if the role is more reasonable, like a 15 or something, you can give partial information now. You can give, vague, like, oh, you think it could hold between this and this, whatever. And you can think more about it afterward. Like now that as a DM that they're going to want to stuff a bunch of people in, it gives you a chance to look up potentially the actual rule in the book. And it gives you, if there is no rule in the book, it gives you more of a chance to think more about what you want your in the moment ruling to be when they actually try and do it later. There was a sequence at the very beginning of the Briarwood arc where I was critical of Matt just like describing the scene in very flowery language. I was like, why are we doing this? Why are we wasting time here? Blah, 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 blah. And someone very rightly pointed out that Matt was probably vamping at the time. He was probably thinking because it came right after Liam did something very unexpected with charging into the Briarwood's bedroom. And then Matt's spending all of this time describing the bedroom. And I'm like, what are you doing? Get to the point. But someone very rightly pointed out, like, oh shit, he needs a second to think. So he's describing things in the room as he thinks about what he wants to do. And I think that asking for this sort of intelligence check in this sort of situation when you don't know the answer is a good way to give yourself time to think about the answer and gives you some mental guidance on exactly what you want to say, how much information you want to give out, and how vague you can be before revealing more later, critical of rolling. Lol. This is such good advice. Thank you. And sometimes I do it to gauge how much or little I should info dump. Absolutely. Well, and then if they roll lower, it allows you as a DM to not tie yourself to a ruling. Like if someone just asks you and they're just like, what's the answer, DM? To a degree, if you just answer separate from a roll, they're going to take that at face value and they're going to like take that to the bank. Whereas if you tie it to a roll, they don't know what the DC was. They don't know that the information that they got is explicitly 100% accurate. And so it gives you wiggle room later as a DM after you've thought about it more and you're less on the spot, So close to a title drop. It can now hold the multiverse. I remember us having that combo in the comments. Oh, was it you, Ink Charm? That's hilarious. I didn't realize it was you. But I remember, Matt's rambling descriptions. I was pretty critical of them sometimes. And you very rightly pointed out that it's probably a vamping technique. Anyways.
Part of the evening, especially since you realized you probably weren't going to have as fun a night as you thought after the broom had been taken and Bex left your room, learning the intricacies of the spell itself and the pocket dimension that is created, you can fit quite a few people in there. However, it is stationary in its entrance and exit, and then once the spell comes to completion after a 24-hour period, it expels anyone and anything that was not that was brought into it on the spot where it was originally cast.
I see.
Oh.
Gently or violently?
Like a fly.
Also, a little bit of verbal trickery there on Matt's part. He didn't really answer the question, but he gave Scanlan a bunch of information that he did know for a fact. Little bit of verbal trickery that I am. Hey, look, I'm all about lying and cheating and stealing. As a DM, the question was how many people can it hold? And Matt didn't want to tie himself to a specific number in case there was a specific number in the rule book. And so he just said, quite a few people. And here's some other information that I do know for a fact that you might be interested in this situation. Really good technique. Makes them feel like they didn't waste time, like asking a question and getting a question answered. Makes them feel like they got a reward, while also not tying yourself as a DM to something that you're not confident about in terms of a ruling. So very slick DMing from Matt here. Very, very slick. My favorite way of talking about in-game lore is as far as you know. As far as you know, you can certainly try. Yeah, there's some nice DM phrases there. What up, Cavium? I'm glad to be back too. I'm feeling it. I'm really glad to be back. Matt doing the info dump equivalent of quick look over there. Yeah. Here's something you didn't ask about, but you'll be glad to know.
Please leave or get the fuck out.
Is that a yes or a no?
It's not a transporting type spell. It is a temporary shelter at best.
You just don't want to bring them in.
I have a cold heart. Listen, if I'll consider taking the females in.
That is very noble of you.
So noble, Stanley.
I will join him in this charity.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes.
Well, all right. Why don't we just walk around and talk to these people? Maybe they're not even interested in being transported. Let's just find some.
Should we make sure they're actually innocent, nice people?
Yeah, we should probably do that as well. Not like a band of thieves. Bandits.
Help ahead?
That could be fun.
Can I sneak ahead and just listen to them?
Yes, sneaking up on them will definitely put them on our side.
Hey, like 100 yards out, I just want to hear what they're saying.
All right.
She can read lips, so she doesn't think
Pretty
that
dark though, but I do have good dark vision.
This is true. As the night takes over, it's still quite a distance.
To be clear, you have dark vision. You do not have 300 feet of dark vision, which is 100 yards.
To be able to make out a lot of detail, you'd probably have to get closer. But you're going alone?
No twins.
Twins going together?
Yeah.
Why don't you both roll stealth check?
Oh, I guess I'm going on.
I'm keeping an eye also to see if anything from a great distance. I'm just keeping.
Are
an
we
eye.
in, we're in the woods, right?
There are
No,
no
we're in
woods.
the plains.
It's
Kidding,
tall
we're in the
grass.
grass.
Roll this big bastard.
32.
It's white mana, not green mana.
18.
I'm hiding in a tree.
There's no...
There's no.
So,
The
as
grass
you,
to me is like a tree.
this is true, actually. It's more of a rose bush. So, as you guys push forward, kind of pushing, stalking through the grass, you come to about.
I will say, this is something I've been thinking about in terms of Daggerheart. The Daggerheart range system, I have a real love-hate relationship with that I think will turn into love more and more and more as it goes. I think that type of range system of just like melee, very close, far, very far. I think that it is very non-intuitive. I think the problem with it is that it's not objective, but that's the point. So it grinds on one side of me in terms of, and I promise that this will relate. This isn't just a random thought I have. This does relate to the scene above. But it grinds against one side of me because it's very ambiguous, would be relatively easy for someone to misunderstand, especially like early on in a campaign. However, especially in something like D&D, the beginning of campaigns typically are going to be less lethal. You're allowing people to get used to their abilities, get used to the team dynamic, get into working with each other if they're new players or even if they're existing players with new characters. Like, you want a little bit of a warm up in the first couple levels of the campaign. And one of the reasons I recommend starting from level 1. And I think that is the period of time where there's the least risk involved in misunderstanding something between players and DM. And I have a theory. I don't know that this is why I say I have love-hate, because I do think that the ranges in Daggerheart of just like abstracting them into, close and far and whatever, run the risk of being super non-intuitive, super unclear until the point where they click. Until the point where they're right there. They just, and everyone's on the same page. And the moment that you're all on the same page about what close, very close, far, very far means, once you all are on the same wavelength, I think that describing ranges like that is so much smoother in the narrative. Like, yes, you can have a more objective discussion of like, oh, they're 300 yards out, but I don't really have a good intuitive understanding of what that looks like, honestly. Like, it's clear, but I don't think that it is as like long-term intuitive. Whereas if you all get on the same page relatively on what these ranges mean, on what close, very far, whatever, what all those mean, in the moment when you're talking about things is, I think, much smoother and much more intuitive. Like, if Matt just says they're very far away, and you look at your abilities, and your dark vision only goes out to close, you know, like, that is a very visceral and intuitive thing of like, oh man, like, I'm not even close to being able to see them in the dark. Whereas if your dark vision is far and they are very far, that's very intuitive of, I need to make one action to transition between these ranges. I need to get a little closer. Like, oh, I'm at far and they're very far. Like, or my dark vision goes out to far and they're very far. Like, I will take one action, DM, or I'll do a thing to get closer. And it's like a very easy transition point. You don't have to come up with any numbers as a DM. You don't have to say like, okay, you plop down 200 feet away. Well, how many move actions does that take? What if you dash? What if you do this? You don't have to worry about any of that. It's much more straightforward, much more clear once you're on the same page about what all of these ranges actually mean. So something I'm very interested in looking at long term, and something that I might try to start implementing in my D&D games outside of gridded combat, of saying like, hey, these are range estimations, and like, you know, I'm gonna be like generally referring to these things in out of combat discussion. I don't know if it'll work, but it is something that I might try out. And then we go back to the dollars and cents of it in actual gridded combat, where like, you know, we're measuring things out, we're measuring by feet, whatever. But outside of combat, we have these general range estimations that I can use easily in discussion as a DM, because actual like feet and inches range, I think out of combat rarely actually matters unless they are very different. Unless you're talking about like 30 feet versus 200 feet, you know? But if you're talking about 180 versus 200 feet outside of combat, it's like, okay, well, can I move forward 20 feet? And because you're not in initiative, turns don't matter, actions don't matter, your speed doesn't matter as much. Like, you know, it's just like, oh yeah, sure, now you're in range. So I think that abstracting those things outside of combat could be very, very useful in D&D. I love when someone rolls comically low, but I give a very firm answer. I agree. Speaking of ranges, I hate when my players ask me how high is the ceiling, Sarah. Like, don't ask me to put an arbitrary number on something I don't care about. Tell me what you'd like to do so I don't accidentally block you from it with a number I don't care about. I think that that kind of runs into a difference in like what some players want. And it's something that I've talked about before, of some players, especially I would say more war game type players, which is, if you guys have watched me for a while, you know that is not like a dirty word to me. I think war gamers are beautiful. And they want to solve a puzzle, right? That's like if you've played a war game, if you played Warhammer 40K, even something that's less of a war game, but is adjacent, like Zombicide. Like it's about solving a puzzle, and part of the way that you solve a puzzle is by knowing the bounds. So knowing how high up is the ceiling, could I do anything with that? Could I use that to my advantage? Like they want to construct a puzzle, or they want to solve the puzzle, and they have to construct the bounds that they're within in order to solve it well. And there's another aspect of a lot of people, I think this is a really common D&D player feature of they want to surprise their fellow players and the DM. Like they want to come up with a cool and interesting plan that surprises everyone. And I don't blame them at all. It's like one of the fun things about the hobby is coming up with something really fun and silly or interesting or cool and having everyone go, whoa, I wish I would have thought of that. And if you tell people what you intend to do beforehand, it can diminish that moment. I think you'll probably get better long-term results if you discuss it more. If you do discuss your intentions, I think you'll get better long-term results. But I understand the feeling and the intention there of like they want to surprise people. I totally get that. I'd much rather ask me, hey, is the ceiling high or low enough for me to do X? Exactly. But I think that will give you better long-term results, again, as a player. But I very much understand why players don't want to do that, because they don't want to say that they're doing X until they do it. It's tough. It's a bit of a catch-22. People in general tend to not understand how far something is when you put numbers to it, but if you abstract it, it can make more sense. Like if Vex wants to lip read, very far can't yet is better than 100 feet. I agree, because as long as you get the relative idea, like it doesn't actually matter if my very far is the same as your very far, as long as we understand and we feel right about transitioning between the ranges and about the general relationship between the ranges, as long as that relative understanding is there, we're all good if you abstract it, But sometimes it can make things a little bit harder and make things feel non-intuitive if we're not on the same page, which is tough, Not even close. There's also the added bonus of not using a measurement system. I never use feet except in D&D, and it gets very confusing sometimes because neither the DM nor me have a good understanding of them. That's very fair. That's very, very fair. Yeah, it's more accessible when you're using like generalized terms like that. I think it's meant to solve the situation if I dash, bonus action dash, hasted action, going 300 feet. Oops, this grid map says they're 305 feet away. Sorry. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. No, I totally agree. Yeah. Only problem with DH regions is that they sound a bit samey. Very far versus far, very
warning,
close versus close.
Ad incoming. Take cover.
Oh, the ad warning actually worked. Fuck yeah. Okay, we got a minute, so we'll close off this. Oh, fuck. There's so much. I agree with you, Timpanist. I have thought about that, and if I want to rename them for my table, legitimately. I'm not going to do it yet, but I have thought about that, because I agree. They sound a little bit samey. Never going to use feet in my RPG. I get that. I feel that. The American way. I drove with spaces, tell me football fields, marching band killed my ability. Bro, I don't even know. I've been on plenty of football fields. I was in band. I don't have an intuitive sense of how far away that is, honestly. So yeah, it's tough. It's very tough. And I think that different people will have different intuitive senses of that, It's very tough. Fathom is so evocative. Fathom is so evocative. I agree. Well, it's because it's unfathomable. It sounds huge, fast. But we're going into an ad, so we will close that conversation. Good convo. And we will run an ad really quick, get a drink, take a pee break, and I will see you guys in a second. Goodbye. I will say I plan on. I got a bunch of music, and I'm going through it all right now and organizing it. That I know is all DMCA free. I got the license for it, and I'm going through it right now. So hopefully there should be more variety of music in the background in the near to distant future. Who knows when? But let's get back to it. 18 minutes in, making great progress.
40, 50 feet outside, and there's a little bit of chatter. It's kind of hard to make out at this distance, but the people seem to not necessarily be jovial, almost like they've accepted the circumstances and are just surviving at the time being. There are a few individuals that are armed, though the armor itself seems kind of patchwork, or not the best and most trained of individuals you can see currently guarding this group of survivors. But there are patrols going around, people that are keeping close look. There are torches being lit now as people begin doing the walking.
Do you see anyone that we recognize from Western?
Not from this distance. Like especially when you with your dark vision, you can make out the outline of the very, very nearest individuals, the guards in particular. But at this distance, nobody catches your eye that you'd be able to make out much detail on that you would recognize.
Could we just sit for 5 or 10 minutes?
Well, the guards are coming through with torches. I don't know to find us.
We are.
Yeah, but I don't think that.
We are.
Yeah. I think you can stay because you're more hidden than I am. I'm gonna go back to the group. I feel like they're gonna see me.
All right.
You don't know that. As far as you know, you're so hidden.
I'm so hidden. Shit.
Come on.
All right. Just a
I'm just
second.
gonna stay for a couple more minutes longer. Wait, did you said they were coming our direction, or there's just
No, they're just wandering. They're just patrolling.
Okay, well,
You're paranoid.
All right,
We
fine,
listen
fine,
for a
fine,
bit.
fine.
Okay, have you both roll perception checks if you could.
All right. 22.
23.
Okay.
Dude, I've been big down on Matt before for the degree of perception checks. This is an amazing example of an active perception check. This is like maybe the ideal example of when you should use active perception rather than like passive is like spying on a camp. Like, yeah.
You two, at about the same time, kind of focus best you can. You have to scoot a little bit closer once the guard that's nearest to you passes by. You kind of wait for your moment, scoot up close, get by one of the tents, and kind of look off to the side. There are a few folks that kind of catch your attention a little bit. There was like one that was Elowen Brist, who was the mother of the first child that went missing in Westruun. You see her with her daughter, who's a little bit older now, that you guys helped save before. Both
throwbacks are
a little
blown.
dirty, but alive. They kind of wander off. You scan through the crowd, kind of keeping an eye out for the guard as well. No one really catches your attention. You see one older gentleman that walks by, 60s, still, not completely withered away, but older, but carries himself with much importance. Very expensive clothing, reds and blues. It seems like he's attempting to hold a social station, even though in his current location, society has crumbled. He doesn't really catch your attention as anyone you recognize, but the person to the left of him is a very familiar-looking elven man with long brown hair, slicked over and behind his ears. This is Dresvina, who originally contacted you when you arrived at Western.
Holy.
About her son?
Dresvina.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's looking a little rough, too. Like, this has not been a kind
Oh,
experience
God.
to any of
Okay,
these
let's go
people.
back to the group. Should we go back to the group? We should just tell them to come on in. Dres was
We have to go back to tell them to come on in.
Well, we have fixed earrings.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
my
Hey, you guys.
What?
What?
Hey, Percy, pay attention.
There we are. Yes. Hello.
Hey.
What?
Guess who I'm looking at right now?
Your brother.
Well,
God, you're so good at that.
Dres fucking Vina. Dres!
Wait, remind us. Who?
Dres Vina was that dude that sent us on our very first mission together, you guys.
Yeah. He protected us.
I
He's
was
like
mostly
a
drunk
magic
that
user.
time.
Yeah, Percy, you
Oh, at
weren't there yet.
the Winter's Crest Festival.
Yes,
I remember.
yes.
Oh, yes.
That's not him at all.
No.
That's not it at all.
Percy, you weren't there.
That's Abderus Noja.
Dresvina was the
Abderus
dick.
Noja.
The guy.
Dresvina's a dick.
Dres Vina was the asshole.
Yeah.
Doesn't he work for someone else?
Well,
Yeah,
Wait. The guy
But
that
do we ever find
stole
out who?
from, kind of?
Hey, keep
Oh,
it down.
does
I
he
don't
have the
know if
tower
people
with
can
the
hear through
magical
these
items?
earrings.
Here, I should step in here and clarify.
It's been like 3 years.
It's only 3 years ago.
I know. Dresvina came to you under the pretense that he was working for an individual called the Master. He called him his master, who was interested in hiring your services. Originally sent you into the Mage Tower of Eskel Reindarian, the Rumseer, to steal the brass box with the pearl top. However, you did not steal it and instead ended up befriending
Eskel,
Archmage.
right.
That is picked up.
Yes, and let you pick something from his array of items.
That's right.
Dres then found you guys at your inn a number of weeks later, and Nestor was very unhappy that you both didn't return with the item and used a very powerful, expensive object that was part of this endeavor and never paid it back. So to pay back your debt, he sent you guys to the Druid Barrow, where you had to retrieve this kind of cortex, this like magical gem that was embedded in the center.
That was where we fought the golem.
Yep.
Yes.
Where you fought the golem, and you retrieved the cortex successfully, and that's the last you've seen of him.
See? He likes us now. We certainly helped him.
But he has magical items.
Well, maybe not. I
Had.
mean, yeah.
We should.
What was the
Talk to him.
TM? Can you remind me the name of the mother that we spoke to all that time ago?
The one you just mentioned.
You just mentioned.
Elowen.
Is it Elowen?
Elowen.
Elowen. Rather
Pretty
talk
sure.
to her.
Well, regardless, it's people from
Guys,
Neutral.
check your
Yeah, let's get in there. Come on,
Yep.
please.
Do you guys want to just
Elowen
come on
Brist.
in?
Yes.
I don't see
Let's go
why
in. Let's go in.
Yeah, we go in.
Make it a nice, pleasant, chattering. Maybe you should sing Scanlan as you approach so that
I would
people know
love
we're
to
nice.
sing. Oh, right now?
When passive perception comes into play, how do you decide DC? You're basically just deciding if they succeed or not. Generally, when it comes to passive perception, I use passive perception as the DC, if that makes sense. So like this is generally how I think about it. Is when let's take it from like the opposite perspective. If the PCs are sneaking, they're sneaking into the camp, let's say, then they are going to roll stealth. They're going to roll a stealth check, D20, versus the guards' passive perception. So that is how, when I'm setting the DC for the stealth that PCs make, I am using the guards' passive perceptions to get that number in general. And so then you flip it around. You flip it around of if someone is trying to sneak up on them, that's when you would use something like a passive perception. You know what I'm saying? Or like a passive investigation. What if it's an object like a hidden door or a stash? For that sort of thing, I would legitimately prep the DC ahead of time. So that's kind of like, if you're prepping, I think a hidden door is a really good example. Like if you're prepping out a dungeon, or, a room or whatever. So you're prepping out this dungeon and there's a hidden door right here. When I'm making this dungeon, I may not prep a lot of the DCs ahead of time. I think you're totally on there. But for aspects of map design like this, I probably would prep the DC for this of like, what perception check do you need for this? So like perception or like requires a DC 15 perception. And if someone has a passive perception that goes over that, they'll just detect the door instantly. Like if they walk into this room and that door comes into their line of sight, then they automatically detect it. Now, if the person with the high passive perception, like Laura, like Vex, doesn't walk into that room, then they don't detect it. Obviously, they don't detect it from like outside the room. And it might take someone making, a more active perception check to pass that. So if it's something like that, where, you're prepping an area and it is like a hidden stash or something, I would probably prep those ahead of time. And then if the person with the passive goes into line of sight, then they just auto detect. Yeah. Yo, what up, Glitch Revenant? How you doing? Welcome. But your player's passives even while preparing? Yes, accurate. So this sort of goes into reflecting the world compared to their choices, and like targeted buffs or positive player targeting, because you're right. I am deciding by putting this door in here into this dungeon, I'm deciding that someone with a higher than 15 passive perception is just going to auto detect it. But I think that there's kind of two layers there of how and why do you decide DC in general, right? So DC typically is recommended to just reflect the state of the world. So, certain DCs have certain recommendations for just what that means. In fact, earlier I praised Matt for sometimes you can have DC inflation where things that would have been a lower DC earlier on in the campaign, levels 1 to 3, sometimes very similar actions or obstacles will have a much higher DC as the campaign goes on. And I think that's bad. I think that is not an accurate reflection of the world. And I think that Matt is really good at avoiding DC inflation. Like, he will still have very low DC obstacles because, like, sometimes low DC obstacles just exist, So, like, there are recommendations within the DMG for what each of these DCs means. So when you're making a hidden door, to a degree, you shouldn't think about your PCs. Like, you should just construct the dungeon as is. But if you want to positively player target, you can sort of shift things a little bit in their favor. So maybe there's not normally a hidden door here. Maybe when you're like normally designing this dungeon, maybe this is just a normal path, but you decide, hey, Laura's had a bit of a rough time of it. She hasn't been, very useful the last few sessions. I'm going to make this normal door into a hidden door, but reflecting the world around, this hidden door probably isn't that hard to detect. Like, the way that they hid it, I didn't intend for it to be hidden in the first place. So the way that it's hidden is probably going to be pretty shitty. But you still don't know that they're going to encounter it. Like, Vex could easily decide, I'm going to stand watch out here earlier in the dungeon, or if you have a fork in your dungeon, like Matt with the buried, with the Marrowglade Lock tomb. When Matt had the Marrowglade Lock tomb, it went down a group of stairs, and then there was a branching path like this, and they did not investigate this left, They did not investigate this left side, and sometimes you will just have that where, there maybe was a hidden door prepped over here that Vex's passive could have just overcome, but they never ran into it. They never ran into it. She never went into the room to discover it. And even more so, if you ever have a situation where you split the party. So if half of the party goes this way and half of the party goes this way, you don't know that the person with the passive perception that can overcome your DC is going to go into the place that has it. So to a degree, I think you're hitting on something real of like, to a degree, yeah, by including this thing, you are guaranteeing that one player might just overcome it. And so to that end, you want to use that to tell a wider story. So you are rewarding the player for investing with it into this skill, into this like passive perception skill. You're rewarding them. And you use the way that it was hidden to tell a deeper story. You use like the methodology for hiding the stash or hiding the door. Is it magical? Is it mundane? Is it natural? Like, was this door, was it just was it hidden by arcane means, but then later, natural stuff took over. You can also have stacked DCs on the same thing. So if you have a hidden door right here, this door is hidden, you can have a DC, 15, just to detect it. But then maybe you have a DC 20, maybe a DC 25 to figure out how to deactivate the hidden ward so that other people can see it, or to learn more about it. You can have more stacked stuff, and that goes into a deeper well of discussion that I will avoid getting into, but the game changes like fundamentally as you level up. Like things that used to be an obstacle, just detecting a hidden door used to be an insane obstacle when they're lower level. As they get to higher levels, those sorts of things just become less of an obstacle. You know, they become easy. They become passive. And I think I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that shows an increasing level of proficiency on the part of the players. It shows them becoming real expert adventurers, and it makes them feel cool. And so then you have to introduce new types of challenges that can more reasonably have those way higher DCs. You have to change up your shit. And that is why like higher leveled campaigns will just fundamentally feel very different from lower leveled campaigns. Because you can't really feasibly use the same obstacles anymore. It's the same problem as when the players roll before you ask. I see what you're saying. I don't know that I necessarily agree, but I do see what you're hitting on. Yeah. Not bad turning 24 tomorrow. Ooh, 24. Not too much. Got your whole life ahead of you. I'm in my mid-20s still, technically. I got one more year of being in my mid-20s. Played my normal D&D session on Saturday. I'm level 6 with the best longsword in the game. And an MG-42. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. High magic. Lots of magic items. One day someone will build a passive intelligence DC where a party member would be like, wait, we haven't seen a second exit and this Thieves Guild would totally put one, and knowing the layout, I'd put it here. I think you could absolutely build that in to current D&D and have it be like for this dungeon. So, you know, you have like the Marrowglade Lock dungeon, right? So you have Marrowglade Lock. For the Marrowglade Lock dungeon, as a DM ahead of time, you can say once the party has explored 25%, there's a passive investigation check. Or there's like a passive there should be that's tough. That's tough because then as a GM, you would have to basically roll. And so you could do something where it's like once they've explored 25%, to go into what John's saying, you could say, okay, I'm going to roll on my end. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I'm sorry for your loss, G. Herka, but so you can say, as a DM, I'm going to roll a D20 plus 0. No. No. Not, you would have to go the opposite way. You can say, I'm going to roll a D20 plus 10. And if I beat all of their passive perceptions, then they don't get any information. And then you, as they explore more and more of the dungeon, you lower the modifier that your roll gets as a DM. So you say, I'm going to roll a D20 plus 7. No dice. Once they explore, 60%. You could also, maybe actually another no, wait, that doesn't work. Okay, there's a more complicated way to do it that I think is actually, oh no, that's stupid. Never mind. But yeah, so you could do sort of like a de-escalating DC or check on your end, and if you roll less than any of the players' passive intelligences, they might piece it together. You could give them some information. Could be cool. I've never done anything like that, but it could be interesting, and then you say, yeah, like if I fail this check on my end as a DM, you reward someone who has a really high passive intelligence or investigation or even insight. Insight could be a good one for this. there's some possibilities there. I could see that if you wanted to give out passive information and you wanted to reward them for just exploring more and having an intuition, there could be some interesting stuff there. Let's see. And the nice thing about that content is that you can recycle things players haven't seen yet, put in the next dungeon. Absolutely. You should absolutely, if players do not encounter something in your dungeon, you can absolutely recycle it and put it into a new dungeon. Like I would sometimes. I mean, depending on the situation, right? If I have a dungeon that, has a certain layout, the dungeon will always have that layout no matter what. No matter how things go. But if they don't explore, this part, like maybe with Marrowglade, it will always have this layout in case they decide to go back later. But I'll pop out the chests, I'll pop out the treasure, I'll pop out the enemies. I'll pop all of that stuff out of the dungeon, and especially if I've prepped anything complicated, and I will make it floating. I'll try to abstract it as much as I can without losing the interesting stuff, and have it float around in case I need to put it into another dungeon later. You should absolutely save and reduce, reuse, recycle your own content, especially if it's your own. Not even a joke. I have an MG42, 4 of them to be fair. Oh my gosh. A modern D&D campaign is something I've always wanted to try and never gotten around to, but that sounds fun. I absolutely agree with that, John. That's a really cool way to use this. And you just have it, like if you want it, especially to be a situation where, it's not just like guaranteed once they make it past a certain checkpoint. You just rolling on your end as a GM, and the more clues that they find or the more they explore, just like passively, and that can actually be a really great way to not necessarily build in a shortcut, but to build in sort of anti-stuck, if that makes sense. So you could build in this sort of like check where the more of it they explore, the more likely they are to maybe have, this passive intelligence check go through. And that, like I said, that could be like an interesting anti-stuck where the more that they explore, theoretically, the more things that they're finding, but maybe they're not asking the right questions. Maybe they're not doing the right things in the right places. And so, especially if you're worried about that as a DM, if you're worried like, oh man, like this is a bit of a difficult puzzle, but I don't just want to give my players a clue or a hint, putting that against their passive intelligence could be a really interesting way to reward some people with with high intelligence or with high insight or high investigation, whatever. Could be an interesting way to reward those people, while also essentially having an anti-stuck measure where, the more they're banging their head against the wall and they're exploring around and they're trying to find something to figure it out, the more likely that anti-stuck is to proc. It's an interesting idea. I've never run anything like that, but that's very interesting.
Sunny days, chasing the dragons away, on our way to where the air is clear. Can you tell me how to kill some dragons?
Go ahead.
I got nothing.
Roll perform check.
Performance check.
Yes.
Oh!
What is it?
Fell off the table, and it is A 6. But plus 13.
Okay.
Wait, plus 14.
Plus 14. Okay. So, okay. So as you guys begin strolling up, immediately you see torches.
Hands up, no weapons.
Yeah, guards come forward. 2 of them with knocked crossbows. Who goes that?
Hey, you guys!
They look over. They don't really recognize. They're all kind of looking on this source of singing crossbows.
It's a magic carpet ride, except we burned our magic carpet so we can...
The guards slowly drop their crossbow. What's your business?
Oi, that's not necessary. We're friends.
You've already got enough mouths to feed. Move along.
We're not looking for food. We're here to provide aid if we can, if it's in need. People need our help.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, shit.
Persuasion. You?
I know.
Rogue?
Do it.
10.
I'm so proud of you.
While their crossbows are notched, they haven't lowered them completely. They're still on guard and still nervous of your approach.
We also think there's a woman with you named Elowin. She knows us. We'd like to speak to her. We'll wait here.
One of them notches over the other one. One of the guards who was paying attention walks away, and they all raise their crossbows again and just kind of train them on you guys for the next few minutes.
I mean, it's really not necessary. Even if you were to lose those, it would just be a tickle. I mean, trust me, we come from restaurant, all right?
Don't you remember us?
Yeah.
Western?
Winter's Crest Festival,
Vox Machina?
Grog,
All the
How
eyes.
could you forget us?
Wilhelm.
One of the guards kind of takes a moment and kind of gives you an eye and just goes, I remember seeing you around town. You were... Oh, man. It's good to see you.
Right? Yeah, I know.
Hey.
Sorry if we gave you any trouble back in the day. I was young and stupid.
Why don't you all lower your crossbows for a second?
I mean no offense, but we're very guarded with your kind at the moment.
Right? Yeah, understandable. Right.
Dude, I was just about to write that down. I was like, they have to bring that up. If they're West Run refugees, they have to bring that up. There we go.
We just actually came from West Run. It seems to be a bit occupied at the moment.
And he's with us. So
He's different than the other guy, see?
not
He's
at
got a
all.
beard.
No, this came about my own. It's just like, I just got the genetics for it.
At which point, the guard that had left comes back with Elowin. And she walks up with her tightly braided, kind of reddish hair with a little bit of gray on the sides that you can probably has come since the last time you've seen her, and the experience of having her child gone so long has taken a physical toll on her, but there's a smile on her face. Now she kind of looks over and focuses her eyes.
Elowin.
That's them! That's them! Let them in! And she runs forward immediately and just gives a big hug to you, Vex, and starts moving through, and, you know, just this big smile and surprise, and you can see her little boy Simon come up to the side there. Simon, who last time you saw, you were retrieving him from the pocket dimension that the Dread Emperor had called his domain. At which point, there's a few quick pleasantries as she says hello again. She says, please come in. Please, it's fine. They're trustworthy, and the guards kind of nod, and they follow behind, just not in an aggressive way, but just a being careful kind of a way. So you have two armed individuals flanking you the entire walk that you guys are doing, but it's at ease.
Keyleth goes up to Simon.
Hi.
How old are you now?
This many.
He puts up 9 fingers.
Grown up so well.
Thank you.
And I just give him a big hug.
He kind of freezes up. He's got a little shy at the interaction.
I kneel down next to them and I say, do you want to see something cool? Look at this. And I take off the serpent belt and
Jesus.
put it around my
Out
neck.
of these children.
I named him after you. He's my pet. Do you want to? He's gentle as a lamb. Do you want to tickle his neck?
Yes?
Yeah. Here, you hold him. Oh God! I set it down around his neck. Don't worry, nothing's gonna happen.
Thank you, Mr. Multi. I am feeling a lot better. I'm still not 100% yet, but I'm feeling very, very good.
It's fine.
He locks up again. Seems to have, snakes and women have the same reaction to this poor little boy.
Simon, fart in his ear. Go ahead and fart in his ear.
He gives you a stern look, and the snake kind of traps around for a second.
Keyleth does a little wind gust and goes
Starts laughing, reaches up and kind of rubs his ear from the tickle.
It's good to see you again, kiddo. Come here, Simon Jr. I'll put it back now.
He has a big smile on his face now.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
While that was happening, I sort of pulled aside his mother. Is this everyone that made it out of Western?
So, we're one group. Many went to Paimon, but they're at capacity now, and based on many of the farming fields that were destroyed or burned by the dragon ransacking, there's only so much food to go around, so they had to turn us away. But there were some small farming communities along the river that were kind enough to take us in, and we're getting by.
But you're searching for a home.
Well, hoping to find out if anything takes care of the...
Acting something that you are not is tough. Is very tough in RP. I do not I do not disagree. And it's one of the reasons that at the end of the day, you're always going to have weaknesses as a DM, no matter how long you work on it. But I think that the pursuit, I don't want to say the pursuit of perfection, but the pursuit of getting everything, of eliminating those weaknesses is good in and of itself. That's why, like, I think no matter how good you think you are at DMing, you should always be doing VOD review. You should always be like, you know, being critical about your DMing if it's something you want to improve. If you're good with your weaknesses and you're chilling and you're totally fine with it, more power to you. But if you want to be the absolute best DM you can be, it's just like a skill you have to work on for your entire life. You know, you never stop working on it. And RPing kids is something that a lot of people are not very good at. Because I think, and I'm not saying this necessarily about Matt. I have no idea, you know, Matt's personal life or personality, but I think a lot of people don't like really being around kids all that much, honestly. And thereby do not think about them when they RP them. Another weakness is Matt knowing how snowy areas work with snow. Hell yeah. I mean, what? He's California born and raised, right? That would just make sense. Look no further than TV and movies to see very few adults can write kids as smart or as dumb as they are. They're either always way more infantilized and or helpless or more precocious than they should be. Yeah, it's like the kid in... Oh, man, this is a weird reference. I don't know how well known it is, but the kid in the Book of Henry... The Book of Henry is really weird because Henry is a huge asshole prick that is written to be a super mega genius by everyone around him, but he's actually just a real child. And he's actually kind of written, I think, like a child, but then everyone's lines around him treat him so much differently than how he actually acts. It's very weird. The Book of Henry's a weird movie. But yeah, no, it's tough to write kids. It's tough. You got to spend a lot of time with them to understand it. I think 8th Grade by Bo Burnham is one of the best examples of how to write kids. And really that's, you know, writing, I think still kids at that point, not quite young adults yet, but right on the cusp, you know. I think 8th Grade's an amazing, like, if you really want to up your skill at writing kids, I think that's a great case study in how to do it. Especially, I mean, it's more about like the modern era, but I think a lot of the lessons there you can take into any situation. To be fair, Simon's been traumatized. Also true. I think that, like, you can probably rationalize it for any given thing, but there does eventually become a trend, which is probably what you know, John's more talking about, is like a trend of how Matt plays kids. But yeah, I mean, sometimes even super smart kids don't necessarily act older or smarter. They're just like stealth smart. But that's not the average smart kid, you know. That's probably more of an outlier. Matt went from Florida to California. Yeah. Audiences hate kids that actually act like kids in shows and movies. Yeah. Because I'll say it again. Maybe this is a hot take. I don't know. I think more adults... I think actually most adults like kids less than they say they do. I think most adults don't like they like to put on a front that they like kids, and most of them maybe still like them, but don't like them as much as they portray. Because it's like a cool thing to like it's like a good, noble thing to like kids and to like the next generation. But I think that like deep down, a lot of adults just don't. I don't know. Remind me of Detective Conan. The author is surprisingly good at writing 6-year-olds, and the fact that people keep underestimating the MC's intelligence is kind of a plot point. Hell yeah. I think people don't get that kids are often just as varied as adults. Absolutely. Yeah. Hopefully it's just for you, Ink Charm. I don't have any dropped frames on my end, so cross my fingers that it's just you. Oh, weird, Ink Charm. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, yeah.
Problems in Western. If we should probably talk to Cornelius. I don't know the details of everything happening.
Cornelius, is he the man I saw in the finer robes?
No. Cornelius is rather. He's not very well dressed. He kind of scratches her head. He used to be the bookbinder in Western, but when everything fell apart, he rose up and took the lead in keeping everyone safe. And so, I mean, he won't say it, but we kind of look to him as a leader for now.
Did he work in the Cobalt Reserve?
I think he did business with them, but I don't think he worked directly in it.
Just want to spell this right. Cornelius? Okay, not spelled weird. Cornelius. Okay.
Very well dressed. He kind of scratches her head. He used to be the bookbinder in Western, but when everything fell apart, he rose up and took the lead in keeping everyone safe. And so, I mean, he won't say it, but we kind of look to him as a leader for now.
Did he work in the Cobalt Reserve?
I think he did business with them, but I don't think he worked directly in it. Here, let me take you.
Oh, wonderful.
And she walks over and kind of, as you guys are talking to Simon, she scoops Simon up and kind of pulls him to her side and kind of gives you guys a smile acknowledgement. Come. Did you guys?
We're meeting Cornelius.
Who's Cornelius?
He's a bookbinder.
Never heard of him.
You guys are led through. Most of the folks kind of stop what they're doing and pay attention. Some look wary and guarded. Others, you see their faces brighten up as they begin to connect the dots between the whispers they've heard of Vox Machina throughout the landscape and the individuals walking through. Most everyone seems to have a somewhat visceral emotional reaction once Grog passes by. It does catch you, as a person who's always kind of stuck out against the society as it was, and you've worked hard to a degree to get some respect, especially in that city. Having so many eyes on you, and you can feel the while unearned from your standpoint, the heaps of hatred that are thrust upon you by how you look right now is uncomfortable. Eventually, the guards and Elwyn bring you guys up to a central tent around what looks like the larger bonfire in the center, where a lot of people are starting to bring their big nets of fish over and starting to kind of divvy it out and set up small cooking arrangements so people for the evening could have their dinner. She kind of walks up to the edge of the tent and speaks to one of the guards, mentions you guys, and they're wanting to talk to Cornelius. The guard leans in, shouts off the side,
Cornelius, we've got some visitors. Is that okay?
a voice kind of muffles through.
That's fine. Go ahead and let him in.
The guard pulls open the tent, and at this point, Elwyn says, I'm gonna go get my son some food. If you need anything, just ask around.
We'll see you again.
Thank you, guys. Again. She kind of rubs Simon's head and walks off, and as she walks off with him, he keeps looking over his shoulder at you the whole time, kind of big smile on his face. You guys walk into the tent, and it smells like a tent that's been lived in for a couple weeks. The interior is not fancy by any means. It's blankets and burlap and whatever functions to kind of guard against the relatively muddy shores of the river. And you get a sense that most places here, just because of the landscape and how close it is to the river, mud is tracked everywhere. So it's mostly caked ground. There is a small cot on the far edge, and there is a table set up and some elements of dried fish that are kind of being pulled from and stacked on the side. And there are two guards, and you can see what appears to be Cornelius coming to greet you as you enter. A man in his mid-40s, blondish hair with a scruffy, unkept beard. You get the sense that he's a working man. His hands look calloused. He's got a layer of just dirt and grime across his brow that tells you he's...
What the hell? Thought my internet hiccuped earlier. I mean, Ink Charm said that mine seems good. Seems like it might just be the YouTube player. Cause I'm getting excellent from YouTube. I'm getting excellent from Twitch, and I don't have any network dropped frames on my end. So it seems like it's probably the YouTube player? Huh. Mine is fine. Interesting. If you're having issues on YouTube, go over to Twitch. It seems like, honestly, Twitch is a little bit more consistent, unfortunately, because I think YouTube has a better player. But, I mean, if it's working for you, then obviously don't worry about it. But yeah, I think it's on YouTube's end, not mine.
He's definitely one who gets in the thick of it when it's needed, and you can kind of see why in this circumstance people put trust into a person that can rise up amongst all the chaos from simple means and kind of prove themselves to want to help everybody. And the moment he smiles, you immediately see also why people follow him. He's got this bright, toothy white smile, and he puts his hand out immediately to each of you. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Cornelius.
Vexolia.
So, I'm told that you are all here to talk to me. What's this about?
We know that you've been driven out of your homes by an attack of dragon or dragons. How many have menaced your city?
Well, we had a council saying that we had upwards 3 dragons that came through here and tore into the city. And they were gone for a while. We had hoped they weren't going to return, but that's when he kind of looks over to you, Grog. That's when the savages came in and took what was left. I mean no offense to that. I recognize you. I've seen you around the town before. You seem like you're not like your ilk.
No, I'm sorry I don't know who you are.
That's okay. No one really knows who I am, and I want to keep it that way when all this blows over.
Understandable.
Don't like all the attention.
How long have you been nomadic for?
We're going into our 2nd week now, I think. We sent a few of our most able-bodied up north in hopes of trying to figure out if the city was safe to return to, and, well, only a few made it back, and those that did said it was a bloodbath.
It's quite dangerous there right now.
It's rough.
Yeah.
How many do you have here in your encampment with you?
Let's see. He kind of takes a moment to think and kind of does a couple marks on the dirt in front of him to do a count. You can see he's not a very numbers-guided person.
I like him.
I'd say we got probably about close to 60, 70 people left. We used to have more. And we lost the scouting parties up north.
So your ilk has a negative connotation? I think, yeah, I would say your ilk has a negative connotation. It's more negative than your kind. I don't know about that. Your ilk, ooh. I can only say this for me and how I've heard it used colloquially. But to me, your kind has a more racist connotation, and your ilk has a more who you choose to associate with connotation. I think they're both negative things. But yeah, one of them is more like who you are versus who you choose to associate with is more like your ilk. At least how I interpret it. Both of them are negative to me. Yeah. Reloaded and it's working fine now. Okay. It's good. Ilk is more social and class, but yeah, they're meant as a slight. Yeah. Definitely meant as a slight, I would say. Yeah. Same in the USA, your kind sounds racist. Yeah, I would absolutely say your kind sounds racist. Which, I mean, in this situation, they're probably a little racist. I mean, they kind of called it out. They're like, hey, we're a little nervous about... So I don't blame Matt for playing them that way.
North, and these past 4 days we've had a few.
Would be a good, more neutral way to say your kind in terms of D&D race/species, your people? I would say your people is a less negative connotation, and it would depend on the receiver as to how negative they took it. Curious from a language perspective. Yeah, I mean, and I'm coming at it from a specifically American perspective where, like, racial relations are a big part of our, like, our daily lives and news cycles and whatever. So even your people has a slightly negative connotation to me. I don't really think there's a way to say I honestly don't know if there is a way, from my, again, very American perspective, to talk about someone's race very broadly and be like, people like you, like referring to their race. I don't know if there's a way to say that without a negative connotation from my perspective. But I recognize that might be a particular perspective, that is not necessarily universal. Depends on the receiver. Yeah. Totally matter, like tribe or clan. That's true. People from your tribe or people from your clan, that speaks to a more specific experience. And honestly, in general, if you can speak to personal relationships with a smaller and more specific group, I think that will always come off less bad. So like people from Chicago, much less worse than like much less negatively connotated than like referring to someone's race. Kind of no matter what you say. Like I talk shit on people from Missouri all the time. And clearly there are plenty of great people from Missouri, but also sometimes people use that as dog whistles. So like people from this area is just a way of saying their race without actually saying it. So that's still even a little bit shaky ground, Yeah, no problem. I try to educate myself, but sometimes there are implications I'm not fully aware of due to language and cultural use differences. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, and even there can be like different idioms that apply in different cultures. Like, yeah, I totally get it. BG3 already taught me how loaded you're one of the good ones. Oh my God. You're one of the good ones is maybe the craziest thing you could say. That would be wild. That would be like a hard stop for me. To be clear, IRL, I never speak like that, kind of racial. No, absolutely. I totally get you. But anyways.
These orcish fuckers been raiding the outskirts of our camp every night and taking goods, people.
What's your current destination?
We got none. We're just staying here and staying alive.
What made you camp out here?
Fish, mainly. I mean, all the farming grounds are destroyed or they're being guarded currently, and there's no space for us in Kaimel. We can keep going east, but...
If I could be selfish for a moment, have you seen Wilhelm? Pike Trickfoot, her grandfather.
A small, older gnome?
Yeah, we got a few older gnomes from the city. I don't think we have any among us, though, no.
Fine. I thought I'd ask.
If we could help you relocate quite a ways away, would you be open to that?
How do you mean?
There's a city. A lot of the refugees from other cities that have been destroyed by the dragons are finding their way there, and
Percy actually has family who's in charge there.
We could give you safe passage. Very quick safe passage.
Can they account for 70 extra people in Whitestone?
We lost a lot during the attack with the Briarwoods. There's room, but we can maybe make room for a few more.
There's farmland. There are some empty buildings.
I appreciate the offer.
It hasn't been touched by dragons yet.
Yet. I'll tell you what. We greatly appreciate the offer, and we're liable to take you up on that at some point in the near future. But right now, we have too many of our people that aren't accounted for to the south. We got a couple scouting groups that are trying to find out where these orcs are, where they've taken them, and see if we can retrieve our own before we go ahead and find a new place to live.
How many are missing right now?
Oh, well, we've lost 11 in the last few nights of exchange to Blade, and we've lost about 9 to the actual bands themselves, so those 9 unaccounted for, we're hoping to keep up on.
If we found them, would you be more likely to take your people to somewhere safe?
And what is necessarily stopping you from at least sending a handful of women and children ahead? Families that don't need to be nomadic.
Do you have the means to keep them safe for that kind of travel? That's a long way up to Whitestone. We don't have the guards to keep them up on that.
We have very safe means of travel.
A shortcut, one would say.
They'd be there in an instant.
I don't know anything about them weird magic stuff, but you seem like a reliable group.
You can tell we're a motley bunch of assholes. We've seen shit and we've done shit and we can do shit.
Yeah, that's the truth. Well,
we'd also like to talk to you, perhaps, to see if you've seen some shit. We're looking for something out here.
Oh.
Are we?
We are. Well, you've been traveling we're looking for a creature who may have what we need to help defeat these dragons.
Possibly a bit deeper into the Frostworld.
Into the Frostwheel.
Yes.
That's what we're thinking our scouts are saying these orcs are holed up anyway.
Really?
Yeah, that's useful.
Yes, that's where we've been sending our folk. And follow them out there.
Is
Only
there
one
anyone-
group went in after them and they never came back, so...
No one's returned who's come back?
No, we've gotten one group that came back. That's how we know they're there, but they were just
They have?
scouting party. They got to the outskirts and came back.
Can we speak to them?
I think they're out right now, actually. I want to get more information. Sorry.
Well, that works out well, then. That's, we can go up that direction, perhaps take care of this problem, possibly?
Yes.
It's on the way.
I wouldn't mind a good stretch.
Kill some orc.
I could use some breathing.
Do you know your way around the Frostfield at all?
Can't say I do, but I do have some stickiness personally. Don't mind me asking. I don't have much to offer you. At all, really, other than my gratitude. But, on top of a few friends of ours that have found their way wherever these savage creatures are stationed. One of the individuals that was taken in the raid 2 nights ago was my brother Cyrus. Don't know if he's still amongst the living, but if you are indeed planning on taking a look at where these orcs are, and bringing folks back safe, you could just keep an eye out for them.
Well, I'll tell you, in times like these, it will feel good to be able to do a bit of good.
Wait, what? It wasn't Sadius. Cyrus. Been reading too much Words of Radiance. Cyrus.
Yeah.
What does your brother look like?
He's about 15 years younger than me. Shaggy brown hair, bit of a puffy goatee. He looks like a lazy man. He is a lazy man, but I love him. If you're looking for someone who's hiding in the corner shaking the boots, it's probably him.
Understood.
Check the quarters.
It's his defense mechanism.
A very safe one.
I hope. His eyes go a little colder at that moment. I hope.
Well, we've been to the Frostworld before. I'm not afraid to go in there again.
I say we take the evening to rest and first thing in the morning head out.
Would there be any injured members of your camp that would want to head out in the morning to Whitestones?
Did I miss this, or are the orcs... And this might be like a previous knowledge thing that the characters have, but are these orcs in the Frostweald? Like, are they from the Frostweald? Because I remember when they talked about their initial incursion into the Frostweald, that they went past basilisks, but I don't remember orcs. Cat is cuddling with you right now. Thank you. Okay, I think we're far enough through for me to I think this is new info. Is it new? So in terms of new info, did I miss it, or are the orcs from the Frostweald?
Somebody that needs any...
Did we say where the orcs are coming from, or are they just like a random raiding party and we don't know where they're from? Are they from South? Because that honestly changes my opinion on it, if they are or not. 42-33. You know what? Actually, I can just look at the transcript just to make sure, because it definitely changes my opinion on it. What the fuck? 42-33. I think it's random and not known. Interesting. Okay. Well, then we'll have to say they got to the outskirts. Okay. Huh. So here's the thing. And this is we're getting like a few general hooks here. One of them is ostensibly random. Just seems like a general side quest of like this orc raid taking Cornelius's brother. The faction in general, and you know, like what's to be done about this refugee faction from Westrun, but that is related back to Westrun. And then we have one very minor hook about this scouting party that has been ranging close to the Frostweald, which is where the players actually want to go. And this scouting party very easily could have an Osisa related hook. Oh my gosh, is YouTube fucking up? Man. Unless I'm going to try to keep pushing forward, even if I totally continue to ask because I want to know and I want you to be able to, go, compare with other people. But unless I see something on my monitoring tools, I'm probably going to keep pushing forward. But apparently YouTube is drunk tonight. I don't know. But so we essentially have, I would say, these 3 hooks. But the thing about it is that they're not, all hooks are not created equal. So there's the refugee hook, the, what do we call it? Cyrus hook, and the scouting hook. And the scouting hook is the one that the players
Warning,
actually
ad
want.
incoming.
Ah,
Take cover.
Okay, I'll talk about this when we get back from the ad because it is maybe a slightly longer conversation. Must have been my feed only. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it sucks that YouTube's having so many issues with it. I don't know. Maybe I'll look into it. Maybe there's something I can do on my end. I'm not sure if there is. Well, what I should say is if there is, I don't know what it is. But I'll try to look into it. Because YouTube's not giving me any feedback that anything went wrong. So I don't know. Very odd though. Very odd. And I'm not seeing any dropped frames on this end, so I don't know. But anyways, take a quick ad break and then we will be right back and we will talk about what I think of this. Take a pee, get some water, hydrate or dihydrate. Goodbye. All right, we're back. What's up, everybody? Okay. So, these hooks. This is my problem with these hooks. So we have the refugee hooks, the Cyrus hook, and the scouting hook. This scouting hook is the one that they actually want, and it was hidden behind a question. Like, I would have, if you wanted to have the refugees here, I would have made this the more prominent one. Like, they overhear guards talking about these scouts and something that they saw and whatever. But barring that, why am I being critical of the refugees in the first place? Because I think that this hook, I don't know about it. Because here's kind of the thing. And I think, I don't want to say Matt's like a victim of his own success here, but Matt spent the first 3 to 4 sessions of this arc really hitting home how fucked they are against these dragons. Like, really, really hammered it home. Really, really hammered it home. So they don't want to fight the dragons without more. And then he says, okay, you need to go and gather allies. That's what Allura told them to do. They go to gather allies. Their allies tell them, hey, we'll send, we'll send Kima to Whitestone, but mainly you need to get the vestiges of divergence. And so it's like, okay, we'll go get the vestiges of divergence. And they go and get one. And it's fine. It is not like just this, what is it? The Nightwalkers? Not the Nightwalker. I always call it the Nightwalker. The Deathwalker's Ward, I think. Deathwalker's Ward is fine. It's a good magic item. It's not like an artifact, though. It's not nearly that powerful. So having that is not going to make or break them against Vorugal. And Matt went through great pains to show them exactly how powerful these dragons are and really hit home that Thordak is more powerful than that. So, and everything that we've seen since has only added to that. Raishan tore open the rift in her human form. Fucking 2 of the dragons went and burned down Draconia. Like, everything that we've gotten has just hit home the power of these dragons. And they've said, you need allies, you need items. Then Matt introduces Westrun, first through Kima. Kima says, I'm going to go get Allura, follow me to Westrun. They say no. They say, no, we're not going to do that. They go off and do something else. Then they come back and they say, we're going to go to Osisa's mate because he knows where they know where the vestiges are. Or they know at least where some of them are. So we're going to go do that. On the way to that, Matt says, hey, but what about Westrun? And fair enough. Another vestige is there, the Titanstone Knuckles, and it's related to a player backstory. But the issue with the player backstory is that the player backstory is all about how soundly Grog got thumped by this dude. So even that player backstory also has this connotation of this adversary that is much more powerful than the party. And he's obviously not as powerful as the dragons, but when you're already in that dragon mentality of we can't fight these things, they're too powerful for us, we need to prepare, I think that makes your players much more likely to say they're already in that mindset of we have to avoid powerful adversaries. I think it makes sense that Grog would want to avoid going after his Uncle Kevdak. So then the players say no to Westrun again. They've said no twice at this point. They said no to Kima, and then they said no here. Even after having more bait on the hook. Because when they first said no to Kima, they didn't know that a vestige was there. I don't even think they knew about the vestiges in general at that point. So there's more bait on the hook of why they should go to Westrun, and they still said no. So that's why I don't love the refugees. Like, in this Windwalk transport sequence, you as the DM have pretty full power over what they see, what they perceive, what they encounter. Like, I don't, the continent is big, and I don't subscribe to the fact that if they were flying in a direct, straight line, as the crow flies, between where they were and the Frostweald, that they just so happened to run into this refugee camp. It's a little bit of a stretch for me. It's believable within the fiction that, like, theoretically they could have run into this, but it strains coincidence just enough for me to be like, okay, Matt chose to put that there. Like, he chose to have them run into it. And you do have to, in Windwalk type travel sequences, I talked about this with the Marrowglade Lock, you have to put them in front of things that they'll be interested in. The trouble is, they have directly stated in no uncertain terms that they don't want to do Westrun right now. And so then I'm like, okay, you want to introduce the refugees. They're here. It works in the world, whatever. Give them something Osisa related. But Matt didn't. Like, this scouting mission, he only gave them after they directly asked for it. And it was after he had already, like, and then he immediately gave them a much more, like, direct thing with this Cyrus business, with this totally, ostensibly, I think it's good, and Matt is good enough that I trust that this Cyrus questline will somehow work into either Westrun or Osisa. But ostensibly, from the outside, the players don't know what it is going to interact with. Audience doesn't know what it's going to interact with. Like, I trust Matt as a good DM that it will interact with something. It's not just going to be like a bottle episode when they have so much more to deal with. But I don't know, presenting kind of these three hooks, but hiding this one, which is the one that they have expressed like that they would actually want. To me, this is where you start to, a lot of times I talk about like, it gives the appearance of railroading, or it's reminiscent of railroading. But this is where, to me, the lines of DM control become a little bit unignorable, and that breaks my immersion a lot. Of like, we have repeatedly stated that we don't want to go to Westrun, and DM has control over what we notice, what we perceive, what we just happen to run into. And so when DM keeps giving you Westrun stuff, it makes it really feel like he wants you to go to Westrun and he wants you to deal with it, you know? I don't know. Did I miss something? Are the refugees asking them to go on to Westrun? No, but they're refugees because of the situation in Westrun. And they are nervous, rightly so, about going anywhere else. Like, the implication with refugees generally is that they want to go back to their home. You know, they want to go back to Westrun. So that is more pushing to deal with Westrun, to deal with the problem, you know? So I think that's what I would say about that, is like, there's not like an explicit push that the refugees are going back to Westrun, but giving them more and more and more Westrun stuff makes it feel like you want them to deal with it, you know? It feels like if this was Dimension 20, I could almost guarantee that the players would be going back to Westrun. Because Brennan has put 3 separate hooks in front of them. DM has put 3 separate hooks in front of them to go there and to do it. He has minis prepped. You know what I'm saying? We have a combat set piece we need to get through. Go to fucking Westrun. So that's the tough part, but I don't think that sort of thing works here. Like, Critical Role's a very different type of show. The players don't want to do that. It's much more open. It's supposed to be more sandboxed, less linear. And so that's why even if you wanted to have the refugees, you wanted to have Cyrus, I would try to highlight this scouting mission, these scouts more. And you saw the moment that Matt mentioned the scouts, Percy's immediately like, oh, we could go and talk to them and blah, blah, blah. And that's a very reasonable thing. If you wanted to introduce the refugees as a faction, but still keep with what the players are choosing to engage with in your story, it's very reasonable to introduce these scouts, or even to be like, oh, the scouts were captured by the orcs. If you still want to have them go after the orcs and you want to have them do that little like mini episode, you can just say like, oh, actually, like we did have a scouting party that went pretty deep into the Frostweald and, sent a messenger back that they found something, but then we haven't heard from them since. This was their last known location. Like, there are absolutely ways that you can do that. And you can have Cyrus, the brother, be the leader of the scouting party, or just be involved or be, on board. Like, there are absolutely ways to do that where it still leads toward Osisa. But the two things that the refugees actually want, like their actual things that they asked for actively, are not related to Osisa in the slightest. And when the party asked about the scouting party, they're like, oh yeah, the scouting party went down there. Like, oh, a hook. And it's like, oh, are they back? And it's like, no, they're actually out right now. No, you can't talk to them. No, thank you. The plot hook that goes towards Osisa, go out and find them separately. So there's just a lot of implication and a lot of pushing in directions that seem non-intuitive and a little bit railroady, To me, it felt more like a meta reason where they want to wait for Ashley to get back, so I don't see the scouts as being no Westrun meta. So are you essentially saying... Oh, I'm talking about... Sorry. To clarify with, like, the scout hook, I'm talking about the ones that went towards the Frostweald. Right. Did I miss something? Was Cyrus in the scouting party that went towards the Frostweald? I don't know. I don't know. I don't really get the wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Not even if they're not intended as such. Yeah, exactly. It's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge sort of thing. I don't really get the impression that Matt wants them to go to Rest One right now. I could be wrong though. I honestly don't think that Matt consciously wants them to do that, but everything that he's presenting them is directing them in that direction, unless they are actively asking and digging for it, I think it's less about intent and more like they say no to Westrun for now, and the very first thing they encounter in the wilds is related to Westrun. Yeah, exactly. It is like the proximity of like they say no to Westrun, and then they immediately encounter something Westrun related. And that's a choice. Like that's an active choice on the DM's part. You know what I'm saying? It can feel like the DM pushing for something, even if that's not the intention. Yeah. The scouts were looking for kidnapped refugees, weren't they? Or did I completely misinterpret that? I think that was my understanding as well. Is like the scouts went towards the Frostweald looking for the kidnapped refugees, which the kidnapped refugees included Cyrus. And so, but the scouts didn't find anything and then they came back. Or am I conflating the two different scouting groups? I thought that there was a scouting group that went north and is like still doing their thing. And then there was a scouting group that went south looking for the orcs and Cyrus. And this one is the one that Vox Machina would want. And they are the ones that are not there right now. I may be conflating the two different scouting groups on accident. Because there are two. To me, it's world building, not hooks. I would argue that they're the same thing. As a GM, you world build off table. Like you world build out like totally off table. The way that you present your world is storytelling and hooks, just inherently, because it's every session is a pie. Every session you have a set amount of time to deliver your world. Like, Matt's not getting through even close to everything that he has for Exandria. So everything that he chooses to include in a session is explicitly meaning that he's not including other things. And that has implications. Like, what you choose to include in a book, in a story, in an interview, in a television show, like, there's only a set amount of time. So if you choose to include something, there's a reason for it. And that's what I mean by hooks. So, like, I think that these refugees are meant to build out the West Run hook, right? Like, there is a West Run hook, and these refugees are there to build that out. This is a consequence of what's happening with Umbrasyl and with Kevdak and whatever. This is more blushing out. This is more filling out of that quest hook, or of that quest line, right? And it's a hook on another way to potentially deal with it. We know Vox Machina loves leading revolutions from the Briarwood arc. So, like, to me, I see this as a force that could be militarized. You know? I think you said the scouts, the missing scouts and Cyrus are the same hook. Okay. I think he said the scouts went looking for the refugees, didn't come back. Okay. In that case, I like that. I like the scout hook then, especially then. I already liked it. I think that's even better. If the scouts that went looking for the refugees didn't come back, and that's like Cyrus and all that, solid. But I don't think he presented it in the right order. If that makes sense. Like, all of this is primarily, to me, about Westrun, and any Osisa stuff is secondary that they had to dig out, you know? In my campaign, my players once went to a particular region for a MacGuffin. To build up what happens to that region, I had them encounter gnolls that seemed to belong to a different faction, and they learned from NPCs that there are different gnoll tribes warring with each other, and that this conflict might become bad for everyone else. The party wasn't interested in this hook. They had their random encounters, got the MacGuffin, and left. Yeah. Which, I mean, you were pushing them towards learning more about the region because you chose to include that, and then they ignored it, which is kind of like the Western stuff, you know? If you think the hook is the scouting group that went south towards the Frostweald, then yes, that's a hook. It says Matt wants the party to head to the Frostweald, as there are now two reasons, refugees and Osisa's mate. Sort of. Yes. I agree with you, but the refugees as a whole are also a hook, if that makes sense. And before we know the direction that Cyrus went, like this is how it was presented to us, and maybe later it would coincidentally turn out to be south. Then this isn't like ostensibly an Osisa hook, you know? But I think that the refugees just existing is a larger hook towards the entire Westrun thing, and us learning about it right now, I think is the big hook. Because, like, they were headed towards the Frostweald. They could have, I mean, even if you wanted to make this a little bit more focused, they don't need to encounter the refugees right now. They could encounter the scouts right now. Or they could encounter the orcs right now and learn about the refugees through that encounter. And that encounter is the thing that also progresses them towards Osisa. And then when they get to the refugees, it makes more sense why the refugees trust them. Because right now they have, you know, one person sticking up for them, and and this dude is about to send all of the the helpless people with them through a magical tunnel. right after a bunch of powerful people started collaborating with Umbrasyl, and one of the magical people that you're sending all of your helpless, population with looks a whole lot like the folks that just collaborated with Umbrasyl. Like, that's a lot of trust. So if you flip this around and you introduce them to the scouts and Cyrus and the orcs before the refugees, all of a sudden they learn things about Osisa. They can move on to Osisa. The scouts can tell them where the refugee camp is, because you would assume that the refugee camp is relatively hidden to stay secret from Umbrasyl, but we're going to ignore that for now. And we're going to assume that, although we do have confirmation that Umbrasyl ranges further than Thordak, but we're going to ignore that. We're going to assume that Umbrasyl does not go far enough to see the refugees, but that the refugees were visible enough that the party happened to see them from Windwalk. We're going to ignore that. We're going, I think that there's a lot of benefits towards doing this Cyrus and the scouting party and the orcs, because it can give them the Osisa information and then give them the refugee in, so that when they get there, they can be a lot more cordial with them. And it actually makes sense why the dude is just going to send off the weak people with them. Yeah, I don't know. The players don't have half an hour to overthink this. Grog is actually the only one that isn't a magic person. Look, I know that the players don't have the ability to overthink it as much as I do. But these things are all still there. It doesn't mean that they don't perceive them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's an overall vibe to your campaign of, like, I see this as Matt repeatedly directing them towards Westrun, even when they get rid of the point, even when they get rid of that. So, I don't know.
Medical attention.
There are plenty of folks who aren't feeling too well. Illness and disease, unfortunately, tend to go hand in hand with these type of nomadic lifestyles. Yeah, we can probably have about 7 or 8 people that could use some relatively immediate attention. A couple survivors of the recent raids. If you can indeed do this, we might be saving some lives here.
Are we camping the rest of the night?
Yes.
That's why I said.
Yeah, we promise you no one will bother you tonight.
Question. Can I do my transport via plans as a ritual cast to not burn a slot level?
Nope. It would say it next to the spell ritual.
That's what I thought. Okay, Keyleth spends the rest of the evening burning up my remainder spell slots to do curing on those who need it.
Okay. You guys are given a relatively ramshackle tent, which you can sleep for the evening. Cooked fish, that's about all they have to offer, with a few leftover potatoes that appear to have been recently either located amongst their remaining crates. You have no idea, but a passable meal is presented if you'd like, and a place that has cloth over your head.
I don't need to sleep tonight. I'll be on the watch.
Boy.
Should we scout
I'm
the
sleeping
camp?
tonight. I don't know what's wrong with him.
I know he said there are no gnomes, but...
There's only 60 people. I feel like he'd know 60.
Yeah.
That's like this many, but...
And it's not a lot of gnomes. I'm assuming it's a handful of gnomes.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know, I wish Pike were here.
Yeah, me too.
Always wish Pike was here.
Well,
You do recall, last time you were in Whitestone, you left the other half of your Gatestone with Pike.
I'll write a letter.
Want to write a letter?
I'll write a letter that will travel with them to Whitestone and
Oh, that's a good idea. That's wonderful, and she can pop over.
take about a minute.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, we'd have to send them tonight, though.
No.
In the morning.
Maybe go in the morning and just go find her immediately.
Yeah, just task someone to find her immediately, and then as soon as she gets the message, she'll be to us.
All right.
I've still got the other one.
Great, we take the night then.
I write a letter to my sister letting her know that I do apologize that we're sending more people, but it's necessary. And I write a letter insisting that Pike be sent via Stone immediately.
Okay.
DEARCASS, how are you? I'm fine.
What the fuck are you
Everybody else is too.
Wow, you know what I'm doing! What was that?
You are a nerd.
A theater nerd,
Yeah, you are a theater nerd.
Wow.
Secret Garden, ladies and gentlemen.
Secret Garden the musical. It's magical.
All right, guys. So,
We have the break so Tals and I can go make out.
I've never seen Secret Garden.
What, in the other room?
Don't go on break for that. Just move your seating arrangement.
Wait, so
And suddenly the YouTube hits just go through the roof.
what injured people are going back? Have we met these people yet? Can we meet let's go meet the
find
injured.
the injured.
Yeah.
So you guys are led with Keyleth as well. There are like 2 armed guards that are like hobbling their way through their patrols tonight, as they've wounded in the previous orc raid that happened in the couple nights beforehand. There are a number of just relatively sick people, a couple of children, just either whether it be having to eat whatever was around to stay alive, but some of the food had spoiled in travel, or just catching disease, as when you have clusters of people in cold environments, especially cold, wet environments like this tonight, it does tend to happen. Nothing like seriously life-threatening, but definitely worrisome.
Well, I've tried to find the one who's the most able-bodied, right? We're going to need someone to go find Pike or deliver a message, right?
Yes.
It's going to be whoever's organizing it. And
Is someone going? Is someone going who's not injured to transport these people?
Possibly. I mean, you can organize whoever you'd like.
Yeah.
Well, I started
Somebody
tending to
you can
the
bring along.
children first.
Okay. So you tend to the children, helping them feel comfortable, deal with any wounds, scrapes, relative inconveniences, and it's easy enough for you to take the moment to cure disease if need be.
Can we find any families with children and maybe see if there's able bodies in there
That's a good
that we
idea.
can send through?
Okay. Yeah, you managed to, and with Elwyn and her son Simon as well.
Yes. Maybe Ella we can go.
Elwyn would be perfect.
Well, remember, we were able to get about 25 or so people through.
How many
last
sick
time
people are
as
there?
well. How many sick people?
Seven?
It's about 7 or 8 people that could use it, so you can get a bunch of other folks through as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I talked to Elwyn and asked if she can go find Pike in the morning, if she wants to go through and all that kind of stuff.
I'd be happy to.
You remember what Pike looks like?
Yeah, about your size, lightish hair.
Hair, the color of the sunset, eyes like waves that crash in the night, breasts supple, firm.
Okay, let's get it.
True.
Right, yes, I remember. I'll find her, yes.
The smell of morning dew as it touches.
She begins to cover Simon's ears. All right, I think we should turn in for the evening, but yes, I'll be happy to take care of it.
Also of note, you're going to be going through a tree.
What?
Just go with it.
Well, you didn't have to tell them that now. We could just let it been a surprise.
It's really fun, actually.
It's
It's like a little walkway.
No, it's coming.
You'll pop right out in Whitestone.
It's
It's
still a little
amazing.
weird for me.
Is it?
All right.
No worries, yeah.
All right. So as the evening comes to completion, you're taking guard for a good portion of the evening, taking watch.
I pop Trinket out and I sleep on it.
Very attentive.
Curls up. It's
Hugs
like
and hugs.
yeah, warm, fuzzy. Trinket makes for a very good bed for one.
Yes.
I'm going to curl into the butt end, which is all I get. Is all I ever got when we traveled.
Yeah.
The butt end.
But
He
a
farts
Trinket.
on you all the time.
I fart on him all the time.
It's just a fart exchange, back and forth forever. Oh, I got weird. Did you want to do anything for the evening?
No.
Make a perception check.
Oh boy.
Oh, crud. Big two.
Big watch, big watch. 9.
Whoa.
All right. Evening goes by without a hitch.
What would you have seen? What would you have seen?
You all come to consciousness. You eventually get your rest as well for the evening.
What didn't you see? Tell me
At this
what
point,
you didn't see.
the tent city is kind of back to a bustling sound of folks going about their business for the day, what kind of business can be done. The people that you've requested be sent over to Whitestone have been gathered on the outside, the western side of this small city area, and some of the guards are there prepared to greet you in preparation for sending these people over.
Keyleth, before we do this, there are no trees here.
What? What do you mean?
There's
What?
one-
Are there
there's
trees
one
here?
tree.
No. It's a plain. I mean, there are the occasional, like, small tree kind of scattering clusters up
Why
and
didn't
around.
we
but you're in
I
the
thought we were on the edge of a forest.
There's no
forest is
forest
south
here.
of you guys.
We gotta walk them to the
walk 'em to
forest.
the-
How fucking far are trees?
I'd say probably
4 days journey.
No, from this area, it's most of a day's travel.
Oh,
I mean,
jeez.
there are trees closer to the forest. It's that far of
Yeah.
I
we
just
can
need a tree
find-
to.
Dr. Hoovy, I really want to play a Talisman Warlock. I think it seems fun. Because I don't like the Pact of the Tome. But I like Pact of the Talisman as a alternative, like, spellcasting focused warlock. Anyways, so I think, personally for me, I was on the same page as Marisha originally. It's like the idea of these refugees camping out in a big old plain where dragon could easily see them. I mean, the fact that they're on a big old plane makes sense why they could see them from Windwalk. But them just camping out on a big old plane where any dragon could see them is a little odd. I definitely pictured a lot more trees. But separate from that, as a compliment, this is a good way to how do I say it? It's a good conceit for making for making players travel slower because they do have things like Windwalk or Teleport or what have you, but most of those spells cannot do a bunch of people at the same time, and the ones who can, like transportation via plants, have limitations, like you need a tree. So as a DM, if you want to construct a situation where they can't just Windwalk, they can't just teleport, having them have a bunch of followers that can't do the very fast transport, at least like not all at once, until you meet some other criteria, is a decent way to go about it. I lost it. Oh no. I had another thing to say, but I totally lost it. Shit. Well, yeah, it's a decent conceit for forcing them to not fast travel, essentially. Oh, think about it like in a video game when you have like a follower, sorry, you don't have a follower. You're supposed to follow someone, but they will only slow walk and you're like sprinting. So you sprint up to them and then they slow walk and then you sprint up to them and then they slow walk. That's kind of it's kind of like that, where it's like, oh, if you have a quest to follow somebody, or in this case, to have someone follow you, you can't fast travel. You know, if you think about it in like video game terms of like, you know, fast traveling to a waypoint, you'll fail most of those follow missions. So pairing you with someone that can't do the fast travel for some reason, but you have to stay with them, is a good way to force them to not fast travel and to travel through a specific area or point or what have you. How far south we are from Westeron is unclear, true. But I assume south of the area that Umbrasyl flies over looking for people to attack, which that is tough. All I have to compare it to is Thordax sitting on the couch and eating Cheetos. And we have confirmation that he at least flies around the general area. But you're right, we don't know how far he ranges. But, you know, right now, all I have to compare it to is someone who doesn't range at all, and Umbrasyl does range. So it is unclear. It's totally unclear. But it's still definitely a risk. I mean, if someone fucking narked on them, they are not hidden from Umbrasyl at all. Definitely a risky position. Which maybe could be a plot point, could be an interesting plot point of like them being in a risky position and, you know, someone pointing that out, and maybe there being a division in the camp on whether or not to move. There's some interesting faction division that you could do there. But I always just assumed they had to camp, not that they were able to pick the best spot. You could definitely play on that. That's not like overly obvious to me. But also they've been here for like 5 minutes. So that's certainly like a faction division that you could bring up later. Is why the feather token tree is so powerful. I mean, true.
Fit people through. I need a person
giant,
with tree.
A giant
To find a tree large enough to do this is probably going to be about 2 hours walking distance.
Okay,
That's
we can
fine.
walk for 2 hours.
That's
It's a nice
fine.
morning
You know
hike.
what? I'm gonna fly
Why
up.
don't you go?
I'm gonna and fly up and find a fucking tree.
Oh, you're gonna scout?
I'm gonna scout for a tree.
All right, go make a perception check.
Why don't you pick that as the map?
I didn't think about it. I forgot.
That was a great decision.
23.
23. You find actually hiding just around the bend on a series of small hills that butt up against the southwestern side of the Formir Basin. there is a small cluster of trees, one of which is the largest of the group that may function as a functional this that is only about a 30-minute walk from these.
Hey,
That's doable. There we
fly
go.
back down and I tell him. I look along the path though, make sure it's safe. The walking back, like,
Yeah.
is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully nobody saw the comely half-elf flying through the bright blue sky.
I wear turquoise to blend in
Yeah.
with the blue surroundings.
Yeah.
Well, didn't blend in too well, as when you coasted over a number of the families and kids that were prepared for pointing out, Mom, she's flying! And, people were excited to see you just take off into the distance. It was quite a display.
Yes.
Well done.
I do some circles around and wave.
Maybe you could join Dr. Dranzel in the circus.
I hang off of it as I come down, like, woo, and then go back up.
Oh, go ahead and
cold killer,
roll a
that one.
dexterity check.
Dexterity or acrobatics?
Dexterity.
Oh, damn it.
Outstanding.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Outstanding.
It's very low. I will say, Amanda, not to be too contrarian, but if it was a lake, that would make sense, or even like a large pond. But rivers, go for a ways, and so that's again. All of this could make sense. There are all ways that this totally makes sense, and you could absolutely play on that as a DM again in like faction divisions. But just like needing to be next to a river, there are why this spot on the river? Rivers go for a very, very long time, so why this particular spot on said river? Unless the river comes down from Westrun and then loops and then goes back up to Westrun. Maybe this is just the southernmost point on the river. That could be an explanation, but I don't know any of that right now. So right now I don't have a huge indication of any of that. But again, we haven't gotten very far. My big thing, if we're thinking about priorities, me understanding why they're here is not a priority. Not at all. My priority as a DM, displaying this to a player, if I did want to have the refugees come out right now, that is what I wanted, to happen, would be delivering that Cyrus and scouting plot hook, and knowing in retrospect that the Cyrus hook is essentially an Osisa hook, we think at least. Or at least I think that's the implication that I would take away from it. Is that it's the scouting hook is an Osisa hook, the orc hook. The only thing that I would have done is, as Matt made it a little bit more clear. But he does eventually make it more clear once they ask about it. So I can also potentially chalk that up to him just not realizing that it wasn't clear enough. I don't know. This fishing license is specifically for that location only. Yeah. They actually got permission from Umbrasil to be down here. They're refugees, but they're playing like they're a new colony in his empire. And he only gave them permission for this little segment of river, yeah.
Bam!
I said as I come down, it was
Dude, that would be a crazy twist. Is if all of the people here think that they are refugees. Dude, that's a crazy internal division plotline. All of the people here think that they're refugees, but Cornelius actually struck a deal with Kevdak and with Umbrasil. And so as you spend time in the refugee camp, their location becomes weirder and weirder and more odd, and more of the refugees are dissenting, it's oh well, we trust Cornelius, but I don't know why we stopped here, blah blah blah. And it eventually comes out that Umbrasil thinks that this is a colony of his, or Kevdak thinks that, and and Cornelius tells the party oh no, I'm tricking Umbrasil. But then it's is he actually tricking Umbrasil? That could kind of go crazy. I don't think that's what's happening, but that'd be a wild quest line. It's the only spot of on the map that has fishing enabled. Yeah, it's the only one that has those little ripples in the water. It's the only fishing spot, dude.
I was low.
That's as high as you could be, right?
No, that's not what I said.
So as Beck takes a moment to do some unique tricks with her elaborate and long-running experience directing brooms across the sky, she gets a bit cocky and does the look no hands moment. And however, in doing so, the broom sputters out from under the grasp of her legs and suddenly goes limp as it begins to fall,
Oh, shit.
almost as fast as you are. As you both begin to just pull on it.
Grab for it, and hook the as I'm grabbing for it.
Nope.
Go ahead.
Fight the power of the one.
Unfortunately, you don't have any momentum to go forward, and it's already coasted about 15, 20 feet away from you, and there's nowhere to swim. All the kids are like, yay, cheering, and all of a sudden you start falling, and everyone starts yelling.
Which child in the crowd is going to become Robin? I'm so excited.
I want you to go ahead and roll an acrobatics check.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Oh no.
This is how we make a vigilante.
Okay, 25.
Whoa.
25, okay. So you only suffer 9 points falling damage as you hit the ground into a tumble, land, arms out, and catch the broom, smiling amongst the serious pain in your legs and back.
I bet you thought I was really falling.
All the kids are like, yay! Start cheering, clapping, even the parents start clapping, the guards start clapping, like, that was genuinely impressive. Played it off.
Oh, that's so funny.
Just blood trickles out of the air from the brain trauma.
Does the broom just fall, or does it shoot off like a missile? What?
It shoots off for a second, just carrying the momentum of the propulsion, and then it falls limp as it no longer has the immediate connection with the person. But you did catch it after she tumbled.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Working on it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna work on that trick, you guys. It's gonna be amazing.
I think it's perfect.
Blood for the blood gods.
All right. Finding the tree, you guys walk and bringing the families and the children and the people that were chosen to go to Whitestone. Keyleth, you create your transport via plant spell.
Yes.
The doorway opens and it barely fits onto this one kind of half-dead willow that's kind of crossing the side there. Everyone kind of
We formed the line.
Climb through,
right.
climb through. You have to move
Here
quickly.
we go. Go.
pushing through. At the very end, Elowen's like the last one through, and she's holding the letter, and she looks back and says, "Promise," and then leaps through right as it closes in the tree. The two other guards that were with you guys are just kind of watching this whole thing with their eyes wide open.
Well, I'm glad you let us in, aren't you?
Yeah.
I turn to him and I go, high five. Okay.
Don't worry, we totally didn't just feed them to the tree. I know that you don't know how that worked or where it went. You're believing us that it went to Whitestone. I swear that did not go to Gat Shadow. We are not opening a portal directly into Umbrus Hills waiting more. You're fine. Yeah, fucking Goliath's honor over here. They can see through the portal, right? Yes. But I would also like to posit that in a situation where these people are strong and powerful and cool enough to make a wormhole between through a tree to that covers nearly a continent, half a continent of distance, I think they are probably powerful enough to create an illusion on the other side. Maybe I'm a pessimist. Maybe I'm a spellcaster pessimist. But I think if I'm a martial leaning guard, I don't know that I explicitly trust my eyes when it comes to the wormhole. That is not my that does not assuage my pessimism. Trust me, this is not a portal to the Nine Hells. Exactly. Yeah. There are also people who know them from before where VM have helped them. That's true. That's accurate. But it's and that's the thing that the players have a better intuitive idea of like how what is the sheer number of people that recognize them? Because from my understanding, it's like 4 to 5 that they helped before. I mean, including Dresvina. So I don't know. I don't I think that that's enough to not get them immediately kicked out, but it's a lot of trust to put into someone who helped you a while ago. World's changed a bit, but again, maybe I'm just maybe I'm just a hater. Maybe I'm just a pessimist. So that would be a twist. The group pretending to be kind, helpful adventurers doing kind, helpful adventuring things like teleporting people right into the safety of a dragon tyrant's lair. That's what I'm saying. To Whitestone. Yeah, exactly. What are you going to do to the guys who open a wormhole in a tree? I mean, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, you go along with it, probably. Or do you? I don't know. That maybe that is an explanation of they're just too afraid of Vox Machina at this point to like question anything. They're just like, well, our fucking fate is sealed either way. Like, we might as well trust him. I don't know.
At this point, you see two figures walking towards you at this southern forest.
Two figures walking towards us?
Towards you guys, rather hastily.
I draw my whip.
Okay, whips out. You glance over and
very Monty Python.
Easy enough to see it is Dresvina and this older individual are both rushing up. Dresses his hand up. Excuse me, I'm sorry, pardon me.
Yes, hello.
It has been some time, everyone. Dres, pleasure to see you again.
Hi.
Wondrous. I'm here with, and as he gestures, the old man kind of puts his hand in front and goes, "Would you please just let me talk for once? Hello. I am, has he even given you my, I am Master Qual. Pleasure to meet all of you.
Qual?
I was the collector that had hired you in previous times, as Dress has recently made me aware. And while our track record has been spotty, you seem to be rather able-bodied, and whispers this morning that have come to my ears mention that you have interest in returning to Western. Is that correct?
To set it free, yes.
Wondrous.
It's on the list.
Looks over to Dress, just goes, yes, well, you see, the Master here lives within Western, and I'm talking, I've got this. My abode, which is a relatively humble structure of...
I will just point out, very explicit Western quest hook. But it's fine. They have decided, at this point, they have the established Osisa quest hook. So I think once they have the Osisa quest hook, you can give them whatever Western stuff you want. Once they know what their next steps are, people catching them on the way out and adding something to their quest log is fine. Unless they have just a shitload already. You don't want to overwhelm them. But Vox Machina doesn't have that many things on the list, honestly, at this point. And especially the main things that they do have on the list besides Osisa are already in Westrun, so adding another small thing to it, whatever. Think of all the times they basically said this video is sponsored by Gilmore's Glorious Goods. Exactly. Dude, I've talked about my rumor mechanic, haven't I? Ooh, it might have been a long time ago. So maybe new folks don't know it. I've only used it once. It was a resounding success, I think. But it's hard to do outside of in person, so I haven't gotten the opportunity to use it in a while. But basically, whenever oh god, it's been so long that I've actually kind of forgotten some of the fine details. But essentially, anytime something big happens with the players, like something notable that somebody would know about, I have them write down. I had the players afterwards in like the post session write down 2 different versions of the event. One of them being like a very favorable version. So like one, so like event happens, and then the players write down a favorable version of the event, and then they also write down a less favorable. It didn't have to be like, they're evil, whatever. But they wrote down a less favorable version of it, and then a more favorable version of it. Maybe something that wipes out some of their maybe worse things that they did, right? Got 2 things. And then later on, if I wanted to basically have an NPC that they were going to interact with, that I wanted to have heard of them, like I wanted their reputation to be spreading, I would pull an event out of the bowl. So they would add these events. One side is one side is the other. I would add the event to a bowl, and then I would involve that as maybe a consequence of a charisma check, of like a persuasion or a deception, whatever, that they try to do later. If I didn't have a good like fallback answer, or like a good consequence to give them for like failing a persuasion or a deception, I would use the negative version of the event of like, this is something that this person believes. And I would add like a plus to it. And if it reached like plus, I think it was like 3, or if this reached plus 3, so like, whichever one of these events more people heard sooner, would become the new baseline. So if they fail, several persuasion checks or whatever, and I have 3 checks on the negative side, the negative now becomes the standard event, and the players have to, and that becomes like the positive version of it. And then the players have to come up with a even more negative version of it. And then this can go back and forth. So it was basically to simulate like rumors spreading about them and how sometimes the rumors would like play up their, nice features, especially given how they were interacting with the common folk. It was a really good simulation of like having rumors spread. I think that was how I ran it. If you've heard me describe it before, I might have described it slightly differently, but this is like the basics at least, They say poor Gilmore and exposure. They pay Gilmore and exposure. Sounds like a mechanic that was used in D20's Feywild. Ooh, okay. The title eludes me. Abria was the GM and Bleem was a player. Interesting. That's very, very interesting. When you can't join the stream on time, you start loving the long intro that you can skip. Fair enough. Yeah. That's fair. Online, you can use one of those game wheels with sectors that streamers use in auctions. Sure, absolutely. And especially as they do more and more things, you're randomly pulling rumors out of a board. So sometimes like more positive things will like get more positive. Sometimes it'll be a little bit of both. Like, yeah, absolutely. That sounds so cool. It was really fun. Like I said, I've only used it once in like an in-person campaign. I haven't used it since, but it was really, really fun. When I did use it. My campaign includes a magical library filled with people called chroniclers, whose job it is to basically start magically stalking people from now and import and document their actions. Fuck yeah. It's basically a huge collection of like just reports about the world and what people are doing. Interesting. There's a fucking very out in the open fucking spy police state. That's wild. That's a fun mechanic. I could see the players interacting with that in a lot of interesting ways. Would one of the players being an ASMR tip it towards positive? Maybe. I mean, with player identities, so like racial, class, background, whatever, I generally try to work that into the DC, but them succeeding or not on these checks would affect the rumors. So if someone has a positive view of ASMR, like the checks that they make might be more, weighted positively. And lead to better rumors spreading about them. Yeah. One of the chroniclers got in trouble because she thought my players group wasn't doing things in a way that was exciting enough, so she spruces up the chronicles. That's funny. I like that. It's very that is like a very interesting use of it's a very interesting consequence of like high level divination being a more common thing in the world. And that is one of those things, like I've talked about before, when you're world building, it's impossible to fully understand. I only have 2 minutes left before the ad, so I'll go through this quick because it's sort of a recap, but this Chronicler's example is a good example of it. It's impossible. It's totally impossible to fully capture how much magic, especially common magic, would fundamentally change the world. Like, create bonfire. There's so many of the cantrips would just fundamentally change the fabric of society in ways that we cannot understand. And so you can't world build with that in mind. But you can pick a couple of small things, like the fact that high-level divination is very common, and people want reports on high-level people to make sure that they're not getting into fucking antics, into trouble. Who watches The Watchmen sort of situation. Okay, the chroniclers watch The Watchmen because we have means to do so. And so that's all you need. You need a couple of those decisions of like, this is the way that the world is unique because I just followed down a thought path of like, okay, well, what
Warning,
are the
ad incoming, take cover.
Take cover. This is the consequence of high-level divination being available to people who just study hard enough and not even really that high of level. Like Scry isn't that high level. And like it is totally reasonable that this sort of thing might spring up, and you can do so much playing off of that. You can do people that are like privacy advocates. You can have divisions within the chroniclers about what their role is. Are they storytellers? Are they science communicators? Are they reporters? Are they documentarians? Like you can have all sorts of internal division within that. All you have to do is think of one idea and just follow the logic out. It's very fun. That sounds like the Watchers from the Highlander series. That's one. My partner's a bard in it, and the bard is getting upset on a professional level to hear her own tale being sensationalized. Hell yeah. Slowly setting up conflicting ideologies in the chroniclers. Some just want to document without getting involved. Yeah. Sort of like the nature of documentaries. Absolutely. So that's a great example of like, you just need like one small idea and you can branch that out so wide, just the more you think about it. Anyways, quick ad, and then we will be right back. We are behind schedule. I need to stop talking, but I'm so excited. I haven't been back. I'm too excited. I got too much energy in my veins. But it's going to result in this being too long. So I'm going to have to pause less. Anyways, I'll be right back. Boop. I love being podcast content. Being podcast content is my favorite thing. I'm a big second monitor Sally. I'm almost never directly watching the thing I'm watching. So I get it. Also, I got some beef. This isn't related to Critical Role, so the ad's still running, but so I'm going to talk about it really quick. What the fuck was up with the end of the latest Game Changer? What the fuck was that? I cannot believe that it was just an aesthetic choice. I can't. There has to be more to it. It has to be more. The Deja Vu one, yes. Yes, I know it was 5 days ago, but I haven't streamed. I'm begging you not to spoil anything otherwise. No. That's why I'm being super vague. Just, yeah, the end of Deja Vu. What the fuck was up with that? There has to be more that we haven't seen, right? There has to be. I can't process it otherwise. That was crazy. Anyways, we're out of the ad break now. And I might have a way more to say tomorrow when the next step comes out. They come out weekly, right? So next step would be tomorrow? I could be wrong. About the posting schedule. It's being taken over. Oh my god. Make a Game Changer spoiler chat. Dude, maybe. Probably not on Discord. Nah. Unless I start talking about it more, which if the next episode does not acknowledge the end of Deja Vu, I'll have a discussion about it on Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't know how to speculate without spoilers, but I have so many thoughts. Oh, me too. Yeah. We won't speculate now. If the next episode, comes through on things, then we'll see. If it doesn't, I might have maybe that'll be a content piece later this week of just talking about Deja Vu. God, I love Game Changer. I've said if there were two people, I don't know who the third person, because it's always like, three people that you would want to take to dinner, like living or dead. Or like, what's the other version of that? The Dream Blunt rotation. I would love to talk to Sam Reich. I would talk his fucking ear off as a host, as a producer, as a puzzle master, oh my God, he would be fascinating. He would be so fascinating. And I would love to interview, or I would love not to interview, but to talk to Jeff Probst as an interviewer. As an interviewer and producer of a game show. I'm not that into game shows, but those two guys specifically, Sam Reich and Jeff Probst, I would have so much that I would want to pick their brain on. They're in my Dream Blunt rotation. They come out bi-weekly? No, fuck, shit. Okay, fair enough. Anyways, back to Critical Role.
2 stories, bricks and Darkwood, about southeast of the town square, right by the Fountain Crossroads. I'm sure you've seen it before. Well, since this whole endeavor has happened, it has usurped a bit of progress in my experimentation, and I would be remiss if I didn't request your assistance in perhaps retrieving a very important piece of my collection, so I might continue this research in this desolate place.
What are the subjects of your experimentation?
Various things. I enjoy finding out the base elements of existence and life.
Insight check.
This is interesting. Oh, go ahead.
Insight check.
Lying. 18.
18.
God
damn it.
Oh, do you want to do whispers?
No, I just...
Dagger is one of the shirts that's available.
I just had it.
Is Strong Jaw Ale? Strong Jaw Ale available for sale? Check it out.
All right. That's very interesting. Did you know that I'm a collector as well, actually?
Really?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Of specifics.
Of what?
Specifics. And I see that you
have
not really handed any over.
It's maybe a bit beyond your understanding.
Very few things
highly
beyond
doubt
his
that.
understanding.
All right, very well. I appreciate the synergies between various elements, and the ability to link the essence with that of a living or organic entity, or the transition of such living essence into what is normally non-living matter.
So you're a necromancer.
No, don't deal with that ridiculous stuff.
It's talking about transmutation of some kind.
Yes, thank you. The transitioning of essences or sparking essence within what was once non-living matter. I'm talking about elements. I'm not talking about flesh.
Like natural elements?
Like golems.
Like go. It's the veganism of necromancy. It's kind of dumb.
Was that?
Nothing.
Now,
mud people.
I had previously asked you to
alchemical
to retrieve an item in the past that was part of this research, and I was nearing a breakthrough, I believe. However, if you could find your way into this abode and retrieve for me, and it's in the basement amongst my work desk area. It's a simple dark iron and cobalt circlet, a band, if you will. If you could retrieve that for me, I would make it quite worth your while and be ever grateful and in your service.
What are we talking about, a pile of coin or something else?
As I said before, I am quite the collector, and while I do hate to relinquish my grasp on various parts of this collection for someone who does me a grand favor, I am willing to look the other way as one might disappear.
What does the circlet do?
It's just more of an experimental piece.
Come on, don't treat us like a bunch of fucking assholes. It's in the middle of shit right now. We're not going to go in there for a trinket. It's obviously something very worthwhile. You have a better chance with us if you're honest.
Drez at this point steps forward and goes,
I would appreciate if you respected the master for his research. He is going to offer you a great guide.
Oh, shut up, Drez.
Yeah, you're an asshole. You're the biggest asshole. You can. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you.
So perhaps we need to. At which point he looks over and the master's kind of like.
About time someone called you on it.
Master Qual?
Qual, yes.
We're looking for the vestiges of divergence. Oh, is that not? Am I not supposed to say that?
Well, I was.
Do you know where those are? That's what we want. Yeah. If you can offer us one of those, we'll do business with you. No, otherwise, we're gonna fuck off.
It's.
Wait. He might. Look, Master Qual. Let's finish what you were saying first.
Yes. I've heard of this title before. You say you're seeking them, are you?
I am. Not them.
Where are you seeking these? Whereabouts are you off to?
Well, we were.
We don't know where we don't know where they
There
are.
are all sorts of different places. We're trying to figure that out right now. We're not exactly sure. We're not exactly sure, Keyleth.
We thought you might know.
How is what we're seeking less important than where we're seeking it? I'm really confused.
Oh, just in case we mention where we might be
why
looking
didn't we
for
say
them
where we
in
were
front
going?
of these people.
Because what if he goes to find them?
Don't worry.
Does he look like the man capable of going and finding things? He's trying to send us back into his own goddamn basement to get his own shit.
Let's get back to your thing.
There is a woman who speaks both her mind and a mind of quite acute truth.
She is cute.
Yeah, that's great.
Is it morning yet? Can Pike come join us yet?
She's probably
being salty
like
right
the
now.
letter is making it.
As you guys are having this conversation, there's a flash of a divine energy before you, and a slight popping sound as out of the middle of the air next to you, there comes jogging in a freshly winded, fully armored Pike.
Whoa! Crap on a What an entrance!
If you speak of the slur, she will appear.
See, you start arguing and you just make a gnome. This is what happens.
I'll run over and I'll pick up Pike and I'll spin her around in a big bear hug.
Hey, Krog.
That's a lot of a nose.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, my little buddy Pike, we missed you.
Oh, I missed you guys.
Hi, Pike.
Hey, guys. Oh, who are these two?
Oh.
At this point, Master Qual is going through a series of notes. Goes,
This
Pike,
is
do you
Master
remember-
Qual.
I'm fairly certain this gnome was not created.
And do you remember Drez?
Oh, yes, Mr. Vina.
Yes.
Drez Vina.
It is a delight to see you as well, small one.
Hi.
Well, this grew very complicated.
Well, Master Qual,
Yes.
let's lay the cards on the table. If we find this thing of yours in your basement, and if we go to your home, we're certainly going to go into the basement and find it now regardless. We're going to figure out what it is before we give it to you anyway. The world is dangerous right now, and it is not appropriate to just be handing mystical artifacts of great strength willy-nilly to anybody who asks. The world is dangerous, and we need to make sure that power is flowing in the correct direction. Now, you can either be forthright with that and get your property, or we can find it in your basement and experiment on it till we know what it is.
I will obviously talk more about this theory in the theory stream, but I just want to say it out loud, not just written, so that people know what I'm theorizing about. The thing that held Thordak in the elemental plane was called a soul anchor. If Thordak died and his soul was no longer attached to his body, presumably a soul anchor would no longer tie him to the plane. And if they resurrected him either through golomancy or necromancy, that could explain why he's got a big fucking thing in his chest. And we know that it's very possible from Silas. Also could be a tie-in with the Vecna cult, because we obviously have not finished with that. Interesting. We'll dive more in on the theory stream, but I'm ooh.
Good luck even attempting such an endeavor.
I have very good luck attempting these endeavors.
Well,
he does, that's true.
Let's just say that it's a device that, when completed under the speciality of my own training and studies, would enable me the means of personal defense to get me through these rather difficult and dangerous times, as I am not getting any younger, and it seems that we're having entities of great power, mischief, and intent on destruction continuously tearing down my very doorways. He looks off in the direction of Western. I would feel more comfortable if I could keep myself well guarded, and that is what the circlet is intended to provide.
Tell you what, Master Quall.
Yes?
We're not heading there now. But we'll be going back. And when we do, we will find your home, and we will search out the circlet.
Well, hold on, before we just say no, what's the reward? Do we know what you're paying for this?
Well, I'm wondering, Master Quall. Hang on.
A simple trade of my collection. You bring me one of my items, and I gift you one of mine as well.
I personally feel this is reasonable.
I'm curious if you could be more beneficial in paying us with information, with knowledge.
As well as something in your collection.
I'm more than willing to offer information for trade. It is quite a grand trade indeed, if that is acceptable.
No, we
As
would
well.
want something as well, physically.
This is a deposit of information.
All right. Then, as part of the deposit, what do you require of me?
Are you familiar with a sphinx named Osisa? Resides up.
No.
No?
What does he know, perhaps, of the no?
Are you familiar with any other sphinxes that reside in this area? Do you know the address?
I'm sorry, but they don't really wander in open daylight.
Do you know where they wander?
In darkness, if they don't wander in open daylight.
Okay, it gives a curiosity to both of you. I'm not a master of mythology. I do not know of such entities and where they might reside or exist. I apologize.
Well, you do seem to be a master of items. We are looking for certain special vestiges.
So you say, and you're saying this Sphinx may be one to help you in this endeavor?
Well, no, maybe not. Maybe
Not
not.
sure yet.
It's a long walk.
We thought maybe he could help us find them, but maybe you could be of a similar service.
What I do have, and he kind of turns around. Come with me to my tent, please. I may have something that could be of service to you.
Sure. I'm supposed to go to strange.
I give Pike a hug as we walk to his tent.
Okay.
This time.
Hey.
Hello, dear. Hi, actually, I pull Pike aside and say, or not aside, I just ask her, how's Whitestone? What's going on there?
Well, it's okay. I think I got to the point where I couldn't heal any more people. I needed a little adventure. But everything is as you would think it would be.
No dragon attacks?
No, none at the moment. So we've been trying to hold down the place as much as we can. And Gilmore seems to be okay.
Oh.
Good.
I did not go up to Pike. I hung way the fuck back.
Okay. All right. You guys eventually make your way back to the small what you call outpost at this point, to the tent of Dresvina and Master Quall. Master Quall steps inside. You hear him rummaging through some things. Something rolls and breaks, and you hear, "Oh, damn it!" And he inside comes back out and goes, "All right, so this," and he holds up this small glass bauble, and the inside has a spinning, it looks like a brass kind of gyroscope type interior. Just, this item, when clasped and concentrated on, should light up any sort of nearby magical incantations or enchantments. This, if you are in the presence of such objects as you're seeking, should be quite helpful in locating their presence. It does not have an incredibly long range, but it should at the very least be somewhat helpful.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
You're giving this to us?
I'm
Thank you.
lending it to you. Should you wish this to be part of the trade instead of something from my collection, this could
Lending is perfectly agreeable.
Now, I've lent you something in the past, and not only did it not return to me, but I had to extract the funds by forcing another contract on you. Can I trust you to complete this endeavor?
You can trust us as far as Grog can throw me.
Pretty fucking far.
You can trust her.
Deal. He hands it out.
We will make our way into the city, and when we do, we will look for your items.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Or we could just send Vex on a broom right now to get it solo.
We're not flying a half-elf into the city on a broom that she's already fallen off of in the last 24 hours.
Archers!
I am recovering a bit right now, but thank you for the wonderful ideas, Gavin. Thank you. I appreciate the vote of confidence.
He is a tactician.
Hey, what might this item be called?
I still think you should go talk to Thordak on your own.
I haven't really named it, actually. I made it for myself. Call it what you like.
How about the Hunk of Qual?
The hunk of qual.
Should you wish, certainly.
Didn't we have a conversation about letting him name things? I feel like we had that conversation at some point.
Enjoy carrying amongst yourselves the hunk of qual.
Thank you, Dresdina. It's hasn't been a pleasure. Nice to see you.
Dres kind of
That'll be a hunk of.
Indeed. All right. Good luck.
And can I take Pike around the shoulder and lead her out of the tent?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
Lay down by your knee.
Hey, Pike.
Yeah.
So, I'm glad things have been good at Whitestone. They've been good, yeah?
Yeah, they've been all right. I mean, it's okay. I've been missing you guys, though.
Yeah, we miss you a whole lot. Listen, I've got some rough news, actually. We made it back to Restaurant, and the city's kind of been ransacked and overtaken. It was attacked by a bunch of dragons, and what's worse is that after it was attacked, you know that herd of wandering Goliaths that left me for dead in the woods?
Of course.
Yeah, they've kind of taken control of the city, and I think it's my family that's in there.
Oh, no.
Yeah, look, we wanted to go in. I wanted to look for Wilhelm, but we haven't done it yet. And
Have you heard anything else? Do you think they're okay?
I don't know. Some of us went in via mist, and they didn't see him, but they don't really know what he looks like. The place looks pretty rough. He's not here in this little encampment. I'm not really sure where he is.
Okay. Well, I wonder if we should go look for him.
Yeah, I want to, but look, listen. I'm afraid of putting everybody in the group in jeopardy. They're going to be there in the city, and I was wondering what you might think about going to look for maybe a few of the more vestiges, trying to find Osesa's mate and seeing if we can find anything that can help us, because it's going to be a fight, right? And you know me, I fucking love a fight, but...
That's a lot of them.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I think we should wait till we're fully prepared.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's safe any other way.
I missed you so much.
Oh, God, I miss you too.
And I cry a little bit into my beard and I wipe it away. I'm like, oh, the pollen out in these fields is awful.
It's okay, Krog. I give him a hug and I take my blue scarf and I pat his eyes.
It's raining. Right, well, as soon as we find this out, if we find nothing, I promise, I pledge to you that we will find Wilhelm.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So is the task then to go find the orc?
God, it does make me really like. Ashley Johnson is cool, and the players interact with her well, and I really wish that she was a real member of the cast. Like, I consistently find myself being like, oh man, it'd be really fun if Ashley was here. Because I legitimately, memes and jokes aside, currently, with my perception of the show, I don't think of Ashley as part of the cast. Like, obviously, there's the whole joke about her being a guest player. But to me, it's like, even when she is here, she's on the computer. It's hard to hear her. It's hard for her to see shit, It's tough. It's tough. Honestly, it's weird. It makes me a little excited for when they get to the pandemic and they are forced to make the capabilities for remote players more robust. Because right now it's just like when Ashley and Pike are back, they feel less like a part of the session than a guest player even. They're obviously back much more consistently and people talk about Pike all the time, but like when she's actually here, I feel so bad because like I don't blame her at all for not being as involved. It would be so tough to be involved on like a little, screen like that. So yeah, I don't know. She's part of. She's the best part of C3 IMO. The first campaign, she's 100% there. Fuck yeah, dude. I don't know. I do not look forward to more of this. I hope that they find a way to make her more of a presence, like make her presence more just felt by the audience. Because right now it feels like she really has to be prompted to interact at all. And again, zero blame on her. I don't think I would react any differently. But it's just really tough. It's tough.
Orcs that are keeping their people hostage up in the Frostweald?
We head into the Frostweald, we find the orcs and send them back and keep going and find this this sphinxy mate.
Did we have any other information of where he is in the Frostweald, or did we just know Frostweald?
We just got him in Frostweald.
The information that you received was somewhere in the base of the Stormcrest Mountains.
Oh, that's more helpful than
Past the Frostweald.
Past to the Frostweald?
Through it to the
Through
mountain,
it?
the base of the mountain.
Oh. Of
So
the
we
what
could-
mountain?
Stormcrest Mountains.
Stormcrest.
That's a real place.
Actually, hey, Pike.
Yeah.
Look, I've been holding on to something. I think you might like it. I had these gauntlets of ogre power.
What?
Yeah, and I can't wear them anymore because I got some new stuff. And if you wear it, your strength score goes up to 19.
What?
Do you want them? You have to attune to them.
Do you think they'll fit?
I think they might. Strength? I don't know, though.
Do you know what 19 means?
We'll put them in the dryer.
Isn't it like a French dish?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would love to wear those.
Right, and I give Pike the gauntlets of ogre power.
Okay.
So,
I'll take a picture of them.
As you guys take a short rest to prepare for this, actually you take some time with the gauntlets, and while you're kind of looking them over and taking your own armored gauntlets off and replacing them with these, your hand goes. It's like placing a baseball into a bucket. It's just it's so big around your arm. But then as you kind of take a moment to see the metal and reflect upon it, you can feel the kind of hum of a magical energy that begins to kind of invisibly intertwine with your forearm as the metal begins to creak almost. And it shrinks down, encases itself to your forearm. While it doesn't match the metal of your armor, the kind of silver gold theme that goes on along it with this kind of weird ogreish face that's built into the plate there, you feel suddenly this surge of strength begin to spill through your body. And you're pretty confident that this may be useful in the near future, so. You are technically now stronger than Grog.
I love a battle cry.
Yeah, and I go to give her a fist bump.
And I fist bump him.
And it hurts you a little bit.
jams your finger.
Oh shit! Pike is so strong!
Holy shit.
What was the name of the mountain?
Nice, Pike.
Pike, what was your strength before?
13.
Okay.
Whoa!
So it's at a 19, you're now at a +4 as opposed to a +1 to all your hit and damage with your physical weapon. So,
Holy mackerel.
You just Tyler Durden'd out, son.
yeah. So, so on your sheet where it has your attack bonus with your mace, or with your Morning Star and the damage, wherever it's, add a +3 to both the attack bonus and damage.
What? All right.
So.
Because right now it's at my.
Okay, so I was about to be like, why are we doing this right now? But given that Matt said these will be helpful in the near future, and given that he's doing this in the first place, I have a feeling they are going into combat. And if never mind. I would do this at my table too. I was like, am I like, why are we doing this? Because I wouldn't do this at my own table? No, I would do this at my own table, regardless of even if we were going to fight or not. So I retract any potential criticism that might have been there.
My attack bonus is +7.
Yeah, it's now
So I add
plus.
3 to that.
It's now +10.
Holy moly!
That's so cool! You're a beast!
Okay.
Little golden bullet.
Yes, I can't find a pencil. That's okay. I'll make a note. Do it later.
No worries.
I am unprepared. Okay. Yes, I'm unprepared for all this strength. Okay.
Alien.
Awesome. Okay, sweet.
Right, so now we have all our stuff.
Yeah.
Should we make our way towards that area they said that the Orc Raiders were coming from?
Yeah, it's a couple days from here.
On foot travel, it's about a day and a half.
Or mist form.
Mist form, we'll get there by nightfall.
But we
What's
can't
the
use
ro-
it because she already used her travel through the trees. Sorry.
But we saved all those people, Scanlan.
Pike, can you make us mist?
No, I can't do anything like that.
All right.
Let's walk.
I feel like I haven't spent any time with Vax.
What's the weather like?
With Vax? Oh, he's around. You know, he's probably just sulking.
I walk away.
Yeah, you glance back and see Vax towards the back of the group, noticing this conversation. Vax immediately turns around and walks away and kind of dodges around one of the nearby tents.
Big note to that one.
What is the weather like outside? Like, what's
Actually, today it's pretty spotty clouds, but blue sky. It's actually pretty good weather versus a lot of the rainfall that you had over in Vasselheim.
Cold, snowy on the ground?
No. I mean,
chill?
It's because you're getting a little further south than the northern area of it. The temperature is probably around high 70s, low 80s.
Okay, cool.
It is going to get cold, though, once we head into the Frostworld.
In the meantime,
We had all those fancy cloaks. I had, like, winter's cloaks for all of us
Yeah, I
before.
still have mine.
Does everybody still have their winter's cloaks from a long time ago? Yeah.
Oh wow, yes, look at that.
I didn't burn it.
This was disgusting, like
go.
cloaker flesh.
Yeah, we can just have that.
Dude, I will say, Jack Bar, I think that Vax used to be unintentionally cringe sometimes. And now I think that it has been made clear to Liam. And now Liam is intentionally cringe about it. He's an emotionally stunted rogue, that's for sure. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. From everything that I saw originally, I don't think that that's he walks away was meant to be kind of a cringe emotional stunting flaw. But I do think, and this is maybe a good contrast to someone like Orion and Tiberius, where when Tiberius's maybe unintentional flaws were pointed out, Orion did not take it very well. And that was a big source of tension at the table. You couldn't address his flaws, especially when they were maybe rooted in his actual person. It's there's a Brennan clip, Brennan Lee Mulligan, of him talking about, you know, it's a clip that I've mentioned a couple of times of him talking about, like, there's a little bit of you in every character, and him talking about how, like, someone made a comment about one of his characters of, like, oh, well, blah 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 doesn't feel valued unless he's useful, and Brennan was like, no, that wasn't an intentional flaw. No, wait, stop. Wait, that's me. No. And I feel like that might have been a little bit of the Liam Vax walk away stuff, but I think that Liam has handled it really well. He's leaned into it. It is now a little bit more controlled and purposeful, and I think that this is a good example of how, like, long term to interact with a flaw that maybe wasn't intended to be a flaw. You know?
He's gonna walk? Do these refugees have any horses or anything?
They're refugees.
The horses they do have are currently forwarded to wagons and look to be more beasts of burden for if they have to move to carry most of their goods with them as opposed to riding horses.
Yeah, come on, man. Let's just hoof it.
All right, we'll walk.
All right.
Oh my gosh, are we walking?
We're gonna walk.
You guys, we haven't walked anywhere in so long.
Like
We're getting exercise.
It's like we're level 3 again.
And those horses will survive
Great.
because you didn't take them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucked up.
I swear, at some point, I feel like I paid for a really nice mount. And I
Take a
feel like
walk,
at some point, I
save a
want to take advantage of that again.
It's a good box lucky bumper throw.
My other horse is walking.
Not coming to the kick its undersword, dude.
Yeah. All right. You guys make your fellowship trek southward with the sweeping
Drone
camera,
shot.
drone
I
shot.
constantly keep an eye out for anything in the front of us and behind us.
Thankfully, most of these fields, you know, varying degrees of grass height, but for the most part, it's a pretty wide vision of where you're heading.
I paint pictures in the clouds as we go.
Okay.
Well, that's good. That'll definitely not let anyone know magical people are on their way.
Just point arrows in the opposite direction. Just point arrows in the clouds in the opposite direction that we're going.
Can I insight check Vax?
Sure. Roll an insight check.
Natural 20.
Oh, no.
I believe you.
This never happens.
You just saw all of his dirty dreams.
What does she see and read on your face in body language, Vax?
Oh, I gotta say this?
Yeah.
I can say it if you want to.
I don't want these assholes to know what I'm thinking. I don't know.
No, perfect. This is exactly what I do. Everyone at the table heard the high roll, heard the 20, whatever. They know it succeeded, and now you just put it to Liam. You just put it to Liam. And hey, fuck it. If you want to, lean into the whispers stuff, like this is separate from the whispers, with the insight check stuff. But this is exactly how I handle player versus player checks of everyone knows what the result of the roll was. They know it was fucking high. It was higher than his passive deception probably, or maybe not. I don't know. Rogue expertise is a fucking wacky thing. But it's a nat 20 and they treat those as auto successes. And you just ask Vax what he sees. Because maybe it's a backstory thing. Maybe it's an emotional arc that he doesn't quite want to trigger yet. And you let him express what that success means for what he's displaying. Because he's choosing what Vex is displaying. Vax. I'm Vax, she's Vex. But he's choosing how Vax is acting in general. He's choosing how suspicious Vax is acting. So he should have autonomy over what an insight check means. And then, I don't even want to say ups, but like Matt is even more in my style of if the player is really like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to narrate it. Like DM, like, can't you do it? Then I will. I'll be like, look, either you can do it or I can do it. Like, and just I'll try to be as fair as I can. But
no,
don't worry.
Can't whisper to her.
You can text it to her.
Yeah, text it to her.
Text it to her,
Yeah,
sure.
I'll text it to you.
Yeah, fuck
Put
it.
it on Twitter so that everybody else knows what it is.
Nope.
All right, so you'll have an incoming text
Ignore me
information
for a
as you guys
minute.
continue walking. These are the observations you make of Vax as you travel southward. You guys travel for the better part of a day. You get quite a bit south. You do see in the distance.
Yeah, that's a great example. If you're ever wondering how Mega handles PC versus PC checks, exactly how Matt just handled it right there. That is my strat.
A few times what appear to be some pack animals, some larger beasts that can roam the land, none that are necessarily aggressive unless you encroach upon their territory. And Keyleth, you have experience with some of these beasts, so you manage to keep people at bay and traverse around what they claim is their own landscape, but not without, no terrible detriment to your traveling speed. You make your way to the point where the sun goes down. You can stop and camp for the night, or you can push through the evening. What do you wish to do?
I think. Are there any trees nearby?
Little periods here, little tiny growth.
Including short text. Okay, well, I will say the whole text each other thing, that's, number one, I don't do whispers at my table. So I would just be like, say it out loud. And none of my players would even think about not saying it out loud because, like, he's like, oh, I don't want these assholes to know or whatever. That sort of sentiment and mindset just isn't a thing at my table. So this wouldn't come up, like the whole, text out and text each other thing. But I would consider that more of an indictment of whispers than of the PvP check strategy. So if you're going to do whispers, this is just, and it is also an issue with, her being remote. It's an issue of she's not there, and so it's harder to do. And I think that is, an issue with whispers, but also not that big an issue. It's exacerbated by the fact that she's remote.
Groves that might be spotty along your journey, but for the most part it's open field. So yeah,
How much more day travel? How much further do we have? Do we think?
One more like 8-hour period of travel.
Should probably
to get
rest
there.
then, right? We'll be hitting
One
the
more 8
Frostworld
hours.
at night
Yeah, about
tomorrow, and
8 to 10 hour.
it seems.
We're not in a rush.
Not any more than the dragons are bunkered down, I believe.
Everything we do now is measured in weeks and months and not days.
Yes, and I still have a little dried blood on the outside of my ear. I could use with a bit of rest.
All right.
Actually, yeah, do you have a concussion? Is that something that we can... How many fingers am I holding up?
You're really blurry, Percy. I have no idea.
9.
Save versus brains probably. Okay, I guess I camp.
Lou.
Yeah. I wanna pull my brother aside when we.
Do you want camp or do you want to sleep in a mansion?
Oh,
Right. Oh, we can do that
Pike hasn't
today.
seen your beautiful mansion.
Oh, you have to show her the marble
Do we
floors.
want to do it now or do we want to do it tomorrow night is the question.
We can do it.
Oh, that's right. It's gonna be we can do it both nights.
I can do it every day, right?
Fuck
Where
yeah!
do you have a mansion?
Skellen has a mansion, Pike.
I inherited some money. It's a long story. There was a great Uncle Vesuvius.
Also known as Uncle Touchy. Uncle No-No.
Canon, that's canon.
The court said that he had to give me no.
Molested by my Uncle Sam, is that incest? I want you to smell my finger. That's all I could think of when I heard all that is Uncle Touchy is just Bo Burnham. But I also just watched Words the other day. So
yes, we'll sleep in the mansion tonight, and they all know where they're sleeping, but I'll personally show Pike to her chambers, which are right next door to mine at the end of the long hallway. My room, obviously the biggest, tallest.
Of course.
Pike's a close second.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Covered in yellow rose petals as far as you can see.
So Pike, Scanlan creates this somewhat shimmering door of mystical energy in the middle of the air off of the path you guys have been walking. In the middle of this field, it's just the open grass that's blowing with this gentle night breeze, a little bit of the moonlight that's coming through the clouds, kind of just giving enough of a visual of this change in the airspace. He pushes open the shimmering door. On the inside is this beautiful mansion, tall foyer with marble floors, pillars that raise to the ceiling with gold trim. There's a giant portrait in the center of the main stairway now that has both Scanlan and you on horseback over a beautiful landscape, and there are a number of mystical servants that are somewhat transparent and spiritual arcane energy in form that take your coats and offer food. A delicious meal is presented for all of you, and Scanlan brings
Mostly chicken.
It's mostly chicken. It's a lot of chicken.
I'm having a lot of talk with the servants about different ways to prepare food.
Please do.
They keep cracking up.
Protein, bro. Scanlan does lead you to your room, which is right next to his, and covered in yellow rose petals, a beautiful interior. The color scheme is marked, tailored specifically to your tastes that he's been able to glean from conversations with you over the past couple years.
Silvers.
Blue, silver, and gold.
Yeah. There's a little mini prayer area for her to pray to Saren Ray, and there's a little statue of Saren Ray, and if you pull it, a little secret door opens to my room. But it's a small room that only a gnome could fit through.
Oh, great. Is there a lock on that, maybe?
Only on my side.
Okay. Oh, this is beautiful, Scanlan.
I did it for you. And hey, while we have a moment alone, can I just mention something to you? Listen,
Yes, please.
I'm not really concerned with other people's vices or bad behaviors, but Grog has this sword. And
All right, the sword discussion. No, that's a great exampling charm. That's a good way to relate it to more pop culture type stuff. They are post Thanos snap. They did not have a last stand, and they didn't even really fight against Thanos on the way, if that makes sense. And I think that's very weird and disorienting to me. But it's not explicitly a bad thing. Like, you guys know, I mention it all the time. I'm very into foreshadowing, and I, especially if I'm going to take away something from the players, like Iman, I want there to be something they could do about it. Maybe they can't stop the Chroma Conclave, but maybe they could have saved Iman. Maybe they could have teleported it away. I don't know. Like into the Feywild, like Silnor or whatever. Regardless. That is kind of a core part of what I think works in storytelling in general, is foreshadowing danger, giving the players a chance to interact with it before it happens. Now, what success looks like and, their possibilities for their interactions, those can be narrow. Those can be like they can't fully stop it. But it's a really good exampling charm of, the way that this arc started and the way that we've kind of settled into it. And this is why I thought it was an apocalypse story for so long. Like, I've been calling it an apocalypse story since it started. Because that's typically the way that you see that stuff. Is, okay, the apocalypse starts and then you have to stop it. So they burn down Amon. That's the fucking inciting incident. And now we have to stop the rest of the apocalypse. Oh no, they're going to burn down all of these other cities. But that's not what happened. What happened instead, that's not the kind of story that Matt is telling. The story that Matt is telling is, a story of Thanos showing up to Earth, saying, hello, everybody, snap. And half of the population disappearing. And then Endgame, where they are fighting against Thanos to restore the civilization that they had before the apocalypse. The apocalypse has succeeded. And even that's not quite like a 1-to-1 because after the snap, Thanos fucks off. And we don't like fall into a dystopia. So this is sort of like it's more of like a Hunger Games type of story, like a dystopia rebellion story. Which I did not. I will fully admit I didn't think about it that way. But the more and more we get into it, the more I'm realizing that that's what's going on. And that is if we are in that type of story, this line from Percy makes perfect sense. If you're in an apocalypse story, this makes no sense. This is actually like pretty much the opposite of what you want for an apocalypse story. Like for an apocalypse story, you want it to feel like every single day matters. We're on a doomsday clock and we have to solve the apocalypse before it counts down. But if you're in a dystopia, it's like, well, this is the way things are. We're not going to change it in a day. We need to make real substantial structural change, and that'll take time, and that, weeks and months, not days. So that's a bit of a rewiring for me. I think that the way, and the only thing I'll highlight there in terms of the storytelling is that I think the beginning of this felt so much like an apocalypse storyline because the destruction of Amon, to me, did not feel like, okay, it happened, they just win instantly, because to pull this sort of thing off, there's clearly been a plan happening in the background, and it didn't feel like there was any chance to interact with that plan, which it makes it a little bit awkward to me. So them destroying Amon now feels like, the inciting incident, again, of an apocalypse, where, like, they're gonna fucking burn down the world. Very Alduin-esque, right? I think that's maybe a good example of, I thought this was Skyrim. This was Alduin coming and destroying Helgen. These were the Chroma Conclaves coming and destroying Iman. And then Alduin was going to go on and eat the entire world. That was his plan. I thought that was the plan of the Chroma Conclave. And so it's like, you don't got months or weeks, you got days. And I think that the setup of it made me think that. Like, I don't think I was going into crazy town with that. But ever since then, I do think more and more and more is pointing to this is a dystopia. This is not an apocalypse. The apocalypse has happened. We're past that. The apocalypse was Amon. That's it. It wasn't even really apocalypse. It was just, that was it. And now we're in a dystopia. They succeeded. And now you have to fight against that. I don't know. I think a big issue is the foreshadowing, aka Krieg Blue Dragon, happened pre-stream. So especially for us viewers, it came out of nowhere. It's a good point. There was maybe a level of foreshadowing that we didn't get to see as an audience. I will also say, I think you kind of need to re-up the foreshadowing. That's why for a long time, I thought that Vecna and the Chroma Conclave were very directly connected. And I'm kind of coming back to that, but there hasn't really been anything that's shown us that, because I thought that the Briarwood arc was foreshadowing for this arc. I was like, oh, it's all Vecna. Like, Vecna has been, like, doing these plans, and, maybe if they had stopped the portal from opening, like, maybe that, like, influence things, and maybe it still did, but it doesn't feel like it currently. The foreshadowing was not clear. If the Vecna Briarwood arc was meant to be foreshadowing for the Chroma Conclave, the players must have missed something. Which it could have been there. It could have been there. But yeah, I don't know. Like to me, there was a lack of mini bosses leading to that. If this makes sense, maybe mini bosses. I mean, again, I think we got a lot of foreshadowing of Vecna. We didn't get any foreshadowing of the Chroma Conclave besides the Krieg Blue Dragon, but as from our perspective, and even from player perspective, that Krieg Blue Dragon stuff happened so long ago. Like from their perspective, like probably a year or more ago, from when all of this Chroma Conclave stuff started. So you need to kind of re-up that foreshadowing a little bit, which you could argue he was doing in them going back into Krieg's house. But Krieg's house, nothing in Krieg's house told me that, oh, yeah, Admiral Jackbar's on it. Yeah. That you could consider that. And again, maybe the players missed something, because that's very possible in D&D. Sometimes you set up foreshadowing as a DM, and then your players just don't hit it. That happens. Like, I don't want to pretend like it doesn't. But from what we have seen, that didn't, to me, really foreshadow the Chroma Conclave. That maybe, at most, foreshadowed another dragon in the vicinity of Amon. You know, I don't think it foreshadowed a dystopian tyrannical regime that was about to get implemented. You know. So yeah, I don't know. The only other huge destruction that happened was Draconia for meta reasons. The rest is so far, at least, occupation. Yeah. I don't know how to express what I think without spoilers. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Has Ashley been here the whole time? Yup. Poor Ashley. I think the house, there were scrying crystals, right? Or was that something else? There were scrying crystals, but that was from the first time they went to the house. So in the first time, yes. I think that the first time, I think Inkchar made a good point. You're making a good point right now, Sarah. Of the first time that they went to Krieg's house and they saw that Krieg had a bunch of these crystals on the wall, and one of them fucking looked in and it had a dragon eye, and then they all broke. Absolutely. That is definitely foreshadowing that Krieg is talking to other dragons. Or at least one other dragon, that he's working with people. But again, I don't know how much. I think that's a great first step. Like, let me be clear. I don't even want to criticize that at all, because that is a great first step in escalation. It's amazing because you don't really know what it means. Was he talking to other dragons? Have dragons, infiltrated these different levels of state? Are they gonna have a fucking end of Baldur's Gate 3 Ceramorphosis on us and, whatever? Like, or is he, talking to other non-dragons? Like, are these his minions? Is Krieg behind it all? And we've chopped the head off a Hydra that we didn't even know existed? Like, there are so many questions that are brought up by those scrying crystals. I love it. But we need like another step to narrow it down to what's happening. We need like one more foreshadowing of there is some sort of plan in motion. Otherwise, the attack on Amon comes out of nowhere. Which, like, things coming out of nowhere, again, can be okay. But I would argue in an apocalypse type story. In a dystopia or like a tyrannical takeover, I think there needs to be more foreshadowing of the plan. Because an apocalypse doesn't have a plan. An apocalypse is a natural event, right? That just happens. So it feels okay if there's less foreshadowing before an apocalypse. But a dystopian, tyrannical takeover, that's not natural. That's not something you throw together in a couple of days. That's planned. You have to decide who's going to rule what, how you're going to divide up duties. Like, this has clearly been in the works for a long time, which then makes it feel like there should have been more foreshadowing. You know what I'm saying? So that's yeah. Them going to the house was like right before the attack. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Swoop. I do think that we as the audience doesn't have the benefit of seeing the pre-stream game. It is really tough. That is something that is really consistently just tough about this campaign, is that you don't have the whole story, just like definitionally. It makes it harder from a viewer perspective. So that's why I have to try and narrow back into like even from a player perspective. I think that there was too long of a gap. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't a chance for the players to really interact with it unless they went down that line. Do you need foreshadowing for devastation and shock? No, that's the apocalypse stuff that I'm talking about. You do need foreshadowing for a tyrannical occupation, I think. That is storyteller opinion here, but I think for a tyrannical takeover, an occupation, I think you do need more foreshadowing. For devastation, shock, and awe, we're talking fucking Sharknado. We're talking, what is it, 28 Days Later or whatever? I don't watch very many apocalypse movies. Any movie with a really big wave that takes out a city, any of those movies, any big wave movies... I don't think you need as much foreshadowing. The devastation and the shock and awe is the foreshadowing for the larger event. So within an apocalypse story, the destruction of Amon is foreshadowing for the destruction of the world. But then they don't destroy the world. So that's my problem. That's my problem. For the show, I think there should have been something else in between. I don't think he wanted the players to be able to anticipate it or prevent it. And prevent it, that's fine. You can have foreshadowing that allows them to interact with something without preventing it. Like, you have full control over that as a DM. But you could potentially affect it in somehow. Again, they might have been able to save Amon. Like, I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing. If they knew this was coming, they couldn't stop it, they couldn't prevent it, allowing them a quest to save Amon, make a deal with Singorn, I think, to take Amon into the Feywild with it. I think that totally makes sense as a kind of plot line, as a sort of way to let your players interact with this and foreshadow it really heavily, without making them able to prevent it, is what I would say. I disagree with your framework. The Conclave did a surprise bombing, essentially, to conquer land. So that's not really the business of Vox Machina to know ahead of time. I think that you are thinking about this in terms of realism and not in terms of a story. Surprise bombings to take over a country are supposed to feel bad. Like, you don't want anyone to be able to predict it because you're not trying to make the people feel good, But in terms of a storytelling, I think that it is the business of the players to know that sort of thing. I think it's a better story. Whether or not it fits within realism is kind of separate, I think. It's bigger than where they are now. It's basically geopolitics, and the intent was to shatter Amon. The intent was to take over the world, right? That's like the global intent of this tyrannical dystopia, is to take over the world, and their first step in that is the shock and awe of taking out Amon. So, if you tell the players that this Chroma Conclave is going to take out Amon, then they can maybe prevent that, but not prevent the tyrannical takeover, the Chroma Conclave has still achieved their goal, and the players got to interact with that beforehand, rather than, I think being a little bit more passive. I disagree with you calling him on an apocalypse because it's more shock and awe. I agree. I agree. I think for a shock and awe dystopian takeover, there needs to be more foreshadowing. Like, let's go back to the Thanos example. Thanos is foreshadowed throughout like 10 movies before he shows up and snaps. I think it would have been not fun from a storytelling perspective if we go into Avengers Endgame and we have never heard of Thanos before. We've never heard of Thanos. And he comes in, he snaps his fingers, everyone, half the population dies, and then he takes over and starts ruling. I think it is much more interesting for the characters to try and fail to stop him, but maybe mitigate some of the damage in some ways or prepare for it. I think that's a much more interesting story. It's Pearl Harbor. I mean, again, I think we're talking too much about realism. This is like a story and a narrative, It's comparing fantastical magical creatures to their fantastical magical plots to real world warfare. Yeah, I mean, it's never going to be 1-to-1. Yeah. By the devastation of not knowing until it happens.
Warning, ad incoming.
Whoop.
Take cover.
Oh no, we might have to call it there. I'll try to read through the rest. Maybe. I think for me, and I would argue that in general, that will not apply, but that could be a difference of opinion. I don't know if the stab is less devastating because you knew that Thanos was coming, even if the characters don't tell you at all. Yeah, exactly. It's like there's a really famous Alfred Hitchcock quote where he talks about building suspense. Like, this had no suspense. I think maybe that's the key here, is that there was no suspense before the destruction of Amon. It just happened. And Alfred Hitchcock has a very famous quote where he talks about how if you have a scene for a minute and then at the end a bomb explodes and kills everyone, that is way less interesting than if you know the bomb is under the table the whole time. And you're as the viewer watching the whole thing. Surprise contributes to suspense sometimes. But I think I would argue that what you're more describing is more like a jump scare. That's not suspense. Surprise is something separate from suspense, I would say. And I would say that I am arguing for letting the players see the bomb even if they can't defuse it, as opposed to as opposed to a more jump scare type thing. Maybe I mean that surprise contributes to tension. Maybe I don't know. But we are out of time to discuss it. We'll have to table the discussion. I'm sure there will be comments about it. So maybe we can talk about it next time. And I'm going to run an ad really quick, or if we have time at the end of the stream, and my voice isn't cooked, then we can talk about it more. All right, and I will be right back. Get some water, take a break, and I will be right back. Boop. Yep. All right, and I have to. Oh man, I wanna talk more, but I gotta respect the ads. Part of the reason the ads and the breaks are there is so that I can't get too down the rabbit hole on a single topic. So I gotta press forward.
It's sort of not good. It could be used for good, possibly. But I'm just worried about it. Just keep an eye on it. I don't know what it is, and maybe you could just check it out next time you're friending it up with him.
Okay. I when they had that fight with Percy up in the house, I felt like there was something weird with that sword. I'll see what I'll check it out.
I don't want to judge him or what he does, but just make sure that it won't kill any of us. That's all I care about.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Okay, I will. Thanks, Scanlan.
Sleep tight, and if you hear any footsteps in your room, it's not me. It's the servants. I assure you.
Can I find? Is there like a library in the mansion, Scanlan?
Of course.
Can I pull my brother into like a library or something?
Whoa.
I just want to talk to you.
What?
Okay. Weirdo. I couldn't help but notice anywhere Pike was, you were not. All day today, and I have a feeling it's because.
You want to talk?
Yes, I do. Don't walk away from me, please. I have a feeling it's because of this Raven Queen situation? I don't know. I know that you offered yourself to her to save me. And I can't put into words how much that means to me. And I'm worried that she took you up on the offer. And I know you're worried about it too. And I'm afraid that's why you're avoiding Pike. You're afraid she's going to see something in you. But I wanted to tell you, I've been looking through this book. It's the best 35 gold I've ever spent. Maybe it was 30 gold, I don't even remember anymore.
It was 30.
It was 30! It would have been worth 35 for all the things that I found in it. Look, it's got all this information about the Raven Queen, and I've been looking at it all the time. And I don't think she's as horrible as you're afraid she is. Can I tell you what I found?
Yes, please.
It says that those that follow her must hold no pity for those who suffer and die, for death is the natural end of life. It's not bad. Bring down the proud who try to cast off the chains of fate. As the instrument of the Raven Queen, you must punish hubris where you find it. Bring down those who try to cast off the chains of fate. The Raven Queen represents death, right? Therefore, she hates those that live an immortal life. She hates vampires. We hate vampires. They're terrible people, right? That's not bad. Watch for the cults of Orcus and stamp them out whenever they arise. Orcus is bad. If she hates him, then she must not be that terrible.
She's already speaking to me.
Oh. And?
I don't know, Vexalia. I don't know what this means. I know that she's not a force for evil. Neither are funeral homes. I don't want to bed down in one.
Well, that's understandable.
But it doesn't matter. And I do it again because I did it for you. And I am trying to come to terms with it, not knowing the terms.
Well, we've lived half our life in the shadows. You've made them your home. Am I right?
Maybe so.
I mean, this is a time you can either let those shadows swallow you down and keep falling into a hole, or you can use them to your advantage. You can become a champion. It's pretty fucking badass, if you ask me.
You know how bad this armor smells?
I can smell it, actually. Pretty terrible.
It's several centuries old. It's not pleasant.
Maybe we can get you some oils or something to put on it.
Maybe.
What I'm saying is, brother, I'm proud of you, and I'm happy for you, and I'm so thankful for you. And you don't need to be frightened. This is a wonderful thing. How many fucking people can say they're a champion of a fucking god?
Listen, I'll take what you say into consideration.
To be fair, like two PCs. like both Pike and Cashaw. But still a good line. Okay. It's sort of winding down, and I don't want to forget what I was thinking. I don't know. I am making some assumptions. And honestly, regardless of if my assumptions are wrong or right, it kind of just shifts who I'm giving my compliment to. You know? Because I am assuming that Matt gave her some of these facts, especially as it relates to things a little bit more poignant to the campaign, like the Cult of Orcus and the vampires. Maybe there's selections from existing Raven Queen lore. I'm not aware. So I don't know if basically the assumption that I'm making is that Matt gave these to Laura. There's another side of this where like Laura just went and researched all of the facts herself and then is like, hey, Matt, are these correct? Either way, whoever went out of their way to do this, I love it. And I'm going to assume that it's Matt. I really, really, really like that Matt did not deliver these things like through the Raven Queen to Vax. I love that he gave the facts to Vexalia because it allowed for this scene between the players. And I think it can be tricky to know sometimes if you should have a big emotional scene set piece like this be between the DM and the player, because Matt could have easily saved these facts, not given them to Laura, and done another vision sequence. And I fucking praised his vision sequence all over the place, or the dream sequence. But I think that a conversation between players, I think, can do a lot. I think it has a certain emotional resonance if both of the players are into it, that a scene between the DM and the player, it is much more, I think, more difficult to capture. I think the DM scene is harder to capture the emotional resonance. It's almost like, I'm trying to think of how to say this. I think that a scene between the DM, like if this was if the Raven Queen was telling Vax all this, and she was like, I believe this, this is a fact about me, I think Matt would have delivered it more dramatically. But I think that has a certain ease of access. So I think that, players are used to interacting with the GM, and it doesn't feel quite as emotionally vulnerable, I think, to interact with a GM who's playing an NPC. I think it's a lot more emotionally vulnerable to open yourself up to another player and their player character. But I also think that there's higher highs that you can hit there. So if you, as a DM, have something that you can reasonably deliver through a player, like when Vex has a book about the Raven Queen, jumping onto that when you know that both of them are down for this sort of RP, I think that is a much smarter choice. You couldn't have delivered the things that Vax learned in the visions. You couldn't deliver that through another PC without taking away the weight of the moment, right? Like, you wouldn't want the Raven Queen to, like, show up to one of the other PCs and and talk all about Vax. That'd be weird. But I think that in terms of giving context, historical context, to the Raven Queen, giving those things to Vex is incredible. is incredible. Giving them to Laura, really. And letting Vex interact with that has a much higher ceilings, like has a much higher high that you can reach in terms of an emotional conversation. So I think that Matt did a really good job of proactively, that's the assumption I'm making, is that he proactively gave Laura these facts. Could totally be that Laura went and researched the Raven Queen online and just like found D&D lore about it. And in that case, fucking 3 thumbs up to her. I don't know. That's really cool. And that's really interesting player behavior. I would hope that if she did that, she checked with Matt to make sure the lore was consistent, but I'm assuming she did. I think the 2 possibilities that I'm assuming are incredibly positive, either for Matt or Laura. Whichever track you subscribe to, one is good player behavior and one is good DM behavior. So take your pick on what you think happened. But I really, really like that. The vulnerability is the hardest part of RPing. Absolutely is. And I think that's why you see a lot of more vulnerable scenes that occur between NPCs and PCs. Like, I don't think that it would be like there's a situation where Vex or Grog or Percy or Keyleth or Vax or whatever find out that what's her name? Kaylee. Find out that Kaylee is Scanlan's daughter. Right? That's a fact. That is a history that one of them could have found out if Matt constructed it that way, but he didn't. And I think that sort of scene of someone else finding out about this and then telling Percy could be very interesting at the right table. And like could be very emotionally resonant in a similar way that this is. But I think it'd be debatable. And as like to whether or not that moment is good for that sort of interaction. But I think it's also a concept of, I don't know if Sam is as open to being that open and vulnerable with another PC. Like, I don't know if Scanlan is there, and if Sam is down to play Scanlan that way, and to engage in that sort of dialogue. Whereas Vex and Vax, the twins, been together forever, ride or die, are the perfect candidates for this sort of interaction. So I think it's a good example of like, not only are these two very willing to role play, and Matt knows that, but they are very, very willing to be vulnerable, their PCs especially, with each other specifically. So leading them towards this scene as Matt is very masterful directing, I think. Laura did seek out the book though, so it feels like a collaboration. Yeah. Maddie's making it feel right. Like he's giving Laura an opportunity, which is very cool. Like him giving these to Laura, like especially off screen, which is another reason that Kaylee would have felt weird, because I think they would have kind of had to discover it off screen, which is very odd for that situation. But anyways, giving this stuff to her off screen is something that is very reasonable for her to have encountered when reading this book. And you don't have to write out a whole book and then have Laura study it. You can just give her the highlights, and then she gets to choose how to engage with that and when's the best time for this emotional scene. So I mean, either way, they're both incredible. It's just how incredible is one in this situation. Where's the weight of who's the leading incredible here? I think she's between IC and OOC, working towards this for a while. Yeah, I feel like I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. Anyways. Just a bit of compliments.
Again, none of us, you and I, don't know what this means.
No.
I'm waiting to see.
All right. But as someone who's seen the other side and has come back thanks to you,
It's a good question, Sarah. It's a very good question. How much of these more like dramatically toned scenes happened when they were not producing a show? I'm sure that it's a different amount, but we'll probably never truly know. Which is why I like to break down, when this might work at your home tables, because I know I'd be nervous for this sort of thing as a player, encouraging it as a DM. But I think this is a good example of a very natural way to encourage this sort of behavior as a DM and let your players choose whether or not they're feeling it, Because if you give this sort of thing to your home player and they're, not Laura Bailey, they're not wanting to engage in this hard of RP, or in this intense of RP, just giving them those facts and then, stepping off as the DM can be a great way to provide that opportunity for RP. But if they're not feeling it because, they're not professional actors making a show, or even just professional actors at a home game, you're not like forcing them into it in any way. I bet there was some of it, but it's been more elaborate now as a show. Potentially, yeah. I assume they happen, but they probably amped up. Yeah, absolutely. There are people watching. Don't mean that in a bad way. No. It's not. Definitely not in a bad way. I think that they are all enjoying it. I mean, yeah, I don't. Actually, never mind. I don't want to get into speculating what they feel. But I think it's very reasonable to assume that they're not like faking it. Maybe it wouldn't have happened as naturally at their home table. But it's like more encouraged by the fact that they're making a show, but I think they all really like it. There's also something I want to say about refers to some future stuff. Fair enough. There's a chance for them to do acting. Yeah, acting is fun if you're when you're good at it. Yeah.
There's no use living your life in fear. And I love my reckless brother as much as he hurts my heart. I love you for that, and don't be afraid to be that.
I have no clever answer to give you.
That's wonderful. I love you. And I walk away.
I go to bed.
All right. Before Scanlan disappears, I grab him as he's leaving.
Yeah, I'm just making the rounds, make sure everyone's tucked in for the night.
Wasn't looking in on Pike.
Have you perhaps installed some sort of workspace in this wonderful home of yours for me? I've got a few little projects I want to poke at.
You mean the all-purpose room?
The room of requirements?
I'm a little worried by what all-purpose necessarily means, but...
Don't look in there with a black light. Oh my god.
It's not really a work table, is it?
It is the danger room.
It's all purposes, Percy. All purposes. But yes, it is a private room. No one can hear you screaming. It's the farthest wing that we have. I can give you some servants to help you set something up, bring in some tables, whatever. We don't have much in here. We're not prepared for chemical reactions.
Nothing complicated, just some very basic blacksmithing, a little bit of leather
Do
work.
I have that stuff? Anything to help him?
Yeah, if you want to, if it was prepared within the house.
I tried to make enough stuff for all of us to have
I can
basic
think of some
needs
very sexy things that can be done with an anvil. Think about it.
All my anvils are gnome sized.
That's comical.
Keyleth pops her head out into the hallway. Did I hear something about working?
Yes.
Working?
Scanlan's helping me find a room that apparently is so soundproof we don't actually have to hear anyone else's drama.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I know, grab a book.
I
It'll be
might
fun.
join you.
You're gonna have a working dinner. I'll send some chickens down.
I can't sleep, so yes.
What about cows?
No cows in my room either, please.
I join Percy and help him.
Okay. You guys find the all-purpose room in which it does have the basics required for smithing. The smithing gear that is brought to you by the servants in itself is very, very finely crafted and nearly weightless. It's really impressive. And you look at the label, and it has a small timer on it before it becomes immaterial.
But I can work with materials that are in the bag of holding that are real materials. So as long as I put them back in the bag of holding and take them with me, like I can't leave anything.
Yeah,
obviously.
anything you leave in here will just be spat out.
Just be spat out. That's lovely.
Onto the ground where it was.
I want to for the moment because I don't have everything I need for the broom yet. I just want to work on a piece of jewelry if that's okay. I want to work on a thing.
Work on jewelry.
I want to construct a little piece of jewelry if that's okay. Not magical.
Do you have a jeweler's kit?
Do I have a jeweler's kit? I mean,
it's a whole different skill set, man.
I can't tinker something.
You can tinker something, but jewelry is different from.
God damn! I've said it once. I'll say it again. And I know that people didn't super agree with me when I had this take, but man, oh man, Taliesin and Artificer, man. It's literally the thing that he wants right now is just the fucking Artificer feature, right tools for the job. That's just what he wants. Oh man, I don't know. The more I see it.
Tinker.
Well, it's like third grade jewelry class.
No, well, this is a piece that has purpose. It actually is going to be a functional object.
What is the function of this object? You didn't tell me these things.
Okay, I know. And this is something. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to make something. Make me roll for it. I got to know what you're doing.
I know it's not going to have it. It's a I want to make a. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm losing the word.
Hey Percy, what you trying to make?
Something that's too complicated to explain to you. I'm blanking on. I may have to just give you the name of the break.
Okay.
Like a little herb pouch, like one of those cages that close up to put herbs in them.
Oh, like you make tea with?
Yes.
Okay, it won't be pretty, but
Like
you
a
can make
diffuser?
something functional. Yeah, go make a tinkering check.
All right, I'll make it pretty later.
This would be
Like a
this will
shop
be-
right bag with a bunch of shit in it?
This would be a dexterity mod because it's not a very complicated piece based on what you constructed in the past. It's more about just your ability to make it work.
Dexterity?
Yeah.
Thank God, because that's a terrible roll. 14.
14. Okay, it takes you the better part of the night.
Do I assist him at all? Helping him?
It's with a job this small, it's not a whole lot you can assist with.
Oh.
Like handing tools.
I'm not going to run the whole night. At some point, I'm just going to be like, I don't have the design yet. I'm gonna. This is something I want to get right. So this is going to be working towards it.
Okay. So you get the first stage of that set and ready to go.
Think of the name of what it is. I'm so embarrassed.
All right. You all eventually find yourselves to rest. Tasks completed to the extent of what you wanted to. Conversations finished. You find yourself to breakfast, a delightful spread of breakfast chickens prepared for you.
I pick one up off the table and I say,
Hey, Vex. Oh, shit. I'm not even on my...
All of you duck instinctively as the chicken has enough time to arc and begin to plummet down before she gets her arrow out, and you see her aiming downward as it falls. As she releases the arrow, it manages to catch it. Go ahead and roll for an attack.
Okay.
See how well it hits.
Oh, that's good. 30? Oh, no, wait, 28.
It pins the chicken to the wall, which then it sags, and the wooden shaft slowly snaps on the weight of the chicken before it hits the ground. One of the servants scoops it up and sets it back on the table in front of you with the broken arrow shaft sticking.
I like that game. It's my new favorite game.
You want some more broom target practice?
I need to practice with
You
this
do
brew.
need to practice, seriously.
We have more chicken.
We've got stuff to do.
Yeah, we have stuff to do. And
I'm
I
still
probably
eating. I would
should've
love to see you for
practiced-
5 minutes get up on that broom and fly around and fucking
Yeah,
put
sure.
some arrows and some
all right,
chickens.
fine. If I can practice.
I'm still
does,
eating.
does it help me at all to practice on this broom?
It helps me.
I will command 7 servants to each have a loaded pigeon, chicken at the ready.
All right.
Pull.
I start flying.
Vax, you can do the honors and say the pulls.
I clench.
Bro, I'm fucking. I feel Travis here. I want to clarify. And this is peak D&D. I want to clarify. Because I think that people think I don't like low stakes role play. And that's why I didn't like the Vasselheim bit. And they're right about one of those. I just get bored when it goes on for too long. I'm Travis in this. I just get kind of bored. I like frequent low stakes roleplay. Like I'm really, I'm actually legitimately happy that they have something like this magnificent mansion. You know, it could have been anything, but like a safe place to go and sleep for the night where they can like, you know, let their hair down a little bit. But man, it just goes on for so long. It's just. The Vasselheim bar sequence was totally separate, but oh boy, it's just when you're thousands of years old, you forget some things. That's true. The Eldritch being does forget some of his knowledge, but that is totally you know this is very much personal like player taste. Honestly, if I'm Matt here, fucking go on with whatever. If I'm the DM. All I care about is that they're laughing and having fun and we're thumbs up. But if I'm a player, I'm Travis. I'm Travis right now. I'm like, okay, yeah. Again, we had a year downtime, so I learned proficiency in Jeweler's Cake 6 months later in RP. An NPC points out how odd it is that I know about games as Bard Warlock. In the moment, I improvised well. I had a rough time last year, so I've been really starting to get into crystals. Hell yeah. Get into gems. Yeah. Hell yeah. I like that. I really like, I've talked about, I like frequent, like long downtime that you then like, abstract. So like a year of downtime to, like learn something like a jeweler's kit. It can give you a lot of like fun, almost background-esque things to reference later. Like it's super fun to reference things that happened in your background to NPCs, etc. And I think that long periods of downtime kind of give you new ammunition to use for that sort of thing, which is really fun. They need other shopping episodes so Travis can break a few more mechanical pencils. Yeah. It's true because my girl had a bad couple months in the Underdark too, lol. Hell yeah. Oh, man. That's fun. Yeah, who doesn't have a bad time in the Underdark? Accurate.
Really hard with my thighs to try to hold on
Oh, the timer is working. I don't know why the timer wasn't going there. Weird.
to this
All right,
broom.
as the rest of you enjoy what is the strangest of medieval times experiences you've had.
Let's go, the Green Knight!
Glancing upward to the raised ceiling of this dining room area, you watch Vex spiral around on her broom before Scanlan.
Vax is saying pull. Pull!
Roll
Oh God.
with disadvantage.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
Say it. Say it.
One.
It's the easiest number to count to.
So, as the first chicken goes in the air, she reaches and goes to aim. However, she catches herself. The broom kind of throws her off, and she stops just in time and haphazardly focuses on just the chicken, not realizing where the chicken had now fallen past. Releases it.
Oh shit.
Scanlan, I want you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Duck Hunt's a bitch.
9.
Go ahead and roll damage for your.
Okay, that's not that bad. Damage?
Yes.
Oh, it's automatic hit?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no.
Oh, nice.
Full damage.
Naturally.
Oh my God. Oh, that's 17.
So, Scanlan, as you're watching this chewing, suddenly.
Shit! Scanlan, I'm so sorry! I landed, I instantly cast Cure Wounds on him. I'm sorry.
Big old chicken just dangling at the end of the air.
I'm just applauding.
Blood everywhere.
Just applauding. Again.
This is exactly what Taliesin lives for. Taliesin is just a chaos demon. He wants Grog to talk to the sword more. He wants to keep his cursed pistol. He just wants all of them to progressively wither away under more cuts and blood and and curses. That's all that Taliesin wants. He wants them to die horrible, bloody deaths that will be talked about for 1,000 years. This is all just preparation for that.
I pick up my chicken and I throw it at Scanlan.
Does this mean when the night's over, there's gonna be a little pool of blood where the door was?
No.
Yay! Oh, my abs are just
Go ahead, roll for healing.
Oh God, okay.
As Vex reaches out and grasps you in.
You know, Victor, that's actually a really good way to put it that I hadn't. What are you doing? Are you trying to open that box of food right in front of me? Is that your goal right now, miss? Oh, now she's just chewing on my hand. Hi. You want to tell how big you are? Come here. No. No. She's not interested. Oh. Oh, you are interested. Hi. Oh, the headphones are gone. She's now 78 pounds. 78 pounds. Hi. She's a big girl. All right. Go talk to your sister. Come on. But yeah, it's a good point about about Talison's like archetype is he's playing a traitor without actually betraying them. Which like a traitor is a very fun like narrative element within your party. But you don't actually want any of the PCs to be a legitimate traitor. Depending on the table. I think there's a minority of tables where it does work, but I think for the majority it doesn't. But Taliesin is doing well I think you're totally right, like playing that sort of archetype without actually betraying them. He's just encouraging them to do bad things constantly. Give her the food, Mega? No, she gets so much food. We had friends over the other day, and Bird has an automatic feeder that like comes out at certain times every day. And our friends were like, oh my God, that's so much food. And it was like halfway through. And they kept being like, guys, why do you give her so much food? And we're like, this is how much she's supposed to have. And they're like, I think your thing is broken. There's no way she needs that much food. And I'm like, she just needs that much food. She's just a big girl. She just open it for. I'm not opening it for her. Oh my goodness. It is a challenge to figure out how to balancing metagaming around cursed objects and secrets. It's hard. Sometimes people draw it out too long because they don't want to metagame. I think that there is actually a relatively consistent sentiment within CR of we are not metagaming. Look at how hard we are not metagaming. We are drawing this out like a lot. They do it with Ashley all the time, where like they spend a lot of time actively like anti-metagaming around her. And you know what? If that's what Russell's your Jimmy's, I don't got a problem with it. If you want to go like really hard into the anti-metagaming and that's like fun and interesting for you, like, go for it. I think it wastes a little bit of time, but normally I feel like it's relatively minor and minimal. So I don't got too much of a problem with it. But I think it's noticeable in CR especially. Dalzin doesn't want to die, he just wants to find maximum chaos. Yeah, he's very much a trickster god, or like a chaos god. That's animal abuse, she's starving. She is so... Oh my God, she does not need more people on her side. Everyone loves Bird. Oh, she's just looking at me from between her paws. My stepmom's dog who constantly hangs around my child who is 2 because he knows they have all the snacks. He's just constantly searing like one Cheerio at a time off of the board, yeah. I played a Dampier pretending to be human, and I thought it would come out in a few weeks, but the situation never really required me to reveal it, so it was like a year before he was exposed. Lol, nice. Unlike on CR where players all know stuff, I mean, to be fair, like that's kind of the same private information style as Whispers. My table's even, I would say, more open than CR. So even though one of my players in I think my second to last campaign was a changeling, all of the players knew. But none of the characters did. And it did not come up, but it allowed him, especially as a changeling, to use his changeling powers all the time. And it was sort of reminiscent of when the day after Scanlan found out about Kaylee, when everyone came down and was like ribbing him and like fucking with him over like what happened with Kaylee. That was very much the vibe every time the changeling would use his powers of like, he would make some excuse, he would go off, use the powers, and then come back and they'd be like, where were you? Like, oh, does your nose look different? Like, so maybe that's why the metagaming, the over anti-metagaming doesn't matter to me, but it was a legitimately emotional reveal when he eventually did reveal it in character. It was really cool. Maggie gives the puppies treats. They actually don't get that many treats. I'll be honest. They don't get a lot of human food or treats. Because, well, it depends on what you mean by treats. They get Cheerios. They love Cheerios. So when we train them, they get Cheerios. But otherwise we don't give them a lot of treats or human food. But they eat well. They do not need more food, and they get lots of love and attention. Bug used to just have like an open food basket or like container where she could just like go and get food whenever she wanted. We cannot trust Bird with that. Bird will absolutely overeat herself, but Bug does not give a shit about food or treats. Like, if we're trying to motivate her, it cannot be either of those things. I had a PC who had to leave our game, and with her consent, I fully made her character a traitor after the fact. I think that totally works. Once they become an NPC, I think that totally works with their consent. Big thumbs up. I think it works less often if they are still a PC and like, you know, people know that they're like, don't know that they're leaving. I think that is a little bit more tough. Can work at some tables, but I think a minority. But if they're leaving, I think that totally works at most tables. I love Scanlan with his daughter, so cringe and funny. I absolutely agree. I loved the Kaylee sequence. Yeah. Wait, like the cereal? Yes, like the cereal. Yeah, they love Cheerios. My cat has open food because she never wolfs down her food. She just nibbles throughout the day. That's exactly what Bug does. Yeah. This will not prevent her from mournfully standing in front of her food bowl, starving. Yeah. Hell yeah.
It manages to heal some of your wounds.
Oh, good. That's good. It's just 1d8? Do I add anything?
1d8 plus your wisdom modifier.
That's my wisdom modifier.
Oh.
11.
So you heal 11 hit points.
Oh, can I pull out the arrow?
Sure. A gout of blood kind of sprays
I
out.
just hold my hand there. Mike, can you help?
I'll help.
Okay.
This room is amazing.
Isn't it, Pike?
Yes, and there are too many chickens in here anyway. One more healing Scanlan.
Are you casting a Cure Wounds?
Yes, I'll cast Cure Wounds.
All right. The wound closes as Pike reaches out and, with a small chuckle, heals. How many hit points?
Sorry. The chicken comes back to life.
What did you say?
How much did you heal? Roll 1d8 plus 5, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god.
That was amazing.
Sorry, Scanlan. You can blame my brother.
All right.
I'm back.
You're back to full. The wound's closed. Pike's there holding your hands on your shoulders, closing the wound.
Thank you, Pike. Thank God you were here. All right. Well, let's say breakfast is over.
I'm gonna practice a bit more, you guys.
The other servants are holding their chickens at the ready.
Pull.
Punching one in the air with my new gauntlets.
Okay. As he's about to throw it up, Pike runs over and grabs the chicken and throws it and punches it in the air.
Should I
Hold on. Pike, roll a strength check. Just roll a d20 and add +4 to it.
20 chicken McNuggets fly.
This is so dumb. Why am I doing this?
Explodes.
All right. What am I doing?
Roll a d20,
Okay.
add 4 to it.
Jesus. For the greater good.
Okay, it's not that high. 11.
11. Okay. You bat it up with a Pike punch. We'll say for the sake of brevity on this, go ahead and roll one more attack, and this will count for the rest of the shots.
Oh, shit.
Thank you, Matt.
With disadvantage.
Oh, come on. 16.
16. Okay. You do manage to recover your sense of self-esteem as you manage to pin a couple more chickens against the walls and the table in here. But each arrow is just a reminder of the one stray that began this whole breakfast excursion.
Sorry about that, Scanlan.
Great job.
Guys, this was the best brunch we've ever done.
I will never forget it.
That was great. Thank you for that, Scanlan.
Sure, sure.
We should probably get a start on a walk.
We'll get
Yeah, so question, before we leave, you guys.
Just gonna make the archery with it, right?
Before we-
Hilarious.
Yes, it
Sorry.
is.
Okay. Carry on.
Do we want to travel via Windwalk, or are we okay?
We're only 8 hours
Only 8
away.
hours.
All right,
Save your
'cause
strength.
I can save my strength.
Yeah, save it.
tequila.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We might come across some orcs.
That's true.
Hopefully, shit.
I know, right? I could use some.
All right, let's set out.
All right. You guys say goodbye to your servants, gather yourselves as you step out, and the door closes behind you. Do you choose to leave the spell up, or are you just going to fade it as you walk along?
If I leave it up, can anyone go in there?
anyone that you allow into it.
I want to see if the blood comes out.
No, I'll shut the door and hide the key under a rock.
Okay. You guys continue walking southward towards the Frostweald. About another 7 to 8 hours of travel. On that way, you begin to see the Stormcrest Mountains in the distance get closer and loom larger and larger. And you get the feel of the Stormcrest Mountains definitely because there is a very large storm surge that seems to rise from the ocean to the east of it that has caused a very heavy thunderstorm that's just blasting through. You can't see the peaks of the mountains from this distance. There are clusters of trees and forest areas along, but ahead of you, you can see, coated in a very, very bright, visibly white forest. This is the Frostweald itself, the snowfall. And once again, you've been here before, and there is an essence, and you don't recall the specific reason for it, but there is a purpose, an ancient purpose as to why this one area is perpetually sitting in the heart of winter. And amongst what is a relatively temperate, in some places almost tropical temperature layer, it is very strange and part of the mystical calling to the Frostweald that it is perpetually locked in a winter state. Oh yeah, don't worry, I'm working on it.
Keyleth takes a second to meditate on the previous time that we were here in the Frostweald, and I cast Find the Path.
Find the path.
6th level spell.
Okay.
Which gives me the most direct, shortest route, as long as I'm on the same plane of existence of where I'm going, if I have a vague idea of where I'm going.
Whispering voices get a communications
Where are you going?
degree.
We're going
Sorry, I do this for a living.
Stormcrest Mountains, right?
We're looking we're trying to get to the Stormcrest Mountains through, but we're also looking for the band of orcs traveling.
So if you name a destination on another plane of existence, a destination that moves, or a destination that isn't specific, such as a green dragon's lair, the spell fails.
Right.
Want to go to the
But we're in the Frostweald, right?
Yes, or you're approaching it now.
And is the Frostweald considered on a different plane?
No.
Okay.
But do you have a specific location that you're familiar with that you want to go to?
Well, I can find us the shortest, most direct route to the Stormcrest Mountains.
Have we been there?
Yeah, you can see them. I'm trying to figure out if for the spell to work, you have to choose a specific location that you're already familiar with to lead you to it.
Right.
So what do you think?
Stormcrest Mountains.
Okay.
But just because I can see them doesn't necessarily mean we're going to find the most direct path, shortest direct path
That's
towards
true.
it.
Okay.
Right? Or is this a waste of a spell and I should just do something else?
I will give you the benefit to say that
We
A
can see the
D&D
mountains.
player getting
the mountain
confused by their
range.
500 stats, that's unheard of.
this
Okay, I am kind of a famously a Marisha defender at this point. Why would you need a path to a place you've already been? It doesn't need to be a place you've already been. It can be though. I famous Marisha defender at this point. I fully defend her even here because I completely understand why Matt is confused. Absolutely. Because in his brain, he's like, you can see them. You don't need directions. They're over there. So like this would be good. Say if they're coming back, like I think why you would use this spell in Matt's head is you're coming back from the Stormcrest Mountains, you get lost in the Frostweald, but you're still on this plane of existence, and then you want to get back to the refugee camp. The refugee camp doesn't move, but you've been there, and you're turned around. You're in the Frostweald. You're lost. You can cast this and get back there more easily. I think that the problem is, and this is something I've been monitoring, and I think I think my theory and the thing I'm worried about is going to be proven accurate. I don't really think there's like a chance of them getting lost. I don't really think that there's a chance of them not taking the most direct route. Like, they said the other day that like they wanted to walk to the Frostweald. They instantly got to the campfire. That was done. They they got to the fucking camp. We're done. Now they're going to, the Frostweald, to the orcs, whatever. And they insta travel 8 hours. It's not terrible. Like, I do not get me wrong. I am not like fucking we need like 3 random encounters on the way. We need all of this. like I thought that the previous day with them, flying over and then seeing something of interest on the way and then interacting with it, was good. Like I think that they should like interact with things on the way to like, cut the travel, make there be a reason for it. But this is like, I've been monitoring and being like, is there a reason that she needs to use Windwalk? Because we know that they don't have any timers. Like, even like based on our conversation earlier, like they're not on a clock right now. This is just how it is now. And so they don't need to go there quickly, really. And it doesn't seem that Windwalk actually gives them any advantages. And so in that setup and in that mindset that Matt is in, he's like, well, why would you need directions? The mountains are right there. But in Marisha's head, she's like, oh, there might be a chasm. There might be, maybe this is like a Feywild type thing where it's easy to get lost in the Frostweld. Maybe, I don't know, there's like a big obstacle in the middle of the Frostweld that we won't be able to get through, a glacial wall, and this spell will get us around it ahead of time. So I absolutely understand why she's thinking about this. I think the problem is that there are no exploration challenges. I think the challenge is finding where the thing is, and that's it. It is just acquiring that information. There will be no challenges on the way. There are no chasms you have to bridge. There are no glacial walls you have to go around. And that's what like something like direct path is meant for. I think that's my theory on what's going on, I'm with Marisha. If you take the wrong road, it's totally possible to have trouble getting to a mountain. I mean, especially if you're in the middle of a forest. But again, I think in Matt's head, he's like, well, they have a broom. They could just like fly up and see where the mountains are. As someone who has hiked a bunch in mountains, this feels like such a valid choice. Just because you can see something doesn't mean you can walk there directly. Yeah, absolutely. You might get lost. You might kind of go the wrong way, whatever. I don't think that that's a downside that Matt is considering. I think Matt is literally thinking like they are giant mountains. You can walk directly toward them. And so that's why he's confused at this. I think this spell is totally valid here. This might be a case of Matt training his players to treat the world as realistic and anticipate problems he might put to them. I think he is potentially doing the opposite by kind of implying that there are no possible challenges. There's no reason that you would need to use this. Like, I think he's kind of training them the opposite of that. Of like, if he was like, oh yeah, Stormcrest Mountains, like this will take you the most direct path. That implies that there are things that might be in the way. But by him being confused by this, I actually think it's kind of an implication of the opposite. Of just like, yeah, you're high enough level, there will be nothing that can stop you. Which I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on your world design as to what that means. I think Matt is implying something about his world and about how he will play the game, which is that they can just walk everywhere now. And like they don't really need to worry about anything. And they are very high level. So like that's not the weirdest thing to imply. But it is, I think, what more along the lines of what he's implying and what he's training them to think, I think she just wants to use this as like a navigation helper. Yeah, and I think the right call as a DM, whether you intended there to be risk of gain loss, to do something to reward that. Well, that's what I was really waiting for. Will there be a difference between Windwalk and walking? I think there should be. Like just straight up, if a PC uses a resource, you want to try and reward it. And hey, sometimes you can't. Like I know that all too well. Sometimes you just can't figure it out. But I think when at all possible, if a player's wanting to do something like this, which I think she's trying to do a reasonable thing, it's like, yeah, totally. And you try to provide some sort of benefit, but I think ultimately here, like she's saying like, oh, would it just be a waste of the spell slot? And everyone else at the table is like, yeah, it might just be a waste of the spell slot, because it just seems like exploration and traveling just maybe at their table, they just don't really want it to be a concern anymore. Which is like rations with Goodberry, It's like, if you just don't want it to be a concern anymore, you just use Goodberry and you're fine. So I think that's more of what's going on here is like Marisha hasn't quite tuned in that there just won't be challenges on the way. That like her resource expenditure is like avoiding. I think she's thinking that they're getting benefits out of these resource expenditures. And I think the rest of the table is kind of quietly trying to, I think now they're saying the quiet part out loud of, hey, I don't like when they told her not to use Windwalk and they tell her not to use this. It's like, hey, maybe just like don't, because I don't think there's going to be anything there, you know? I like taking a road with no guidance and ending up on the wrong side of a canyon. Yeah, that's awesome. I forgot if we keep those spoilers or not. I would love. Maybe I'll put a pin in it and talk to him about it the next time I talk to him on stream. Because I'd love to know his take too. But I don't watch most of the CRDs because occasionally there are minor spoilers. So I don't watch them most of the time. Yeah. Matt World builded too close to the sun, and now his players anticipate everything. I think Matt's really good at training his players on things. I think he's a pretty consistent DM. Like, just like straight up. I think, or even in the places where like I've said he's inconsistent, he's consistently inconsistent. So like, I think he's good at training his players on what to expect. I think it's not very often that they're like totally on separate pages. And I think a lot of that has been demonstrably because he's changing the way he DMs for stream. And then they get used to it and there's no more issues. So I think he's really good at training his players on like what to expect, how to interact with the world, which is good. You need to be if you're going to run the type of game that he does. You need to be good at that. When I was a druid, I was happy to make things easier in exchange for resources spent. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think Matt should either admit that there's no need or pretend like there's going to be a need and now there isn't anymore. I think I would opt for pretending, but I think that's probably a choice somewhere in there. I feel like that spell would be better if you get lost rather than anticipation. Probably. I think you're probably right, Admiral. I think this is the less likely scenario in which it's going to be used. I think it's most often going to be used in a lost scenario. But I think this is still a valid use of it.
You would need this is more useful if it's trying to find a place that you're very familiar with, seeing a picture of that isn't different, or you had a very specific bit of information for it, for a general like location or a location you're unaware of. The spell wouldn't have.
Maybe you can think of the location of the Sphinx's mate.
I don't know it, so it fails. That's why I was trying to do Stormcrest Mountains, but apparently that's not specific enough.
That's alright, she tried.
Well, it's a mountain.
I mean, it's specific. It's just we can see them.
Yeah, it's right there.
Right.
There's a large range that's very visible.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
I'll do something else.
Okay.
More
Save it
fancy.
for something special.
So as you guys press forward to the outside of the Frostwell, the snow and ice covered tree line is a very familiar sight from your last time traveling here. There are canopies.
And I think that's also part of the miscommunication and part of why I think she's a little annoyed is because she could do this. And I think that she has been yelled at so many times about not reading her spells. And this was one where she was like, I'm going to use this. I read the spell. I know it can work. Like, I can see a mountain. I can pick that mountain and go to it by my reading of the spell. When she's gotten so much heat for not reading her spells, you know? And then it's just like, well, you read the spell, but like
Warning,
that's...
ad incoming, take cover.
Ad incoming. So we'll stop talking about this. But basically, I think that this was very much a situation where like, I think she saw a very distinct use of it, of like, I'm going to avoid this thing and it's going to be great and whatever. And I read the spell. I know how it works. And now she's annoyed because like she did the thing that everyone's asking her to do of like read her spells, know her spells. And so then when they're pushing back on it, she's like, what, did I not read it again? And then they're like, no, you read it. It's just dumb. It's just not good here. Which would be super frustrating. Like I would be annoyed if that happened to me, you know? She wanted to do something helpful, and now the situation is more like that was a dumb idea. Shouldn't have bothered. Yeah, absolutely. Which is really annoying. I would be annoyed. I should really go to sleep now. I've got an exam tomorrow. Oh, good luck on your exam. Good luck. Go to sleep. Get some good sleep. Yeah, traversing nature is so different than it can seem in video games. It seems like a good use. Yeah, absolutely. So, I think we're generally on the same page here. Yeah. Anyways, quick ad. Oh my God, I need to stop going on tangents. I literally think it's been all bottled up inside of me for like 2 weeks, a week and a half. And I just want to talk. I'm so happy to be back. I love it. But go get some water, go take a pee, and we will be right back. What up? Hello. You guys want to see a puppy? Well, we got one puppy there. And then she really wants me to not be streaming anymore and come and lay on the couch with her. But I can't do that. So now she just sits outside like I have abandoned her. Look at that. Oh my God. Ridiculous. Yeah, she's woefully lurking. That's a good phrase for it. Oh, goodness.
These of pine-like trees that interlock with windless snowfall that leave a fairly dark interior set from the frozen over canopy. Slick surfaces and knee-deep
Snowbanks just permeate this entire forest region. Your breath is immediately visible as you step past that threshold, and the temperature drops about 40 degrees from what it was before, getting steadily colder the further in you travel.
But you're glad you have that beard now, huh? Keeps you warm. No?
It's actually quite nice out here. This is like spring for me.
Oh.
Are your people, did you grow up in the cold?
Yeah, we're pretty cool.
Wow.
Pressing in as the temperature drops further and further, you occasionally come across a broken sunbeam that manages to penetrate aspects or different places in the canopy, and even stepping into those, they don't lend any change in temperature or warmth. The enchantment that surrounds this entire forest doesn't seem to be moved by such natural incursions. Everyone go ahead and roll a perception check.
Yeah.
25. Are we in the woods?
Yes.
Gold.
29.
Okay.
2.
18.
15.
20.
25.
Ooh, hikey.
You guys are walking through, kind of keeping your eyes peeled. Vax, you're so lost in thought that your eyes just kind of glaze over for a second, and you forget where you are. Pike and Vex, the two of you kind of get a little bit ahead of the rest of the group, kind of pushing through the snow, come around from a tree, and you can see, this is about an hour or so into the entrance to the Frostwood, you see a small clearing with a few patchy trees outside of the heavy canopy, and what appears to be a couple of small stone ruins and a single obelisk, like a monolith-like pillar of stone that just kind of juts out of the snow. It's about 200 feet away from you guys. 150 feet.
Can we see anything around it? Any people? Any?
Okay, this is actually a really good example. This is actually an amazing example that I might have to clip just so that I can link back to anytime we have a conversation that involves it. So it's gotten brought up a few times. It got brought up during the Battle of Amon in regards to Vorugal. But it also just got brought up just like just a bit ago in terms of like the refugees of like, there is this like, how do I say it? This is kind of what I mean. Like, they know that there is this like spell that Keyleth has that could take them the most direct way, but they're not using it, so they don't know that they're going the most direct way. They just know they're going generally the way. They didn't look at a map. They don't know exactly where they're entering in the Frostweald and which mountain they're heading towards. They're just going generally the right way. The players have not dictated a very, very specific path. So you can't just, as a DM in this sort of situation, and in, I would say, most of Matt's situations, there's not a clear world-building based answer to what they will run into. Because they have not really decided their own path. They have just decided, like, generally shortest, but then there's no sort of skill challenge to determine if it is the shortest. So as the DM, you are determining what they would want to do, which means that you're also determining what they run into. And that's not a bad thing in the slightest. I've talked all the time about how I have like floating landmarks, floating quest hooks, like things that I will just take out of the ether and slot them into my world where they're needed. Like, I think that is that strategy of, yeah, you're going down a path and this obelisk didn't exist there until right now. I'm making it exist right now. I think that's totally cool and totally, I mean, that's what I do. I think that's a really good strategy towards, avoiding burnout. But whenever I've brought up that I think Matt does that, I get some pushback. I've gotten it live. I've gotten it in comments of no, like Matt plans it all out. That's exactly where things were. Like he was planning out where Vorugal was and how long it would take Thordak to get there and all that. And I don't want to open that can of worms again, but this is a good example of the players did not choose what was going on here. So as a DM, Matt is choosing what goes on, what they run into. And that's cool and that's okay. But that also means that he bears responsibility for what they do run into and for placing it there. Like that is on him as a like storyteller and world builder. You can't fall back on that's how I prepped it because that's just you're choosing to introduce it right now. I think I can agree with you on that. Yeah, I think this the reason I wanted to say it here is because it's a very obvious example of it. Where other times that we've talked about it, I think it was a bit more debatable. And I mean, I've gotten the comment that like he never does what he's doing right now. So that is why I'm highlighting it right now, is because I have gotten the direct comment that no, Matt pre-plans everything and he tracks it on the back end. And so it is all like not programmatic, but it's all like deterministic, or not deterministic, but it's all based on player choices. Matt is never choosing anything mid-session. It's just based on player choices what they run into. I've gotten that take. So that's why I wanted to point it out really hard right now of like, that is definitely not what's happening here. So that I can point back to this if I ever need to in the future. Me as a DM, when my players are like, oh God, did you have that planned out the whole time? Of course, sure. Yeah. The trick is always making it look like it's all pre-planned, which I think Matt is really, really, really good at. I think, but it's tough because when I give him that compliment, it's hard because some people don't think that that's what's going on. So they can't like accept this very complimentary and very good part of Matt's DMing, where he's amazing at making it normally look like it's all pre-planned and it's just based on player choice. Not to say that like he's doing like a poor job here. He's doing a lot of things for brevity, which is kind of revealing a little bit more of the strings. I think because Ashley's here. But normally he's really, really good at making it seem that way, but I can't levy that compliment because some people disagree with me, or I can't level it as easily because some people disagree with me that like he's not actually doing that. So Matt has figured out the entire world already and nothing is fluid. They haven't said that exactly, but I have gotten things close to that. I think Matt is good. Yeah. When the true magic is not pre-planning every last detail, but being able to weave it together. Yes, that is exactly the true magic. Yeah. I've straight up done a thing where my players very last minute saved an NPC and were only able to do that because they made a last minute choice. Yeah. And he's very good at keeping certain in-world things plugging along without player input. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I told him you got so lucky. I was tracking this in the background. They could have died. That was a straight up lie. Oh, the dog. Later. I know that mom took you out like an hour and a half ago. You are good, miss. Later. She's gotten this in her head that she will... Not that she won't go to the bathroom, but that she'll only do it in very certain spots. So now we've been taking her out, and she only goes a little bit. But she's like, I need to go more, but I can't do it here. And we're like, no, you can. Anyways. But yeah, no, straight up lie to your players. If they believe it, that's part of the magic. Yeah. Yeah, that's the magic.
Trace of tracks in the snow.
Wizard of Oz.
From this distance, no. You don't see, there are no figures, there's no movement, there's just that stone piece that kind of, at a slight angle, just kind of stands out amongst the rest of the tree line.
What do you see?
There's a fucking obelisk. It's a tall stone thing, Grog.
Yeah. So?
Let's go over.
Yeah.
Vex, you and I should hang back, but we'll let everyone else.
What, it's a big obelisk?
Mm-hmm.
Are there any birds or anything like that around? See any birds?
Listening? That's what's interesting is usually forests, because they're teeming with so much life, there's a perpetual sound of things that live amongst the boughs and the tree line. Because it's so cold.
Bug. Hey. I'm debating whether or not I need to get up. Matt pre-planning everything is weird thing to be adamant about when one of Matt's talents is obviously improvising. Look, I yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Here, it's eerily silent.
Yeah.
Every footfall that hits the snow, you can hear the crunch resounding and echoing through the nearby vicinity. It is just a still, silent atmosphere in this forest. And
Clink, clank, clink, clank, hike.
Let me check if it's safe to move on, and I reach down and scoop up a handful of snow, right? It's like snow. How's it taste?
It's the clearest snow you've tasted in a long time.
Shit's crazy pure, yo.
So then we're safe to move ahead?
Yeah, we're good. Let's go check out the scary obelisk.
Everybody starts inhaling snow.
Are you moving ahead,
You
Ron?
check the threads.
I'm moving ahead. Who wants to come with me to the obelisk?
I'm gonna hide behind a tree and watch.
To the what? What obelisk?
For what?
Oh,
Why are
there's
you
an
hiding?
obelisk. I'm just gonna keep guard.
I'll come with you,
Grog.
Grog.
Where
There's
is it?
nobody out here.
It's right.
It's
Grog.
bad luck.
Things lately. I'm letting other
Keyleth,
people.
What are you
Keyleth.
talking
I'm going.
There's a big obelisk.
Grog,
behind
Keyleth.
us.
Pike's coming.
Big obelisk is ahead.
It's a Grog, Keyleth, Pike, and Scanlan are all going forward. Looks like
I'm hiding behind a
Vax
tree.
and
I'm
Percy
taking
are
a
staying.
slightly. I'm getting another angle. So
Dude, this monolith does remind me. Actually, everything that this in this travel sequence reminds me of, and that's why I told you guys that I've thought about my travel a lot. I'm gonna murder her. I'm gonna murder her. I'm not, but I'm gonna be so upset with her because she's ringing. This is a work of art. I agree. She's ringing. I guarantee you. She's ringing. She's like, I have to go outside so bad. I have to pee. I have to poop. I have to go to the bathroom, Dad. And then I'm gonna take her out, and she's not even gonna pee. She's just gonna sniff around, maybe scratch a tree, maybe try to eat a rock. She loves eating rocks. It's like her second favorite pastime. She doesn't even like eating them. She likes smuggling them in her giant cheeks and then playing with them later once she's gotten them back into the house, once she's gotten them past the guard. So I'm going to explain this, and I'm going to take her out because she keeps ringing. And then I can tell her I just took you out. She wants the option to be. Yeah, eating rocks is a vibe. It's a very Grog thing to do. Okay, so one of the ways that I think about travel is I have my world mentally. You know what I'm saying? I have it. And so if I'm thinking about my world, it's like, okay, West runs here, then there's a fucking frost weald, and then there's fucking mountains, oh no. And then there's like a refugee camp over here. Like, this is all generally locked up in here. Maybe you have a legitimate world map, whatever. You have these very general regions. So then when the I won't even put the refugee map on because this is something I want to point out. When I am going into an exploration sequence, a travel sequence, what have you, and I know generally where the players are going. So they're going from Westrun to the mountains. So I know got to put shit on this path or got to prep shit for this path. I will cut this space into regions. So I will say, and you can make these hexagonal regions. You can make them different shapes and sizes and overlapping or not overlapping, but, cut in different ways depending on what makes sense for the terrain and your region. Like maybe, Westrun, it's a fucking poppin' ass joint. It can have a little small region, whereas maybe other regions are a little bit bigger. And then I will take these regions and I will pre-populate them with at least one landmark and normally one, I would call it, I've never had to speak it out loud, so I just have a mental thing of it, a leading faction. Now, whether that leading faction is literally people, like a literal like human organization faction, or if it's an apex predator, if it's a particularly dominant species, whatever, a leading faction, something that I can hit on passively, while they're traveling, while they're at a landmark, while they're talking, I can hit back to those leading factions that are in the region. So like for Westrun, it's the Goliaths, it's the herd. Maybe Umbrasil, there's kind of a competition. And then Westrun is the landmark. So for all of these things, I have in this region, there's faction. We'll call it wolves. The wolves are very dominant in this region. And then there is one specific landmark. And I'll add it to my map. And this is when I take a floating thing and I make it not floating. So I'll take one of my floating things that could be anywhere. I'll grab it out of the air and I'll plop it into this region. And then if they complete this whole exploration sequence and they never go into this region, then I yoink it back out. If they never go into that region, I just yoink it straight back out. But then I do this with, I kind of make like a little bit of a buffer zone around the path that I think they'll take. And then I have these little region bubbles. And as they traverse, maybe you can work in some nature checks to see maybe they go on like a twisty windy. So if they fail a nature check, say, to travel, maybe the most direct route, then maybe they get waylaid. They're going, and maybe they're trying to get to the Stormcrest Mountains over here. But maybe if they fail that nature check, they get more waylaid more solidly over here, and potentially even to the degree where they don't have access to this anymore. And then if they fail the fucking navigation check again, then they go over here. So, they're not like making huge progress or whatever. And this is how, they get down there. Whereas if, Keyleth had used her spell slot, I would basically do every time they progress, I would put them in the region that gets them closest to the goal. And then, like I said, each region has a dominant thing about it that makes it distinct, like a faction. And one interesting landmark. Now, whether that landmark is, an orc stronghold, whether it's an obelisk, whether it's a fucking like den/dungeon sort of situation, whether it's an old decrepit mine, it's a ruin, whatever. The landmark can be anything substantial, where we would basically want to zoom down back into real time in order to interact with it. And like I said, these regions can be as large or as small as you want, depending on how much you want to abstract the travel. The other thing that makes this really easy or the reason that I think about it like this is because it makes me really easy for me to give benefits to resource usage. So instead of like with Keyleth's the whole destination thing, I would make sure that basically they could never get lost. They will never fail a nature check and end up going lateral to their goal into like a neighboring region. If they use Windwalk, maybe they can still get lost, but maybe it's harder to get lost, and they cover 2 regions in each thing. Like they skip over regions because they're going so much faster and they're so much more unimpeded. And so I would, typically like, and I try to make this about, and this is my own personal pace. You could easily use this system with any pace you wanted, but I try to make it about 1 region a day is about what I would make this. So for the enhanced speed of Windwalk, 2 regions a day. Easy peasy. The 6th level spell can't get lost and never going to go laterally if you do. This is one of the ways that I go about doing like regional travel. There are other ways to abstract it, but this is one of the ways that I try to make sure that there's a sense of progression. There's always a sense of things changing, and there are things that they can interact with along the way. And it gives you a really easy framework to give information. So if they're trying to scout, say Vax goes ahead and he's like, I want to scout ahead of the entire party, you can give him information on one or more of the surrounding regions before the party commits to going into it. And by the way, you don't necessarily need to tell your players that these like regions exist. It's just on the back end. But it makes it, easy to give them benefits from scouting, easy to give them benefits from resource usage, all that sort of stuff. I think it's harder if your players want to keep really firm control. So, they want to, because, right, like I'm talking about like how I do this on like a day-by-day basis. Some players want more shorter increments of time so that they can react if something bad happens. But then if that's what they want, you just shrink the regions. So like if they wanted to make it to where, we interact with something every half a day, then I just shrink all these regions down and prep the exact same way, just with smaller regions and more of them. So this is one of the ways that I've learned works for me when running exploration and travel type sequences. And it maybe seems like that is actually what Matt is going after. But it is a little bit trying to think of how to describe the difference. Maybe I'll think about it while I'm taking the dog out, because there is a difference between the way that I run this versus how Matt is currently running it. And I think it's an abbreviation of time. Matt is not giving them, I said I was going to think about it and then I figured it out. Matt doesn't want them to get lost. He doesn't want them to encounter an obstacle. He doesn't want them to go the wrong way. I think probably because Ashley's here. So I think, if it's like a guest player session, I'm not going to prep a ton of regions. I'm just going to make it, hey, they can't get lost so that they can get where they're going so that Ashley can have fun. I don't run with a lot of guest players, so I don't know if that's exactly what's happening, but that's kind of what it seems like to me, is that maybe Matt uses maybe a similar system to think about his travel sequences, but he's abridging it a lot. He's like cutting off a lot of the sides to make it a little bit more direct in order to utilize Ashley Johnson more. Or not utilize her more, but make there be more that happens with her, Been watching the whole time, but now I'm here. What up, Topaz? How you doing? And I'm going to take the dog out really quick. I will be right back, and then we will get back to it.
So that we have two different vantage points of what may happen.
Shit. Boop. Hi, I'm back. she's a butt. But Paige actually met us outside, so now Paige is handling it. We were not planning on taking her on a walk, but apparently she was a butt for Paige when I came into streaming, and then she was a butt for me. So Paige is like, I'm gonna take her on a walk. We're gonna tire her out a little bit. She seems to have too much nervous energy. So she's taking Bird on a walk, which Bird adores, but are pains in the asses because she wants to be friends with everyone. But hey, that's part of the thing is dogs and puppies especially are pains in the asses, but they're the best. But they're the best. You do a lot for them, but they're great when you come home.
Happen. All right, so you guys kind of
Getting
split
a little
off. Are you
closer,
going with
but
Percy or?
keeping.
I'm kind of brain farting, so I'm just following Percy.
Okay. So Percy and Vax kind of splinter off to the left. Vax, you go ahead and take the right, and you kind of head around this
Where are we going?
clearing, while the rest of you walk into the center of it.
Keeping an eye on that thing and that can.
Look at that.
I know, it's a thing. We're gonna let Grog touch it and see what happens.
You guys approach, and as you're.
Wrong?
Where is
There's
it?
nobody out here.
It's right.
It's
Grog.
bad luck touching things lately. I'm letting
Keyleth,
What are you
Keyleth.
talking
I'm going.
There's a big obelisk.
Grog,
Take a look.
Pike's coming.
Big obelisk is ahead.
So Grog, Keyleth, Pike, and Scanlan are all going forward. Looks like
I'm hiding behind a
Vax,
tree.
and
I'm
Percy
taking
are
a
staying.
slightly. I'm getting another angle so that we have two different vantage points of
Okay.
what may happen.
All right.
Feels like we're about to
Getting a
go
little
off.
Are you
closer,
going with
but
Percy or?
keeping.
I'm kind of brain farting, so I'm just following Percy.
Okay. So Percy and Vax kind of splinter off to the left. Vax, you go ahead and take the right, and you kind of head around this
Where are we going?
clearing, while the rest of you walk into the center of it.
Keeping an eye on that thing and that can.
Look at that.
I know, it's a thing. We're gonna let Grog touch it and see what happens.
You guys approach, and as you're stepping through the snowfall, which right now is for you up to just past your knees, kind of like the grass was.
Oh no.
For Keyleth, it's just up to your waist.
Oh.
Scanlan, your head's just like you and Pike are both kind of like like the dogs jumping through the snow that kind of vanish with each leap as you're having to kind of find your way through this heavy snowfall.
Do you guys, you want to ride?
Yes, please.
I'll
Yeah,
pick up
yeah,
each
yeah.
gnome on my shoulders.
Okay, so you're gonna pick him up and bring him up.
Thanks, Rogue.
No problem.
Go ahead and make an investigation check as you guys approach this obelisk.
25.
Yay.
Investigation.
It's a 2. -3.
It's made of rock.
11.
Okay.
All right.
Like your pants?
What'd you get, Pike?
14.
14. Okay. So as you guys approach this vantage point, it's carved definitely, and the carving is very old, weathered somewhat, but not too heavily. So it's either not very old or there's not a whole lot of weather that comes through here. And by the stillness of the wind since you've entered, you get a feel that's probably more the case. So it's hard to gauge how old or how long it's been here. But there are various carvings amongst it. There is a big symbol. I want to have you guys roll a religion check real fast.
Awesome. What the fuck?
Wow. I
Natural
need to
one.
not use that dice right now.
It's religion.
It's some kind of
12?
Religion. 9.
Pike?
Come on.
15.
15. Okay. It looks familiar, but you're having a hard time kind of really getting the essence. Pike, you recognize this. This is not the largely understood or most, commonly utilized symbol of Ioun, but it is a very ancient, the basis of the religion of Ioun, which is the same goddess of knowledge that Osisa was overseeing
right.
beneath.
Wait, how do you spell it?
Ioun, I-O-U-N. Which you actually carry a stone enchanted with the essence of Ioun's knowledge.
Oh, that's my ion stone.
Yep.
Is it like made of? Is it it's
Iron
stone?
It's solid stone and goes up about 35 feet or so.
Hey, Scanlan, I heard if you like touch your tongue to something like this, it'll stick.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. We should probably try that out. Keyleth,
What?
can you go lick that obelisk?
Oh, hell no.
Well, no.
I know that one.
Keyleth.
But you should do it, Grog. I can't do it just because of my elven abilities. It's our saliva. It doesn't work the same way, but you should try it. It's crazy.
Keyleth?
What?
That was very clever.
How far are we?
You guys are
Trying a new
about
toy.
10 feet from it.
What?
Keyleth.
I'm gonna
What?
just
Try a
look
new
around
toy.
it for any traps.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
18.
18, okay. So you kind of have to leap off Grog and start kind of wading through, and you start getting through. You're finding pieces of broken stone, chunks of smaller chunks about that big, and bits of stone dust that are kind of scattered amongst the snow. You push around, because you see the ruined walls around.
Okay.
You do find a larger piece of stone that looks like a broken statue, like there must have been like some sort of a statue here that had lost the hand and it's kind of stumbled there on the ground.
Okay, upon him seeing that, I pull out my hunk of wall
Okay.
and see if it
Lights up?
lights up.
Oh, you have to concentrate on it.
Are there orcs present? I knew someone would laugh at that.
You hold it aloft. There is, like, it has a small vibration of energy as part of the crystal sliver itself, but doesn't seem to change in the environment.
Close to object C.
You continue looking through,
I'm a
and
bit closer to the obelisk.
you kind of you step as you step close to the obelisk. You also notice there is some writing or some sort of scripture that is carved towards the base that is partially buried by the snow that is kind of gathered at its base. You find more pieces of statues, like arms, part of a torso, like somebody had knocked over a series of statues. But a lot of them they have deep grooves in them, like these statues were either carved to pieces, like they were actually physically.
Are you describing what you're seeing at all? Or are you?
Sure.
Like I can't have a reaction to this unless I'm actually hearing anything.
I do control water. Can I do control water and clear away all the snow from around it?
It takes you a little bit of concentration because it's in a different state than liquid, but you begin to focus. And as you guys are watching, Keyleth focusing, a lot of the ice begins to rapidly melt into a water form, and it begins to melt away, leaving the wet, muddy ground around it.
These statues that have been broken, they have gashes and slashes in them?
Yes, around the areas where they're broken.
Can I see the statues at this point?
From this distance, you can't.
I want to get a little closer just so I can kind of make out the statues.
Okay. As the snowfall begins to melt away, you guys see around the base of this obelisk, it is a garden of statue pieces.
Are they
guys.
classical statues, or are they people in weird poses? Are the poses weird?
Some poses look aggressive, some poses look
Okay,
surprised.
everybody, hey,
Back
hey,
up, everybody,
hey,
back
hey,
up now.
And we're going to go ahead and take a break on that.
We fought basilisks in the
Basilisks
Frostweald
here.
before.
God damn it.
So, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here for the restroom, and
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
see you guys here in a few minutes.
I see what the problem is.
I don't see what the problem is. All right. Gardens of statues. I did remember that they fought basilisks there the first time. It's one of the only things I remembered about the Frostweald. All right, let's see. We are going to an art break. Art break. All right. This is interesting. I am wondering, because I was just theorizing that I think that some of this has been abridged for Ashley. But I'm wondering how much will be abridged, or if it's just Matt wanted to get them to a combat so that Ashley could fight, and then it will be a more maybe like thoroughly exploration-esque challenge going forward. Because right now I wouldn't really consider this, exploration challenges. It's just them kind of walking and running into stuff. They're not really, making decisions and navigating and whatever. So, but we'll see. I can very much see there. It seems like there's a lot of meta factors in C1 as a whole, because of just the sheer number of guest players or players that are not there every session. And we really do frequently come back to that of like, is this a real critique, or is this just something that he's doing because a guest player's there? And it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell a lot of the times. Oh my goodness. Vax turning into the champion of the Raven Queen is just going to bump the edge in his art so much. He is going to receive at least a 30% bump in edge factor now that he is the Raven Queen champion. But they still look really nice. I'm halfway through C2 at the moment. It's fun to rewatch these and see how far they've come already. And I miss VM. That's fair. I get that. I'm glad it's I'm glad it's fun for you guys. As always. I mean, I don't know. I have a lot of fun making Critical Eyes, and the fact that other people like it is a very amazing bonus. You know, edgy boy Vaxeldon, yeah, he is emo edge boy. He wasn't even that emo edge boy to begin with, but yeah, now I mean he always had that edge to him, and now with the Raven Queen, it's just fully edged out. I always get surprised how fast they go through the photos in the early art breaks. They eventually give each picture more time down the line. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, I think if I was them, I would be so excited. I would be so excited by the sheer amount that I would want to show them all. I would be like, oh my gosh, they are all amazing. But now they probably get I bet the volume just keeps going up. And eventually they're like, oh my gosh, we can't show all of them. Like, I would bet they're showing a really large fraction of them. And as that fraction went down and down, they probably started narrowing it themselves even more. Yeah, crazy. I love all the art during the art break. Me too. I like it. It's I feel slightly awkward about watching art breaks because it feels like I'm just watching a show. You know, it's like when we're watching them play D&D, you know, I feel like I have things to say and to analyze, but then I watch the art break and I'm like, it almost it kind of feels like going out of character in D&D. Like, it feels like I've been, you know, RPing and like I've been in the shit and I've been very invested. And then it's like suddenly I'm out and someone's asking me if I want a slice of pizza. Because I'm just like watching the art break and I'm like, ooh, they just pretty pictures. And then the art break's done and I'm like, oh, right, I'm streaming. I kind of forgot there for a second. But it's a good it's an interesting phenomenon. What's up, Sputnik? How you doing? Gonna be catching up, but probably at this point won't be live. Probably. But I'm glad you're back and feeling better. Me too. Me too. I'm very, very glad to be back. And welcome back to you. Yeah. Yeah. Man. Also, while I didn't actually work on many ideas, like while I didn't like get like a lot of like productive work done on content, I did come up with a lot of ideas. Very sick, pain-addled Mega is his mind goes places. He gets ideas. I have one that I've been toying with for a long time, like for a while I was sick, and I'm really nervous that it literally is just not possible. Like it's basically like, oh, I want to, you know, like make a generic form of this thing. Like a formula essentially for something in D&D, and I literally think it might just not be possible. But I might make a stream out of the pursuit of the idea. Maybe that'll be fun. I don't know. Anyways.
Oh
wait.
As the snow is melted away, revealing this garden of statues in various states of growth. Some of them are still solid, some of them are just missing pieces, some of them are entirely shattered, many of them crushed or torn, thick, heavy grooves visible on the...
I will say the only other thing is one of the things I like about the kind of region way that I handle things is that I can mix it up on like what are kind of throwback type sequences like this with the Basilisk and what are new. Like I gave a lot of squinting at Matt using a beholder again. I was like, oh man, there's like so many monsters. We really repeating this? But if you make the Frostweald have all of these, you know, regions in it, yeah, you can make like one of them be the Basilisk. And then you know, it honestly, like, you know, I just got done talking about all of that, about how, you know, how I'm so impressed with his low prep energy and I don't prep a lot. But the reason that I genericize it like that is because that's the easiest way for me to prep. And then I can improv kind of the connective tissue between all of those things. So that's an easy way for me to abstract my prep. And when I am prepping, sometimes I do like to throw in like a callback type thing, like a Basilisk. And I do like to have like player actions determine what they encounter. So do they take the most direct route? You know, whatever. Do they get lost? Do they not? And I try to make the new and novel things on like the most direct path, essentially, so that it's more likely that they'll run into them. And then on the side roads or the offshoots, or if they get lost, that's where I like to put the more callback, like, oh, remember this type of stuff. So it's like that and so if all that is to say, if I was prepping this, I probably wouldn't have had Bossless, and we don't know that they're Bossless yet. They could be something else. But if they are Bossless, and it's a callback, I probably wouldn't have put that on the most direct route, which it seems like they're on, because, I don't know, there's a lot of like new and novel things in D&D. I don't feel the need to reuse stuff all that often. I just think it's fun. But that's very personal taste as a DM. Some people like, you know, theming and reminders, they value those more than like new and novel. But I still do like to include those callback type things like the Basilisk, or like Basilisks, on the offshoots. Yeah, like if they get lost, if they have a consequence, whatever. So yeah. And I would, and with that, like when I'm thinking about this garden, this obelisk, whatever, this seems like the perfect opportunity if you're doing an exploration type mission or puzzle or whatever, to put a clue as to where they might be able to find more. So like not a clue to where Osisa's mate is, but like a clue to another region they could travel to, either in the Frostweald or in the Stormcrest, with maybe a riddle attached that will get them past an obstacle once they arrive. And that is like the perfect sort of thing to put on an offshoot. That's like an absolutely perfect thing to put on an offshoot, because if they're going the most direct way, they don't need things that point them in the correct way. They're going in the most correct way. But if they go off the path, or they're, you know, maybe straying far away from it, that's where you put like a landmark or a clue that directs them back towards the path, and you know, maybe put it behind an obstacle and give them a little bit of reward. Maybe make a riddle that comes later a little bit easier. Maybe like have like a companion riddle or another stanza that if they solve it, it makes the other one very easier to solve. That sort of stuff. I think, I don't know. I don't know if you can tell. I like exploration, and I like thinking about it a lot. And I have a lot of like things that I like to do for it. Ever since I learned how to code properly, I keep thinking of new ideas for apps. It will not stop. I get that. Yeah. Return CR2 volume to normal. Oh, yeah. Good call. What up, Torben? How you doing? What up? Anyways.
Pieces of them that have been torn asunder. The party begins to...
And I actually think because we had actually, no. I shouldn't do that. Never mind.
You can gather their thoughts and figure out what this may be. You did notice as well that there was writing or script among the bottom of the obelisk. As the snow melts away, there was another large shape that is carved into it.
Can I hold my hand up to the obelisk and just feel if there's any like heat radiating off of it?
Sure. As you walk up to the edge of the obelisk and put your hand to it, no heat being radiated.
I pull out the hunk of qual again. Anything? Kind of hold it closer to the symbol.
It does not seem to be reacting to anything in the immediate vicinity.
Man, somebody does not like sculptures.
Those aren't sculptures.
Can I do a nature check?
Right, no, it's art. I get it.
What language do you know?
It's interpretations and fancy and whimsical.
Let me double check.
This is not a pipe. This is a picture of a pipe. Our fucking Grog's an art snob. He's like, no, I understand.
Hop on the broom and fly up and see if I can spot any basilisks around.
Wait, Percy, what do you think they are?
Where's she going?
Did you hear me?
Who's that?
Elven, Sylvan, Druidic, Primordial.
The language, as you walk up and begin to hold a hunk of qual towards it, you can see that the language, the script that is beneath the initial symbol of Ioun that Scanlan had seen is Elvish.
Oh, okay.
And it reads, the rough translation is old text. It reads... It reads, a name is earned.
A name is earned?
A name is earned.
Oh, no.
And beneath it, there is what appears to be the other large carving you saw into it. Looks like a triangle, like a dark recessed triangle that is just built beneath the text that tapers internally to a point, almost like you could like a reverse pyramid on the inside. It's just an empty space that comes to a point.
Oh no. Cool. I think that there are basilisks nearby.
Do I see any?
What? I think these statues are victims.
Can I do a nature check to see if I can see any signs of basilisks?
Sure.
Okay. So this is just like, I think, general like puzzle stuff. But I think it really works in exploration, especially for like ruin type stuff, where all of these like vague texts point towards, old Ionic ideas or whatever, and they don't theoretically point towards each other. Like I think that once they get to wherever Osis's mate is, it shouldn't be like, oh, this is the secret code to to open up the door. We're not talking about Dark Brotherhood from Elder Scrolls, right? But they can reference the same thing that generally like a person, like an acolyte of Ioun would already know. They can reference these holy ideas or scripture, but they can reference it at different angles, which gaining more of them. So like having one is hard to understand, but having two makes both easier to understand. You get a more full picture on what something might be talking about. So like in this one, it says a name is earned, or whatever. And then the other one, this is very off the top of the dome. I would think about it more normally. But like off the top of the dome, you could be like, you must earn your way through, or something like only admittance is only granted to those who have earned it. And then you could have a third clue somewhere else that talks about some old champion of Ioun and uses their name very specifically. Like 3 connective tissues to make the password clear.
Warning, ad incoming, take cover.
Ad incoming, take cover. This is what I was debating, like delaying this, but I don't want to get it off the hour. But yeah, you can make it to where those 3 things are all talking about like a common idea of Ioun, of like this true name thing. Very name of the wind. You know, where they're all talking about the same idea, but they're just talking about like different aspects of it. And you can be like, you know, after blah 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 went through his trials, he got this, whatever. And we know the thing that he got was his name. And so you can say, like, at the actual door, it's like, present your most well-earned thing. I don't know. I'm coming up with this puzzle off the top of my head. Puzzles are hard. But I think the way that Matt is going about this is a very perfect subcomponent of a puzzle. I will be interested to see the rest of it, because I'm sure he put more thought into it than I am. But the way that he's presenting this, I think, is very good. Very, very good. And if you really want to promote like crazy note taking, he could have even implanted something within like a text or a relief back underneath Whitestone at that temple. He could have planted something with Osisa. Whatever. I doubt that he did that. I don't think I would have done that. That requires a lot of forward looking. But that could be a crazy good way to reward note taking. And maybe those ones are a bit more obvious. They don't make sense in context because they don't apply to the thing that they're doing right now. But if a note taker wrote them down, you can bring them back and apply them to this situation. Anyways. And that is a way that you make everyone feel like it's always pre-planned, you know, is by basically planting things that you don't know how you're going to use them yet, but you think, I'll use them someday. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, Twitch is already running an ad. Got to run an ad on YouTube, and I will be right back. Goodbye. Could you even tell that I had transitioned back? Or was my impression just that clean? But yeah, my overall thing was, hey, great start to a clue giving thing. Okay, and I think we are done on Twitch. We're back on YouTube. Hello, everybody.
Make a nature check. You make a perception check.
Are we at a short? Where is this a short rest? No.
No.
21.
21.
26.
26. You glance up above, and you do not see any immediate basilisks from what you can see. This clearing itself is visible from your height, but once you get above the tree line, you can see the trees are pretty thick. You don't see any sign of basilisks in the immediate vicinity. You, upon looking around the ground, you can see where, because it's very muddy now from all the water that had melted, all the snow that had melted down, and you see that some of the mud is kind of slicking into it.
I will say, before I know what he does or doesn't do, having the basilisks be the dominant faction in this region, but not be around this landmark, I think could be a very cool idea. Of like, you don't necessarily have to fight the basilisk, you don't have to fight the dominant faction in the region, but you can see their effect on the world. It makes it feel tense. You know what's around. You know what you have to look out for. It gives the rangers something to focus on if they're like looking for tracks or if they do want to track down one of the basilisks. So I think that would be really cool if there are no basilisks here and they're just around and there's just evidence of them. And maybe if they rest, maybe they encounter a basilisk in like a nighttime thing. Because that is one of the things that I'm always struggling with. Or especially back in the day before I really tried to work on my exploration, is like nighttime encounters, ambushes, those sorts of things. Because they always felt like just a surprise and a waste of time, and you know, it didn't feel like it was very additive. But I do think that there's an interesting concept here of like foreshadowing risk and consequence, where you foreshadow that there are basilisks in the area, but if they very quickly move on, they just won't encounter them. Like, the basilisk are the dominant faction, and if they take a short rest or a long rest here, they will encounter the basilisks and they'll have the consequence, but they knew the risk going into it. It's kind of the tension and suspense aspect of showing people the bomb ahead of time, you know? So I think that could be really, really cool. Now, if Matt doesn't do that, or if that's not the way he set that up, absolutely no shade. I wanted to get all of it out before I saw what he did so that it didn't seem like a criticism if that's not what he does. But that is, I think that could be a really cool way to foreshadow danger, to make the world feel lived in, like things are happening that are not directly about you, you know? Of like, you find these statues, but the basilisks are nowhere to be seen. But it's letting you know that the area is dangerous. So if you do rest here, you need to take precautions. I think it gives you a lot of really, really cool options.
Looks like holes in the ground, like 4 foot wide cavernous holes that were dug, like little burrows that now have all this water and mud slipping into them.
Burrows made by a creature, it looks like.
It looks like, which one of them kind of expels a bunch of mud and water that begins to kind of just bubble outward.
Oh.
At which point you see something burst out and emerge onto the ground nearby.
No worries.
More of these holes start bursting forth. All the mud and liquid that has seeped into it is now being forced outward, and these creatures now covered in mud. You can see long lizard-like bodies with a toothed snout, multiple legs, rows of them down the spine as tails flicker about.
I'm closing my eyes.
Don't look at them.
I would like you all to roll initiative.
Fuck. Shit.
I will also say, and this is a critique, if Matt does not use those burrows again during this combat, I will be a little sad. Because he has set up a really cool conceit for this combat arena that these basilisks can dive down into the ground and ostensibly pop out somewhere else, like whack-a-mole. And if he does, and that is a super fun conceit when the whole point of a basilisk is not to look at it, but if you don't know where they're going to pop out, that makes not looking at them much, much more difficult, which is a great way to challenge up a lower leveled enemy for a higher leveled party. if he doesn't do it, it's just like the fire arena right at the Pyra, where it's like, man, he's setting up these really cool things. And I'll just be sad if he doesn't use them, because it's a lot of it's like, man, I wish I thought of these really fun, cool conceits for my enemies and my battle arenas. I'm jealous. But then if he doesn't utilize them, I'm like, it's fucking my mind. But we'll see. We'll see if he uses them.
I'm standing right in the middle of them.
Oh. Fuck you.
I have the fucking shittiest initiative rolls.
Yikes.
I have had a terrible initiative roll.
Okay, this is it.
Feral instincts going up.
Battle in the snow.
Battle in the snow. Also, will the snow that is up to Scanlan's head and Keyleth's waist have an effect on this battle? It probably should. I feel like that would mean that the entire arena is difficult terrain for any creature that isn't large.
Got Ashley.
Now, it's hard to see with the mud across their surface, but you do see hints of blue coming through. You have encountered these previously. These are referred to as the ice scale basilisks, the ones that are more specific to this indigenous region. Alrighty. So
I think she melted all the snow around the statues. That's fair. She melted a lot of the snow, which actually makes the battle arena even cooler. If there's not difficult terrain in the middle where, you know, most of the combat will be happening, and then it like goes out and it you know gets more and more difficult as you get away from the center radius. That's even more cool. But I don't have a good intuitive sense of just like how much she was able to melt. I was picturing it being a pretty small area, but I would have to read the details of the spell. It's very possible that she melted much more than I'm picturing.
Initiative order here, folks. 25 to 20?
22.
22.
Percy?
20 to 15?
18. 19.
Really?
Oh no, Percy.
15 to 10?
13. 11.
All right.
Rolled really badly.
Yeah.
Pike!
I know. My initiative is always shit.
Welcome back, Pike.
She likes to get a lay of the land before she attacks.
Yeah, you know, I do the cleanup.
Is that everybody?
That's it.
I'm 8.
Pike up. All right. All right. So, due to these series of rolls here, they're going last.
Oh,
roll the 5.
They're going last?
-1 penalty to dex.
Oh.
So, as these, there's one more that bursts up right next to Scanlan right there.
Oh, great.
Oh.
As they all burst out of the ground, kind of shaking their heads in the mud, slinging off and slapping into the stone, spattering across the white snow around them and across some of you, they snarl and hiss as you see the eyes now.
Whoa. Merry Christmas.
Wow.
So
So,
beautiful.
top of this will be you.
Yeah.
Next, you actually will be, since you were on the...
You know what I just thought about? So I know that Super Geek Mike has talked some shit on Matt's initiative style of you know doing it in tiers, and I was like the last time we talked about it, I was basically like, yeah, I don't know, it seems fine. I didn't have a huge opinion on it. I will say something that could be kind of interesting, like a little bit of a side benefit that it has, is potentially not rolling for monsters. So you could have your monsters just be in between certain tiers depending on their dex. So, you know, you have like 20 plus is up here, then there's a line, then it's 15 plus, then a line, then 10 plus, line, and 5 plus, you know, whatever. And then these lines are where the monsters live, depending on their dex. So, you know, between 15 and 20 are anything that have positive dex. In between 10 and 15 are anything that have neutral dex. And in between 5 and 10 are anything that have negative dex. If you have a lot of combatants that all have a very, very, you know, level of dexterity, like you're trying to run a pretty big combat, and you want to handle them all individually, this is not a terrible way to go about doing it. And then the tiers really make a lot of sense of like, okay, you know, you have your monsters listed out at these different tier levels, and then you fill in the players in between. It would make taking initiative a lot smoother because you have like the general skeleton for how the monsters are going to behave or where the monsters are going to be located within the order. I don't know. I don't think I would do this, but but I also don't think I would use Matt's tiered initiative stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought about that during this. I was like, that could be kind of interesting. I think Matt just needs a pre-printed sheet with numbers 1 to 30 and blank spaces. Totally could be. I mean, that would totally work. I honestly just in general don't have huge opinions about initiative. I just don't love initiative in general. But I see it as a necessary thing that you just have to have in especially like D&D. But in a lot of game design or game types. And I've never seen an initiative style. Like I've tried Greyhawk, I've tried Standard, I've tried Fast. And I've never been convinced by any initiative style of like, yes, this is the one. But this is something interesting that would be way easier with Matt's tiered initiative than it would be otherwise. I think. I don't know. I think Matt just needs a... Oh, wait, I already read that. Yeah. Matt's initiative is just normal initiative. He just has them read it off in order like they... Yeah. No, I know. It's just... And to be clear, like I've tried out a bunch of alternate initiative systems. I've also just tried different strategies for collecting and rolling, even if you are using like standard, just like D20 plus Dex. And I've just all thought that they kind of washed out to not have like super big upsides or downsides. Like they're all pretty lateral moves to me. They all have upsides and downsides. This is just an interesting upside that I was like, oh, you could do something here with this. I don't know. What up, Terrace? How you doing? I think Matt also does make it clear to the players which order they all are in. Yeah, that's fair. Like, they get a general sense of, like, I'm going around the same time as them. I'm going after and before them. Like, it does give a little bit of an intuitive sense that way. But if the combat lasts for more than a couple of turns, I think that intuitive sense is gonna quickly leave. Like, I think maybe it gives you a little bit of a heightened sense on, like, the first turn, maybe the second. But I do think that kind of fades off after a while. So, like I said, not a huge opinion. They're all kind of the same to me.
On top of here on the broom,
yes.
Looking above.
Now we can't look at them, right? We remember that from before.
You remember you're going to want to try not to.
Yeah.
We can look at them to shoot them and then look away?
Nope.
Just don't look at them at all.
You can choose the start of your turn whether to avert your gaze or not. You'll have disadvantage on pretty much everything as long as you're doing that.
That's so annoying. I can't tell how everybody's clumped. They're all amongst all of our friends.
Yeah. There's 3 right here and there's 1 right there that pops behind. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Can I fly down and land on a tall tree?
You can try to.
Brace myself?
You'd like to try to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like, yeah.
We'll save the purposes of this that you coast down to the height. Stupid broom. We'll say you land down somewhere over here.
Okay.
Treetop is. Alrighty, there you are.
Okay. I avert my gaze-ish. I look like off to the side of one, but I can see it in my peripheral. Is that how it goes? Or just like, you kind of
guess where it is real fast. The peripheral and kind of...
Okay, Hunter's Mark 1.
Which one?
The one, who's that? Is that Scanlan? It's next to the little, is that Scanlan?
Yeah, Scanlan's next to one.
Yeah, I do the one next to Scanlan. That was my eye.
Alright, that was Hunter's Mark.
I can't, that's just a flashlight. Oh, that's how I do it. Okay, okay, that.
There you go.
The one that you already.
What are you doing?
And I'm gonna,
Professional D&D player.
That's right. And I'm gonna shoot it.
Go for it.
Through the blazing bowstring.
Okay, so go ahead and roll disadvantage in the first strike.
Does it? Oh, I don't get regular because I have favorite terrain, so I just like cancel it all out.
You can't. It's disadvantage for averting your gaze, advantage for being favorite terrain. Well, you don't think you get advantage on attacks for favorite terrain, do you? I think it's just ability checks.
Okay.
Yeah, so no, you're disadvantaged.
I'm at disadvantage.
We'll check this so it doesn't screw me.
18.
18 with disadvantage?
Yeah.
That still hits. Go ahead.
I can find out real quick. That would be amazing. And
I haven't done that since 14.
God, it's just like the old school show.
16, plus the blazing bowstring, 16, plus an additional d10.
All right, so first attack on Basilisk near Scanlan.
17.
Don't you have to look at it to cast Hunter's Mark? I honestly don't know. I mean, spells will, if you need to see the target, spells will say so. So it will say you point at a target you can see, or something to that degree. So, I mean, let's check. Why not? Hunter's Mark, D&D 5e. Let's see. You choose a creature you can see within range. Yeah. So you would definitely need to look at it. At least the way that I have always understood a creature you can see. My understanding of that is you need to be, it is not just you could theoretically see it if you looked at it. My understanding of that wording within D&D 5e is you have to look at it in order to cast the spell. So if there's like a wall in between you, some opaque surface, you can't see them. If that makes sense. So like that sometimes fucks with like cover and such. But yeah. Would the bossless be able to get out of the ground with all that snow? Kind of doubt it matters, but it would have been fun to see if players messing with the terrain had consequences. Dude, that would be really cool if that is the case. And this is talking about like the Wizard of Oz, the magic behind the scenes, making players feel like it's all prepped. If you, Shell Owl, had that idea, like had that thought during the middle of this combat as Matt, you absolutely slip in a little something about that after the combat. Like some small little comment of like, yeah, you know, the snow is really good insulation. They didn't love you melting it. Like something really small to very much imply that the combat was caused by the thing. And honestly, given the meta context, I probably wouldn't do it on stream if I was Matt, because I think people could very easily interpret that in a not cool way and being like, oh, the only reason they fought was because of Marisha. Just knowing meta context. But at your home table, I think players will like that. I think that's cool. It's like implying that the world is reacting to you, even if they would have burst out of their burrows regardless. Making some small comment about like, oh, they really didn't like that or something, blah, 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 could lead your players to think that the combat only happened because they melted the snow, which goes towards that whole, like, the world is moving around you, it's reacting to you. That's one of those small lies, frankly, that you can tell to heighten the mystique, you know? Anyways.
17 damage. All right, go ahead and roll the second attack with disadvantage as well.
17.
17 does hit as well. Just roll damage on that one. They include the blazing bowstring for the first one, right?
Yes. 15 on the second.
15, so 17 points damage. Holding onto the top of the tree, we're starting to bow a little bit with your weight, and you're kind of clutching the broom under one arm, and you pull back. Release 2 arrows in succession. Both find their mark. You did Hunter's Mark damage on top of those?
Yes, I did.
All right, good. You see, Scanlan, as you try and avert your gaze momentarily as you see the giant creature there, and you recall 2 arrows streak past, which gives you a little PTSD based on your morning. So that'll complete your turn?
Yeah.
All right, Scanlan, you're up.
I will. He's right next to me?
Yes. Are you averting your gaze or not?
I'm averting my gaze.
Alrighty.
Well, geez, I mean, can I see them? Do I know where they are?
Just, I mean, you saw them all burst out once they shook off the mud. You heard her shouting, and you're like, oh,
So I kind of know where they are. All right, I'm going to hop away 5 feet from the guy who's...
Okay.
I'll get an attack. Yeah, that's a fine direction, sure.
Okay. It lunges out at you
Yeah,
with
yeah.
a strike. That is a 22 to hit.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
As you pull away, pain strikes your body as the sharp, stone crumbling teeth of the basilisk reach out and pierce your body for 12 points of piercing damage. You wrestle your elbow out of the way. You can feel the wound beneath your leather armor.
Barely an arrow and a chicken in the neck.
Okay, and I'm going to aim to the one in the middle there. Anyone have a pointer? Yeah, that one. The other 2 are within 20 feet of him, yes?
Yes.
So I will cast a wand of fireballs right there near him.
On him or behind him or what's
Just behind him so it hits all 3?
Right, and not yourself.
Yes!
Okay, that's what you wanted to do. Okay. All right. So, as you back up, release it in that direction, the beam of light streaks out from the wand, hitting the snowbank right behind it, exploding. Already the slushy atmosphere is snow and fire scattered around as they both screech out in pain. DC of what's in the...
DC 15. I wrote it down.
That's first one failed, second one rolled a 15, it's -1 dex, that's a 14, second fail, and an natural 1. So full damage, all 3 of them. Go ahead and roll for that, 8d6.
Yeah.
Vax on dex, you ready?
All right, okay.
25, yes.
25 points of damage roll. The flames subside after the force of the explosion. The obelisk itself kind of shakes from the impact. The three baskets, look notably charred. Whatever mud was on them is immediately dried and is now cracking on the outside of their scales. You hear the hissing at their presence. Do you want to keep moving or stay where you are?
I'll tuck around the obelisk a little bit.
Okay.
And I'll turn to Pike, my love, and inspire her with a song. I will sing, I used to scry you on the shit phone. When I need your love. I know when that poop phone glows, it can only be one gnome. Ever since you left the party, you.
Yes.
Take your decent inspiration, Mike. All right, so decent inspiration for you.
I know when that poop phone glows.
I'm going to click my heels together, set the boots going. I'm going to go very far away towards you, your end of the map. I want to be about a little away from the tree, though, so I've got a clear line of sight on that one. Further back, though. No, I want to be like 50 feet away. Yeah.
Okay, you're away.
Yeah.
You're off map. You're off.
Yeah. And I'm going to dagger him from very far away.
Okay.
And I'm going to use that sharpshooter trick where I take a -5 to attack but add 10 to damage.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
On all of them?
Are you bringing your gaze?
No.
Right, so you started your turn first. The first part of the round, I want you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
From this far away?
When you started your turn, you were in.
Yeah, okay. So Constitution saving throw. 16.
16 total.
Yes.
Okay. The gaze upon you as you glance over and see Basilisk kind of turns his head over his shoulder at you and hisses, and the eyes catch you, and you can feel the magical effect take hold in your body for a moment. You back away and quickly close your eyes, and you can feel it begin to reach over, but you shake it off.
Yeah, gamble worked out.
All right, so you do not have disadvantage attacks.
Yeah, no. All right, so
minus 5 each attack.
first one an advantage because I'm going before it. So the first one is 18.
18 hits.
Second is 14, and the third is 16. It's 27.
Okay, first hits, last hits.
Last hits.
Yes.
Okay, first one gets sneak attack damage,
Yes,
and
because
it's
you-
plus 10 to both hits because of the sharpshooter.
Correct.
Right. So here we go. Okay, 2 plus my 2 plus 4,
only be one
6, 10, 15, 15. I can't think. 33. 43 for the first one. And then the second one, 43. Oh, no, 43 plus 49. 49 for the first one.
49 points
And
of
for
damage.
the last one that hits is 3 plus 6 is 19. Sharpshooter.
As you run backwards, at the basilisk glaring back at you, its kind of toothy mouth opening and the breath out. You shake it off, throw the daggers, one sticks into one eye, and the other just into the other, and it around.
What?
That's bad.
You know, the snow nearby is spattered with this kind of dark purple basilisk blood.
My eyes.
Basilisk blood. Remember, that sounds super good. Yes.
All right, so you want to stay where you are?
I will take another 10 feet back.
All right,
Away from it all. Yeah.
everything.
Hi, guys.
All right, Percy, you're up.
Okay.
Virtue gaze or?
No.
Constitution save.
Gamblers.
You got to know when to hold up.
That's a 11. That's a 15, 16, 20 guys. Yeah,
20 something.
21 points.
21 points.
Constitution save.
It's a save. That's right.
I roll 14 plus 7.
That's great. All right, so
I look it in the eye.
yeah, you stare it down, and it kind of
Barky.
Vortex has left his mark on you.
I cast Hex on it. I'm looking at the one that she's 100 mark. I cast Hex.
Ooh, nice.
You're gonna bark all day, little dog.
Same one that she's 100 mark?
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm giving it a willpower, a disadvantage on willpower ability checks.
Okay.
And I'm going to take 3 shots with sharpshooter.
Go for it.
Already done.
So 12.
12. All right.
Misses.
What is willpower the equivalent to? Is that wisdom or charisma? 'Cause I could see that going either way. Either way, interesting choice. Definitely, to me, bespeaks that there was something you could do with willpower in Pathfinder in combat that I don't think you can do in 5e. Like, whatever he's thinking of.
Misses, unfortunately.
Oh my god. Goodbye. Going to the good die. 12.
Yeah.
Better. Like 24.
Yeah, third shot hits. Go to roll
Shot
damage.
hits.
With the hex damage as well.
That's, oh my god, I'm just sucking. 16. 22 points of damage.
22 points of damage. So the first shots go wide. Second shot goes wide again. For some reason, it's moving faster than you expected in this moment. But then your sights, the third shot manages to find the front of its nose, and its front of its skull shatters, and it kind of crumbles to the ground.
So while shooting, I ran from that one tree all the way to the other one. That was a running shot, so.
Okay, so you run this way?
Yeah.
It was a lot harder the last time.
I'm behind the tree over there.
Here? Because you only got that far with your running.
Oh, there.
Right there? Okay, yeah, then you got behind there. That's fine. All right, then it's your turn, Percy. Rog, you're up.
Would like to avert my gaze.
Okay.
And go into an averted gaze rage. And I would like to run at that little bastard right there.
All right.
I can't see you, but I'm so angry. And using my feral. No, that's wrong. Using my what the fuck is it called? Oh,
Slap fight.
Air pull.
I totally forgot what it's called. What the fuck is it? Reckless attack.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yes. So can I cancel out the disadvantage and get just a normal roll?
Yes, you have a normal roll.
Nice. And great weapon master on these 2 strikes.
All right.
Shit. 9.
Whiff.
Shit. Nope.
It's a bad luck night for Grog rolling.
You rush forward. Woof, woof. You thought it was there. You sure it was there. You heard it hiss. It's about 2 inches below where you saw it.
I'm so mad that I come out of my rage because I don't hit anything, right?
No, you don't have to attack. There's a difference.
Well, I've been swinging.
Yeah. All right, ending Grog's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, how many left? 2?
There are 2 left.
I am remembering what the basilisks did last time, and I've only done this once before. Am going to go.
Avert your gaze or not?
I'm looking down, and I'm transforming into a giant scorpion.
Okay.
Scorpions are fascinating.
How so? They don't have eyes or something?
Yeah, they have blind sight. Ooh.
What does that mean?
It means they don't use their eyes to see things. They have blind
So,
sight.
Scanlan, as you're averting your gaze, you glance over as Keyleth goes, this giant scorpion, big tail, big pincers, kind of black and red carapace. It's upsetting.
I'm scared.
Really upsetting.
Where are they? They're...
Man, and this is why if I had to make an argument, which I did do in a video about 1D&D's Druid, I would say that this is the part that makes Druid the most interesting, is being able to wild shape into a form that is specifically useful for this combat because of its special senses or what have you. I think that is the thing that Druid has that other classes do not have. And so that is why I didn't love the 1D&D Druid and their like simplified wild shape. It's also why I like Daggerheart's more, but it's also why I didn't love Daggerheart's Druid, is because, again, they had the super simplified wild shape, where I think it lost a lot of that part that made it interesting. Like, I don't think the part that made it interesting was that you could turn into an animal. I think it was that you had a lot of flexibility in what animal you could use. You know, it's like a kind of right tool for the job sort of deal. And they did that in a very interesting and unique way. That others, like, they're the most flexible spellcaster. One of the most flexible. Maybe next to Wizard. But they had full casting abilities, and they had this other resource that allowed even more flexibility and all that. And I understand that, like, beast stat blocks are a lot to track. Like, I totally get it. That's why I don't think Druid's a great class for beginners. But I really wish, and Daggerheart Beastmaster actually kind of has what I would like more for, like, Wild Shape, where you can swap in and out features like Tremor Sense, like Blind Sight, like Burrow Speed, whatever. And so I think something like Invocations, but you choose them like every time you Wild Shape or something like that. But you choose less. You choose like 3. I think could be very, very. I think that is more of what I would like to see out of Wild Shape. And yeah, you can flavor it however you want, which, like, both Daggerheart and 1D&D are going towards, is like just some sort of flavoring. You know, you flavor it whatever you want. You don't need a bunch of stat blocks, but I would really like to see, like hot swappable Invocation-esque features so that you retain that flexibility, because I think that that's the unique gameplay style of something like Druid. Manning into meetings now. See you in the VOD. See you later, Terrace. Thank you for joining. You could do something in between where you pick special features. Absolutely. Yes. I totally understand and agree with moving away from, a shitload of stat blocks like you have with 5e Druid. But I think they're going too far, and they're also removing the thing that makes Wild Shape interesting, which is the flexibility of what you turn into. And you can have that flexibility still. Again, something like Warlock or Daggerheart's Beastmaster. Yeah. Anyways.
The 2 are like kind of in the middle there.
One second, Grog.
Okay, I'm gonna move in between them.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do a multi-attack on both of those. I'll start on the one that Grog's not focusing on.
Okay, go for it.
So I have 3 attacks, 2 with my claws and 1 with my stinger.
Do it.
Okay.
Stinger.
Disadvantage on all attacks.
No, why?
Because you averted your gaze.
No, I didn't. I have blind sight as a scorpion.
Right, but at the start of your turn before anything happens is when it happens. Did you avert your gaze or not?
No, I turned into a scorpion.
At the beginning of your turn.
Before your turn, did you avert your gaze or not?
You said you avert your gaze.
I said I looked down and turned into it, but once I'm a scorpion, I have blind sight.
Oh,
Right, but the effect takes place before your transformation happens.
Okay.
So yes or no? You want to take the advantage or
Well,
not?
I said I looked down and turned into a scorpion.
Push up. It's just game numbers, man.
So,
Yes or no?
I mean,
Dude. I need to read the Basilisk stat block. D&D 5e. Is it really that restrictive in the Basilisk stat block? If a creature starts its turn, Basilisk can force the creature to make the saving throw. If it isn't incapacitated, the creature magically must repeat. A creature that isn't surprised can avert its eyes to avoid the saving throw. If it does so, it can't see the Basilisk until the start of its next turn. Oh, wait. Okay, this is something where I would legitimately argue that I don't think that Matt read the stat block far enough, because you are explicitly allowed to look at the Basilisk in the meantime. You are allowed to look back at it, and then you have to make the save. So it is at the beginning of the turn, and then they can choose to look back at it. So I think you could easily say that she didn't look at it, she turned into the scorpion, and then she looked at it. I just wanna hope, and I say this ironically because I know it wasn't the case, that people were as critical of Matt here as they are of Marisha not reading Windwalk. I don't know. That is one of those things where the rule like strains belief enough, and this is actually a good example as well of, I think, where I do believe in the rule of cool. Like, I think sometimes people use the rule of cool, or they invoke the rule of cool in order to just try to get away with bullshit. like bullshit that isn't clever, that isn't interesting, but just makes them more powerful. I think sometimes people invoke the rule of cool for that. This is one of those things where, frankly, even if the Basilisk spell slot didn't support that she could do this, I feel like this is like a very clear situation. And this is, and I'll say this. I'm generally a person, you guys have heard me talk about homebrew, that sticks pretty close to raw. I pretty rarely deviate from raw unless I feel like there's an important reason. So I'm normally a rules defender. But this is one of those things where it's like, even if that was what the rules said, that, you know, you pick the thing at the beginning and then that just like carries through for the rest of the turn, she changed the configuration of her entire body. She made an interesting choice. And this is kind of following in this trend of, you thought you were doing something interesting, but fuck you. I don't know, man. I feel like this is a bit of an air of him overreacting on being harsh and strict. Yeah, it's a little bit, I don't want to say necessarily surprising, but it's very standout to me because my first impression of Matt is of someone who doesn't know D&D very well, but is a very experienced storyteller with a ton of skill in that arena, and was very frequently bending the rules to make things cooler for his players. That was my initial impression of him, is like, he is like not a very strict rule follower, and he'll like very frequently bend the rules for his players. That is absolutely the impression that I got. So it's very weird for me here because it feels like he's changing, which he probably is. Not only because he's learning D&D more, but just because he's probably getting yelled at on Twitter a lot, which sucks. And yeah, I don't know. I hope that he, like, I don't agree with all of Matt's DMing stylistic choices, but I do hope that he was able to start getting closer to the more bendable DM that he was at the beginning of this, you know? I don't know. The whole point of that last paragraph is that you can do things like wild shape or cast guidance on yourself or whatever, so you have a better chance on or negate the saving throw entirely. Yeah, exactly. Marisha, Ari, your spells and features and lore, Ari, everything surrounding the broom. Yeah. As a DM, I just applied the logic rule. If you aren't looking at them because you have blind sight, then you don't have to make the save. Yeah. But he's basically saying that even though she has blind sight, she can't now look at it and she can't perceive it because she chose not to perceive it earlier when she had different senses. But now that she has new senses, she can't choose to perceive it with those new senses. Which I think is a little silly. You know, I think Matt earlier on was a harsher stickler sometimes. I think the internet stressed him out. Yeah, I think the internet definitely stressed him out, yeah. This is what druids do, the flexibility and the utility. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think this is where you should be proud and happy your player figured out a way around your obstacle. Yeah, this is the type of behavior you want to reward. What was the other one? Was it Marisha? Oh, when Marisha had the big thing about it being Ripley. Honestly, that was one where I understood, I at least understood the source of the critique a little bit more intuitively. Like, I understand people are sensitive about metagaming, but that's another example of, like, they're doing something that you want. Like, they are having fun, they are being excited, they are using their resources cleverly. Like, you want to encourage creative play. And this sort of decision does not encourage creative play. You know, wonder if he got super yelled at for letting the water element not be on fire earlier. Man, I bet that Matt got yelled at for so many things constantly. It is why I am nervous about DMing on the internet. I still want to do it, but I don't think I want to do it consistently where it is not a more planned experience. Like, I don't want to do a campaign, really, ever. Where it's like everything is, you know, planned out or everything is online. I want to DM more, just not that type of thing, because I just don't want to. People are mean, dude. People are crazy mean, and I feel bad for the level of critique that I know he got. And I mean, I'm making an entire series out of critiquing it. I try to be nice, you know, in a way that I'm sure most people on Twitter are not. But yeah, it would be tough. It'd be very, very tough. I don't know. I think if anyone posted this to RPG Horror Stories from Marisha's POV, most people would actually think the DM is being overly harsh here. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The only thing I didn't like in the Ripley situation was that she blurted out without giving Laura a chance to react. I love that she figured it out, loved her excitement, but it would have been great to hold on a smidge longer. That's why I say that one's, I understand it a lot more of, like, it would have been better if she didn't blurt it out. But even if someone does something that, like, I don't like a part of it, if I like the majority of it and the majority of it is something that I want to encourage, then I try not to be harsh on it. Because I don't disagree. It would have been it would have been really, like, ideal if she had just gotten super excited, but then not, you know, fucking zipped her lip. But I would want to encourage the excitement more than I would want to discourage the blurting. And this one is just like, yeah, I just want to encourage this creativity. And the rules are on her side, I think. But separate from that, encourage the creativity. Yeah.
I did, yeah.
Okay, all right. So disadvantage on the attacks.
That's my reason why I did a scorpion.
But it's also looking
It's okay
cool.
from here on
Yeah,
out.
going
You're
forward.
fine.
Miss 6 misses for the first one. That's not, nope, that's a 3. Misses again. Nope, that's a 2. Last one was an 8 plus a 4, so that's 12. Probably still nothing.
Let me think here for a second. So the scorpion has blind sight?
Yeah.
Starring Ashley Johnson. Blindside.
How did we not walk into that? How did we sit here and that didn't happen?
No, you're right. So,
It legitimately made me spit a fucking coffee in my face.
no, you're right. Give it, 'cause it's
I got a coffee in my eye.
I was thinking more in the terms of it averting the magical power of the basilisk, but you can still avert, and blind sight would allow you to still know where it is without having the disadvantage. So yes.
Although with coffee in the eye, disadvantage is back.
This is true.
But you're awake.
I'll let you reroll those attacks.
All 3? Okay, I wish I remembered them.
That's
You
okay.
want me to reroll?
Just reroll all 3. Yeah, that's on me.
Okay, just straight?
I was thinking.
Matt, you're the worst.
Jeez, I'm gonna tweet at you later about this. Okay.
Actually, Matt, how blind sight works?
Oh no! Wait, it's me! Oh no! I'm the one who tweeted and didn't give him a chance to. I commented on the YouTube video before getting the entire context. No shit. Fuck. Well, you know what? I'm the asshole here. You can make a mistake and you own up to it and you move on and that's it. They've already been sent. No, it's me. Shit.
Oh, they've already been sent.
Wow, I'm shutting up.
These are just straight. They don't have disadvantage. Okay, so first attack, 14.
14 does not hit, unfortunately.
Second attack was a natural 18, so 22.
Yeah, that does hit.
Natural
18. Tip of the tail.
Natural tail, 16.
Natural.
Woo!
Oh.
Yeah, it's just like that.
So we have one.
Oh my god, I just happened to look directly at Matt's frame when he looked into the eyes and said that was my bad. Fuck. I feel so seen in such a terrible way. No.
Go around, guys. There's coffee everywhere.
That's not very much. 4 damage for the claw attack.
Okay.
And then for the sting. Oh my god. 3 damage, and they have to take a Constitution saving throw.
All right, what's the 15? What's the DC?
12.
Yeah, so it makes the save.
Fuck.
Yeah, Keyleth, good one.
They take 40 10 poison, and on a failed save, they take half as much.
Okay, so roll 40 10.
That's cool.
That's totally
40 10 is a lot.
You should be a scorpion all the time.
Thanks, guys.
Not all
That's
the time.
fine. We're
All the
fucking
time.
horrifying
Maybe
rolls.
most of the time.
6, 7, 8, 9.
She's a beautiful scorpion.
Not very often.
7 is 16 points of poison damage.
Total, so it'll be 8 for half of it?
No, that is half.
No, that is
Half?
half.
Nice. That's not bad at all.
That's half.
All right, so as you're
Right, so
the
that's
first
half,
claw
right,
just streaks off its armor, the second one grabs hold and actually like breaks
half
into
it,
its.
right?
Hold on a second.
I'm listening.
Thank you.
So sorry, it was 8 damage.
No, you did because you did half the dice instead of you did.
No,
half.
she did 40 10.
She did 40 10.
Yeah.
8 damage.
Okay, damage. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so as the first claw streaks across its armor, the second one manages to grab and actually pinch onto it, dealing some damage. As you're holding it there, the tail strikes inward, manages to pierce the outside of the scaly basilisk hide. Not as effective as it could have been, but still you see its body tense with a sudden pulse of poison in its system.
Okay.
That brings us to Pike. What's up?
Okay, since I can't see it, is there any way that I can guiding bolt one of the basilisks without hurting anybody?
And yeah, for guiding bolt, which I believe it's a spell attack roll. Am I correct on that? Or it's automatically hit. I'm trying to remember which one it is. You guys have so many spells. Guiding bolt. Yeah. So you can totally guiding bolt. You have disadvantage on the attack roll, but you can do it still.
Okay.
Do it, Pike!
All right, so
All right, let's do it.
All right, it's gonna roll disadvantage on the attack.
Fog of war.
Which one, the one near Grog or the one near Scorpion face?
Which one would I not hurt anybody?
I mean, neither would you. It's not so much you hurting anybody. You wouldn't hit anybody. It's not if you miss or not. So.
Grog and I can take it anyway.
Okay.
The one by Grog.
Yeah, we'll do the one by Grog.
Okay.
Oh, natural 20.
Oh!
But
But it's with disadvantage. So you got
Oh, no.
say again.
1 in 20 chance.
13.
with that, unfortunately, as you're holding your eyes at bay.
I will say that is a house rule. There, not what they just did there. That's raw. But something that I used to do that I did not realize was a house rule at the time, and then I found out it was a house rule, and I was like, fuck it, and I continued to play with it for a long time, long after I stopped doing like skill check crits or critical fumble tables. Is I used to say if you had advantage or disadvantage and you got a nat 1 or a nat 20, that it basically overrode like the advantage or the disadvantage. So like if you had disadvantage and you rolled a nat 20, it would like override that. I do not do that anymore, but it was interesting. Like, it made even like if you got a really low, and I think it was honestly, I think when I stopped doing it, was actually when people were able to afford more than one set of dice, and I'll explain. But when I was fucking younger, we're all in high school, and fucking everyone has their one set of dice. Like, no one was a dice goblin. No one had money to be a dice goblin. And so everyone had one set of dice. You had one D20. So no one was ever rolling 2d20 for advantage or disadvantage. They were always rolling one after another. They were doing a reroll. And so I kept that for a long time, that rule, knowing that it was a house rule and probably fucked with the statistics like crazy. I kept it knowing that because the tension when someone had disadvantage or advantage, the tension on that secondary reroll, if they if they had disadvantage and they rolled really low on the first roll, everyone was huddled around that second die waiting to see if it came up with a 20. And when it happened, the table went an even crazier level of insane than normal skill crits or normal crits. So it was because it felt like a super crit. Like that was why I kept it. I eventually got rid of it when people started rolling 2d20 at a time and not doing one after the other because the things would come out at the same time and it lost that dramatic tension. And so I got rid of the homebrew rule. But that's a really good example of like, I have to feel like the homebrew rule adds something. And for me, that was something where it like very directly added something. And once people could afford dice in college, we stopped using it because it lost that benefit. Yeah, Mega played with Daggerheart crit vibes before the DH concept existed. A bit, yeah. What up, Deadly? What up? Stream's been good, I think. Seems very. It was very. It's been good. It's been good. My voice is starting to lag a little bit. The vocal starting to lag a little bit, but we're in combat. I think we can get through the rest of the session. I'm feeling good about it. I just need to stop going off on crazy tangents. It's my fault. Can you imagine? Sounds like an advantage disadvantage counterspell. No. No, because it was only for players. I didn't do it for monsters. So it's nothing like that. John. I just noticed Laura hiding behind her hair. The vocal cords dropping frames. No, the thingy in my throat, I named him Peter, is starting to get sore. Because he's still there. He just isn't a constant piece of glass in my throat anymore. But he does still get sore. But he's shrinking by the day. So I'm feeling good about it. A tangent in this economy.
Hey, you're inspired.
You can add inspiration dice.
Add inspiration.
Okay, so roll d10, add that to the attack. So 13 plus.
Okay. All right, 7, so 20.
Woo! And roll damage on that. So 46 radiant damage.
Okay.
Nice, all right. 17 points of radiant damage, and now there's a glowing hue of radiant light around it. So even though you're not looking at it, it's a pretty decent beacon, so it gives advantage on the next attack roll against it.
Nice.
So keep that in mind.
All right.
Do you want to move at all? You stay where you are, Pike.
I'll stay. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
stay.
All right, now it is their turn. This one turns around and it's going to go ahead and make a.
Oh, and if there was both a 1 and a 20, which did happen more than once, the roll pushed and you had to re-roll. Whether it was advantage or disadvantage. So if you got a 1 and a 20, it pushes, you have to re-roll the whole thing. It was a wacky rule, dude. And I don't know if someone taught it to me or if it came from the recesses of my brain. So I mean, fucking comment below if you ever did anything like that. I don't know if this is a mega original or not, but I played with it for like 5 years.
A bite attack against you, Keyleth, in Scorpion form. Oh, that's 17 plus 6.
5 hits.
All right. You take 11 plus 3, 14 points of piercing damage, plus 7 points of poison damage.
So that was 21.
Yeah. My brain is not doing numbers for some reason.
So was mine. I know, and I keep looking at you.
Against you, Grog. Yeah, it would have. It hits you regardless. It has advantage on you because you're averting your gaze. Plus, you have a reckless attack last round. So it still only rolls a 9 plus 6, so that's 14. No, 15 hit. Misses. This one bites out towards you, and even though it's not there because it's so bright, you see it shift. And you just kind of hit it in front of its snout with the base of your sword. That brings us to the top of the initiative order. That's right.
Awesome. So it's the glowing one?
Potentially, John. That's why I'm hopeful for full episode on Wednesday. But I'm not counting on it. Because, yeah, my voice might just be shot. So we might end up doing something a little bit more low-key on Wednesday. But we're definitely doing the Battle Royale on Friday. That I know.
I get advantage on the attack because it's glowing?
You do, yes.
I haven't a hunter's mark yet.
Okay, so Hunter's Mark moves over.
I'm going to avert my gaze.
Alrighty.
And just roll a regular attack then? Since it's
Yes,
advantage?
it cancels out the disadvantage.
Okay.
So roll your first strike against it.
Oh, yeah. That's 31.
31 hits, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
15 plus hunter's mark. Oh, I didn't hunter's mark yet. Okay. What did I say? 15?
15.
18.
18, alright. So the first arrow strikes into it. It's still standing. It's looking a little hurt, but it's still standing.
And then do I still get regular attack? This is
Disadvantage on the
disadvantage.
next one, yeah.
19?
Made against this target. Yeah, so what's it?
19?
19 with disadvantage? That does it. Yep.
16. 18.
18, alright. This arrow, however, manages to strike to the top of the head, stapling the mouth shut, and it kind of falls to the ground as the eyes slowly glaze over.
I roar from up in the tree.
Wait, do you let go of the broom to roar?
No, I hold the broom in my hand.
Oh, Katy Perry style.
Defying gravity style.
Hand while you're flying it?
No, I'm not flying. I'm in a tree, dude.
Oh, cool.
She's clutched up on top of the
I'm
tree.
not looking at you.
Alright, that brings us to Scanlan. Are you averting your gaze or not?
I'm not only averting my gaze, I'm looking towards the holes that it came out, any of the holes that are near me.
Mm-hmm. There's 2 that are near you.
Okay, I'm gonna go over to one and throw a fireball down into it.
Okay.
I do not, flashy hero. My megaphone is my voice. I've never needed to own a megaphone. That's why I'm the megaphone man. No, that is, I mean, that's unironically the origin of it is, I'm a loud motherfucker. And so that is the origin of the tag. That's it. Not even more complicated than that. Discovered a Papers, Please-esque role-playing game in it. I've heard Papers, Please is good. I've never played it, though. Would you say you have a voice machine? A voice machine? Like a voicemail box? I don't understand. A megaphone would be a very funny bit. Oh, man. I don't even know of anything I could use as a megaphone. Maybe that's 10K. I got the beret the other day. Maybe one of the next milestones is a megaphone. We're coming full circle with Vox Machina. Vox's voice? I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. What is Vox Populi then? Is Vox Populi the voice of the people? I didn't know that. I had no idea what Vox meant. I literally just like took it as like, oh, that's their name, and did not think a moment further about it.
So you walk over to the nearby hole behind you, or the one that snuck up behind you, essentially. You gotta aim down and make sure you mark off these charges with each use of the wand.
Yes.
You release the beam, which gets about 15, 20 feet down before it blasts. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Stick fingers up the mouth of a can.
7.
Oh, no.
Roll 8d6.
Oh, my
But
God.
take a half damage because it's mostly guarded and this is just sort of a circumstantial at the outskirts of it. You're not taking the full brunt of the fireball. However, you do get caught in the very edge of the back blast.
Wow. 29.
Okay, so you take half that. So you take 15 points of fire damage and are blown about 5 feet backward onto the ground. However, the ground shudders beneath all your feet, and the earth, the wet, damp earth, kind of sinks inward, and the tunnel collapses, and a few of the others kind of into it. There's still a couple more on the opposite side. There's 2 more on this side. That are open.
So the tunnels nearest me are not accessible
Yeah, the 2 that were there and there, both kind of like the ground from it shuddering just kind of collapsed inward, and now the mud has filled the space.
All right.
There's these small sinkholes where they were.
Dude, this is the benefit of this is the benefit of creating cool battle arenas, even if you don't utilize them. Like, so far, none of the basilisks have utilized the holes, other than it being their entrance. You know, it was just a cool thing for them to come
Warning,
out of. Oh.
ad incoming, take cover.
Oh God, I need to lower the volume on that. It's a little too loud. Like the holes have not been a factor in the combat at all, but just having them there as a passive threat made a really cool attack. Like, that's really fun that he used this thing and he collapsed some of the tunnels, and like I think Matt reacted to it well, and like it having an effect on the combat, potentially beyond just their potential effect. That's super cool. That's super cool. And it is a point in the camp of just like putting stuff in your combat, even if you have no personal plans as the DM to utilize it. Like an off-kilter bookshelf that might fall over. Even if you have no planned trigger for that bookshelf falling over, just the pure narration that it might will give your players ideas. Which is honestly one of the things I struggle with in my combat arena design, is putting in that more basic stuff. Or not that more basic stuff, but that less mechanically driven stuff. Like when I'm making my combats, I'm thinking about the layout, and I'm thinking like, oh, when this happens, it triggers that. Like I'm thinking very, cause and effect. I'm very rarely just putting stuff in there that I don't at least have some idea for. And it really is something I should get better at. It's kind of like I'm bad at putting treasure in my dungeons. Very weak at it. I'm bad with filling in the gaps, and just like buffing things out with more interesting stuff that I don't have a direct idea for. That's a big weakness of my DMing, I think. It's something that I'm trying to work on, especially in my combats. But anyways, it's ad time. Gotta go. Get some water. Take a pee. I'll be right back. And boop. What's up, everybody? Gotta feed the puppies. All right, we're back.
I'll spend the rest of my time in this round just sort of.
Oh, and also, probably the last thing I'll say about the combat, I don't know, unless something else crazy happens. Solid battle map design. Not very explicit zones, which I don't like as much. What's up? Not in detail yet, but I probably don't want to do it tonight. Paige is being my manager. She asked me if I'd talked about something yet. It's not the right time, babe. It's not the right moment. The worst kind of talent. But I would like for there to be something a little bit more kind of distinctive about these, kind of zones that we're sitting in, that are represented here. But that said, I like it overall. I think it's a very simple combat, but I think that having some raised elevation over here, some the wall over here, and if Matt did utilize the holes a little bit more, I think this would be a very nice combat, and it would be a very good battle arena. My only thing that I will say, I've used basilisks more than once. But the more I use them, and when I see them used, the more I don't love them. And I think that it is because, and it is a purely like Fallout, like trickle down reason, which is that they encourage more disadvantage on rolls, which doesn't do a whole lot other than prolong the combat. I'll kind of put it this way, right? Let's imagine a different world where instead of basilisks having turned you to stone eyes, they had fucking laser eyes. They had laser eyes. And if you look at them, they hurt your corneas. And you take psychic damage, right? That would essentially have the same effect that them turning you to stone or threatening to turn you to stone has, of it makes the combat harder if you look at them, right? It makes you take more damage. But the way that this accomplishes it, the laser eyes example, is through direct damage, whereas the stone eyes accomplish it through prolonging the combat. So whether or not they look at the basilisks and, eventually lose the saving throw and get petrified, or they look away and just take disadvantage, in both of those options, the sort of base case is that the combat is prolonged because people are missing attack rolls more often, or the PCs use resources to overcome that, which is the more interesting answer and is, I think, the core of the design of the Basilisk. I don't think the Basilisk is necessarily a badly designed monster, but if you're running maybe say a slightly grittier campaign where, you're really trying to stress your character's resource usage and you really want stuff to be difficult and for there to be risk involved with using resources, the Basilisk becomes a weird opponent, because if the players are really clever about not using their resources but also not getting hurt, the result is just that the combat takes longer because people are just missing attacks, So that's why I think I've been drifting away from Basilisk as an enemy type, is because there's a very reasonable direction that players might go that will just result in the combat getting drawn out more than it needs to be. So it's not a huge thing, but I would encourage you, if you find yourself not liking a monster or not liking a combat or whatever, try to think through why. Because for a while I thought I just didn't like Basilisk. Like, I didn't like the petrification aspect. I thought that was my original, like, what I would tell people was my gripe with it. But the more I sat with it and the more I thought about it, I realized that the petrification is not my issue. Like, I like big, like, consequences, big risk, big reward, whatever. I'm a fan of that. But I don't like kind of the delay that Basilisk can cause if they're just looking away the whole time.
Licking my wounds and studying the obelisk. See if I can see any other clues or anything on it.
Okay. You can see the text that she saw upon there, the Elvish script.
I can't read it though.
No, but you see it there, and you see the triangle. There's a dark recessed triangle about that big that is in the base of it.
Is it a hole or is
it's a hole? But it's carved. It's not like a perfect triangle. It starts as a triangle, and then slowly as it recesses inward, comes to a point towards the back.
Like a cone.
I throw a snowball in it. Okay, it's safe, guys.
All right, I'm off the map, but I want to try to come down towards the tree that I think Percy's at. He's between two trees. Yeah, and I'm going to avert my gaze. I'm going to look at the ground, come up around the side of that tree, and I'm listening for scorpion clacking and basilisk hissing. And I'm going to throw dagger, dagger, dagger in the direction of the basilisk I hear near scorpion claws clutching. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So there's a disadvantage because I'm looking at the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here we go. So first one is...
Divine Spotlight raining down there?
First one is 21.
That one's dead now. 21 hits.
Yeah, and second one is 19.
Hits.
Third one is 16.
Hits.
Okay.
These are not structured.
No,
Yeah.
not at all. So this is, so we got 10
All right.
plus 9 plus 10.
With that, your final dagger hits in the side of its ribcage, and the creature slumps over on the ground, letting out a horrible gurgling hiss as it slowly dies amongst the mud.
Nice.
Daredevil.
Yeah.
Daredevil.
Was that all of them?
Currently, yes. Make a perception check.
Okay.
12.
Oh, I roll with advantage because I'm in the force. Oh my god, I rolled a 1 twice in a fucking row. I see nothing.
Two natural ones?
We were fucking eating it on
You're,
rolls.
you're about to look down and to inspect the vicinity. However, the tree's starting to bow forward, and you're like, oh, I have to catch yourself, and you have no chance to even survey the territory.
It's in your eye.
Yeah.
Laura Bailey dies on stream.
I rolled 16.
Well, 16.
And choke.
As you take a moment, the rage still in. You can hear the blood pumping in your ears, but you also hear the rising hissing, what sounds like some sort of a distant echo coming up from a subterranean tunnel.
Oh no.
Subterranean tunnel?
Yeah, that fireball, I think it might have pissed him off.
Good.
Maybe we should
Can
send
I
a
use
fireball.
my blind sight, like tremor sense, to like see if I can feel how far away they are?
You feel beneath the ground. You can, it's less of a tremor sense, but more just like being able to sense the vibrations around you.
Right.
You can tell that there is motion coming from underneath this.
Sounds like a lot of them.
A few more.
I'm gonna
Fireball
drop
the other holes?
I'm gonna drop my fire. Or sorry. I'm gonna drop my scorpion spell.
Okay.
Form. Jesus Christ.
Oh god,
today.
Keyleth, you're horrible. Oh wait, no, you've turned back to normal.
Oh, the things you say, Scanlan. And then I'm just going to do a wall of stone flat over the area with the holes.
Okay.
Parking lot.
So from these stone chunks and portions of the shattered bodies that litter part of this garden, a giant stone wall kind of forms around them and builds over it, sealing these holes. Eventually, you hear scraping sounds.
They're friendly. Can't breathe.
Yeah, they're not budging it. They're just hitting from underneath. And it's getting more frantic as time goes on.
All right. Well,
How long can you hold that?
Well,
Just kinda
it'll last
stays.
as long until they bust out of it. So we either keep moving or figure out where we're going from here.
Well, what is this obelisk? It seems important if these things are
What does it
protected.
say?
Well, it has writing in Elvish.
What does it say?
It says, a name is earned.
A name is earned.
In Elvish.
a name is earned.
Should we say a name to it and see what happens?
One of the stone parts of the wall just begins to crack from underneath.
Didn't Tercisa say something about her mate wouldn't say its name?
That's right, that's right.
True.
And this is a symbol of Ayun.
Ayun, correct.
Should you say Ayun in English?
I say Ayun in Elvish.
You say it out into the air.
Why don't you say it into this triangle hole over here?
Ayun!
Say knowledge in Elvish.
Knowledge!
Elvish is just
Remember,
English.
knowledge.
I'm going in the triangle hole.
Well, it passes.
Oh, Sisa! Sphinx!
A name is earned. A name is earned.
Name is earned.
What's in the hole?
What's in the hole?
A name is
I don't know what's in the hole. Nothing.
A basilisk face bursts through part of the stone wall.
Whack-a-mole. Grog, whack-a-mole.
Yeah, can I run over and play golf?
Do you want to avert your gaze or not?
Nah.
All right, I need you to make a Constitution saving
Oh,
throw.
shite. Need a giant
Roll
statue,
shit.
Grog.
Oh, that's good.
22.
All right, without an issue. The eyes find yours, and you just kind of grin as you bring. What kind of attacks do you want to do?
Reckless and Great Weapon Master.
All right, go for it.
Earned. Let's say earned in Elvish.
That's natural 20.
Natural 20.
I'll take that one on the first one.
Okay, and then the second one.
Ernest.
That's
Forced to being earnest.
Ernest goes to Frostfall.
19, 10, 20.
Yeah, both hit. The first is critical.
Yeah, that was critical.
Or head splatter.
7,
This
12,
would be over here.
Oh, get it.
20, 21,
Get it.
31. So 31?
Times
Roll
two.
the.
two.
Is that times 2?
No, that's just the attack.
Critical.
But before you add your modifier,
Yeah, oh, before the modifier?
it was.
It was
You rolled 7 on the. No, you rolled.
It was 12. before the modifier.
So 24 plus the modifier.
Which is 32, and then plus 10 is 42.
42. Did you roll just the additional brutal critical rolls? So roll roll 4d6 on top of that because you brutal critical.
6.
I think it is
7.
We can all agree it's the jelly of the month club at this point.
17.
17.
Do you like it smooth or
for
chunky?
a grand total of
the question at this point.
59?
Do you double those ones though, because it's the dice?
on the at this point the brutal critical.
That's just the first hit.
Yeah. All right. So 59 points of damage. You square up and
Happy Gilmore style.
you strike down with the blade at an angle, using the stone, kind of holding it in place like an executioner's block. The blade scrapes against the stone as you strike, finding itself embedding about 7 to 8 inches into the throat of the basilisk as its head's protruding out. Immediately, blood begins to just pour out of its side, and it's gurgling in its attempt to try and push through. You wedge the blade out. Go for your next strike.
You hear Carl
your
voice
attack, which is 19
say,
full damage.
go
now.
to your happy place.
7, 12.
59 points on critical.
20, 30 on the second one.
Oh, that's all.
That's
With a
embarrassing.
second strike,
Take that, Bob Barker.
whoosh, clean slice, the head kind of onto the stonework there. The body still wedging the hole shut. The neck gets a clean cut and just starts just gouting blood out.
I just dip the tip of the sword into the little well and I pick up the head.
Which, by the way, both saving throws were failed, so you gain another +2 to strength.
Bitch.
Oh, bother. Wow, you're almost catching up to Pike.
Ow.
Oh.
Did you cut yourself on your cup?
No, I just hit my tooth.
Oh, I hate that.
All right, so you can feel the impact still attempting from beneath, growing more and more frantic.
I say earned.
I'm gonna take off my.
Can I go get the collect some of the basilisk blood? Basilisk? I can't say that. Can I get some of the blood?
Sure.
Collect it?
Sure. And you notice that the longer that it stays out there, the blood itself is beginning to freeze in just the general atmosphere and get kind of slushy.
We can get some and put it in my bag.
Or we
It
can put
keeps
on
things good.
cones.
Can I just stab the carcass then, like in another area, and then like get some fresh in the body?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of carcasses of basilisks around. So you guys, as they're inspecting, and you still feel the impacts from underneath the stone wall and the other tunnel. You manage to gather, we'll say, 2 small vials of basilisk blood.
I'm gonna go into the tunnel.
Because you have
How
to.
you see Vex?
Yeah, you put it in Vex's little refrigerator bag of holding.
Yeah.
Down there. I mean, if I were gonna hide the keys in my
Okay.
place, I'd hide it.
The slamming on the other side of the stone wall slowly subsides until silence comes.
Oh.
Can I give up?
Has anybody put the hand in the hole yet?
It's all you, Grog.
All right, I'll put my head in the hole.
Where the one you killed is?
No, the triangle. The triangle on the obelisk.
Okay. So you take your hand and you place it inside this empty recess in the obelisk.
Nothing.
It reaches into where the shadow of the obelisk completely takes it to the wrist.
Here's the mind killer. Like it goes.
Nothing happens.
I'm gonna take my Ioun stone and shove it in the hole.
Nope.
Okay. You take the iron stone and you place it in the hole, and it gives a soft light that it gives off just naturally from the magical enchantment, and it kind of lights the inside of the dark recess. And as you place it inside, the top of the obelisk begins to glow ever so faintly, like a little beacon. Just kind of the very, very top of the stone glows a matching color to your stone.
Matching color.
Yeah, I need you all to make a perception check.
Gosh, 8.
Bro, I did not expect that to work at all. Are Ioun stones triangles? Or pyramids? Is that a thing? That's crazy. I did not expect that to work.
Alex!
17.
14.
16.
19.
25.
I thought this was going to be entirely unmagical, and it was just like a clue for later.
Ooh. Check out the right number.
Okay.
Ashley Blindside?
16.
16, okay. So, you catch a little bit of this, Grog, and you kind of perk up as you notice, and you see immediately there is a matching beacon, a faint glow that appears to be streaking down the mountainside in the distance. It's a little bit off center from the direct south direction that you're facing, but there was a slight marker, very faintly visible on the mountain range, just visible over the.
Now I do wonder. This is pure speculation. Pure speculation territory. But I do wonder if that was planned or not. Because that's something that, like, the way that it was interacted with felt very planned. Of, like, Matt was waiting until they put in the Ioun stone, and then this thing would trigger, and it would go. I am wondering if this was just an obelisk. It was just made out of fucking stone. And there was absolutely nothing else to interact with it. And it just gave them the clue, and they were supposed to move on and go further towards the Stormcrest Mountains. That is truly what I believe happened, was going on. But I do think that in that situation, this is a good example of like kind of what I was talking about earlier, of like an anti-stuck, of like an improv anti-stuck, of you kind of wait, even if they are just obsessing over something, you wait until they do something remotely clever and then improv a small reward for it. And I think that if that is the case, Matt handled it beautifully, to the point where I'm really debating if it was improv or not. Because I could see it being improv, but as Pharaoh just pointed out, he did remind them that they had it. Which is great foreshadowing if it is the solution to the puzzle. Like, if that is the solution of, you need to put the Ioun Stone in, he reminded them about it so slick. Like, and that is so impressive if that is. So I think either way you stack it, if it was planned or if it was not, if it was planned, I really do think that was an incredible level, or that was not an incredible level, but a really slick little foreshadowing earlier when he mentioned the Ioun Stone. I think that's a great thing to point out. And if it wasn't planned, he held out for long enough that he ended up getting something that felt really right. I thought they had to look through the hole, and on the other side it would point them to the right spot. That would make sense. Maybe that was again, could have been the intended solution. John could be totally right. It could be neither of these. But if your players just really aren't getting a puzzle, and you don't want them to just be stuck there forever, I think it is good to, you don't want to just like give them something for free. That can seem dumb and contrived. But you wait until they give you a little something of like, okay, they figured out this was Ioun. That was not something that was freely given to them. And then he's putting the fucking thing in the thing, and that like it all feels right. Like that feels like a reasonable solution. But I'm really skeptical that it wasn't improv. Or I really, I just have this feeling in my jellies that it was improv. But I don't know. And the fact that that I'm questioning it so hard, I think is great evidence of masterful improv if it was. And if it wasn't, and the Ioun Stone was the intended solution, really nice foreshadowing of it. I think it's little things like this that gives people Matt that Faith plans deep for all his things that work well enough for people to at least believe it's planned out thoroughly. We did talk about this earlier when we first got to the obelisk. I think them finding the obelisk in the first place is a very good example of not everything is planned out, but this solution is a great example of, even if it's not all planned out, he's so slick with it. He's so slick with it that it makes you question. It's like, fuck, was that the solution? It doesn't, I don't know. So I mean, he's fucking good. He's good if it isn't all planned, which I think it isn't. So he's fucking good.
Treetops.
I drop a pin in that.
How do you do that?
And I tell Keelit, now you can use that thing.
And I hold up the hunk of...
Yeah, Deadly, I agree. I think that he prepped this encounter, but it was just kind of floating up there, and he was waiting until when he wanted to introduce it. This area is probably littered with sections like this. Yeah. I think this was absolutely like, he prepped the general area, like, you know, this battle map. He fucking put the train down really instantly. He planned the battle map, and then he was like, all right, we got the fucking name Basilisk Obelisk. Depending on their roles, they may or may not run into it. Yeah, I think that's absolutely what was going on. Yeah.
Cole.
No,
no,
that's
not
not
that
what I
there,
mean.
not that
Your
there.
spell,
Nope,
Keyleth.
nope,
Oh.
Fastest
with us.
way
Your
to get
GPS.
to this point.
I didn't bring it because everyone said not to learn that spell.
That was
after.
today, wasn't
Seriously?
it?
I thought you
was
already learned it.
before he
was today.
said to learn something else because it wasn't
No,
going to be
he said just
useful.
don't use that thing.
No, you said to learn something. You said it was at the
You
beginning
can't
of the day.
unlearn things.
Dude,
That were you
It's all
going
good.
to pick something
It's
else?
okay, it's okay.
Fine,
I
it's
can
fine.
see
Me too.
it. It's totally fine. I can see
Oh no. Was it it? I am forgetting, but I'm pretty sure this was after they'd traveled for a while. I don't think it was at the beginning of the day. I think it was when they got to the edge of the Stormcrest Mountains. Oh man, this adds like such a complicating wrinkle of like, I think she's wrong, but also I feel for her because you are correct, Mega. Okay. Yeah, like I don't think she should have been able to swap that for a different prepared spell. But I don't think I mean maybe Matt gave her that indication, but I absolutely saw like multiple of them tell her it's not a useful spell. Oh, that's just awkward. Oh, it's just tough. It's sad more than anything. I don't know. It wasn't the beginning of the day, but I think in all that back and forth, she got confused. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think you're right. Almost an 8-hour stream. Yeah, it will definitely be 8 hours. We are still, I think, like 20 minutes out, which in me terms is like an hour. Depending, especially when I spend so much time talking about how sad this is. Oh, this is it's just heartbreaking. Maybe let it play out. Yeah. I need to get better. But yeah. I'm gonna go back a few scotches and let's let it play out.
You said to learn something. You said it was at the beginning
You
of the
can't
day.
unlearn things.
Dude.
Were you
It's all
going
good.
to pick something else?
it's okay, it's okay.
Fine,
I
it's
can see
fine.
it.
Me too.
It's totally fine. I can see it and
You had it already memorized when you guys got to the edge of the forest, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well then I thought you were saying to pick something else because it wouldn't be handy. So, but I
will never tell
take
you-
it back, and I'll use it now if we want.
No, we're good. We're good.
I'm so confused.
Up to you.
Is it me tonight?
It's a really
Did I
weird
just
pot of
not?
coffee. It is a really weird pot of coffee. It's not just you.
Sleep. What am I missing?
It's all good.
Can't math.
What do
Wait, why is Taliesin saying that they're good? This is a great use of it. Ah, I'm going insane.
Do I can keep it. I can
Just lick
try
your
it.
finger and stick it in the wind.
just use the spell and pretend you never unlearned it.
I never unlearned it. It's been there the whole time. I didn't use it.
pretend to use
It's
the
not
spell.
like I
Confident.
used the 6 levels. Look, guys,
We're off the rails, guys.
find the path that way.
Let's do this.
Okay, so your point. What is it that you're focusing on for this spell?
That beam of light
Okay.
that I pointed out to
that
her.
she pointed out.
Okay.
Am I doing this wrong?
No, you're not doing it wrong. You cast the spell, and concentrating on the source of this beacon, you feel the direction that would pull you. The best way to travel towards that beacon is to travel towards that beacon.
Look, you're just doing what the bossy half-elf told you to do. Just
Fuck off, dude.
go with it.
Wait, that one?
That's the only bossy half-elf.
If I,
What?
DM, can I experiment and take away? If I take away my Ion Stone, does the light fade?
As you pull the ironstone out of it, the beacon does fade. Yes. But you have a direction.
I have an idea.
Well,
of where it is now.
I
You very
have
much
it
have a
marked
direction
now. I have a pin in
Drop
it,
the
right?
pin.
That counts.
Yeah.
Right?
No matter where you
Look at
travel in
that.
this place, you
Yes.
will have a directional position towards that beacon.
See, there we go.
Fucking handy that one is.
redemption.
Yeah,
go.
let's go.
Great
Let's move
spell.
it.
Thanks, Google.
Totally a great,
What a great spell.
6 level spell I'm gonna use all the time going
Oh,
forward.
for
I've got that
fuck's
spell, I've
sake.
got that
Here we
spell.
go, people. Here we go. And we're
Maybe
moving.
we take off at a jog now, too.
And
Yes,
we're moving.
we
Wait,
move.
Wait. Before we leave, is there anything else we need to do here? Do we need to go down in the tunnels? Do we need to piss on the obelisk? Do we want to do anything?
You should
piss
piss
on
on
the
the obelisk just to be sure.
You should lick it too after you piss on it.
It's simultaneous. You should piss on the obelisk. By the way, that's fucking crazy. That is, dude. That's. look, I don't even I want to make it clear that I'm not like a Marisha stan. You know, like I'm not like fucking she can do no wrong. But I feel like I felt like I was in upside down land. I felt like I was a hermit crab without its shell. I'm like, what are we? And like when she said, "Is it me?" I felt that in my bones, cause it's like, and it's yeah, dude. That's the craziest part, Flashy Hero. That's. Because, like, I understand miscommunications. I get it. I understand. But as a DM, watching them encourage her, saying, no, Keyleth, this is going to be great. This is going to be so cool. Like, use it. It's going to be so cool. And she's like, but I thought that you thought it wasn't gonna be cool. Like, I thought you guys said it wasn't gonna be cool, so I took something else. And then all of the players make these crazy, like these hyper disappointed noises, like, oh, Keyleth, oh, you fucking idiot, and are just like. And I know that I am taking this maybe a little bit differently, because to me, like, I don't like being talked down to. I don't like being talked to like I'm a fucking idiot. And like when it's her and she's like, I thought you guys said it wasn't going to be useful, so I took something different. And then they're like, oh, you dumbass. That's what, why'd you do that? And then she's like, oh fuck, like, okay, I didn't realize, but then, like, okay, yeah, I'll do it. Like, yeah, sorry, you guys are right. I misunderstood. Like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll cast it. Cool. And then she casts it after all of this encouragement to do so. And Matt looks at her and just says, hey, you just wasted your spell slot, dummy. That's great. That's wild. I like he saved it. He saved it by being like, by assuring that it will have an effect, but only after making fun of her. And it's just like, I feel like a Looney Tune. Dude, that was crazy. Oh my gosh. Yeah. The things I remember at the time, Marisha got shit for the spell. Laura got shit for bringing it up, even though even though that was a good idea and very considerate. Like, I'm not even like, man, Marisha is handling this perfectly, and Marisha never does any wrong ever. But this is a wild dissonance from the rest of the table, and like a wild amount of conflicting things coming out of all of their mouths. And Marisha is just like, what is going on? And I'm like, what is going on? And that's why I feel for her in this situation, is because I also don't understand. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Anything other than the best way to go is to go there. Yeah. Messed up here, but it really didn't help when everyone was cross-talking over the situation, saying it's fine. Absolutely. It is the thing that heightens what Matt did is the fact that right before he did it, everyone, like right before he told her, no, essentially. Right before he told her, hey, you don't need to use the spell, essentially, everyone is telling her, no, use the spell, do it. And I don't know where to go. I'm trapped in a little box, and I don't understand what's going on. Oh my God. That's so wild. One of the best benefits of being late to CR is I'm unaware of most moments where Marisha or Laura got unjust heat. Yeah. That is nice. We had the bad moment before. Marisha felt bad about not doing the cool thing. Laura brings it back here on purpose, literally goes, Keyleth, you can do the thing. Yeah. And then Matt goes, why would you do the thing? So wild. It's just wild. It is it's not a kangaroo court. It's a fucking kangaroo table, man. That's honestly why this is like hitting me so hard, is because I feel like I'm missing something, which is the feeling that I'm getting from Marisha. I think Marisha is literally looking around being like, what do I not understand? Because the things that are coming into my ear holes don't make sense. And they don't make sense to me either. Yeah. I have issues with her sometimes, but man, I feel for her, which is totally fair. There are things that she does or has done that I think are very chill and okay to criticize. But this is one where I'm just like, what is happening? Even beyond like, oh, Matt did something wrong or the other players did something wrong. It's just like the disconnect between them is like on another level. Oh my gosh. Anyways, that was crazy. Moving forward.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's go.
All right. Are you guys leaving?
Yep.
I guess so. Wait, we need some basilisk blood and stuff.
Already
Got it. It's
like,
already.
You're standing amongst the obelisk, a long series of mud with a bunch of mostly together stone statues of people and pieces of.
Do we
people
want to check
around.
the other like building ruins? We didn't check those at all. There's like a whole corner of a building over there.
Sure.
We'll go check it.
Sure.
I go look at it.
half elves look at the building structure.
Investigation.
What the holy fuck? I mean, I'll look,
26.
It says it was forged by dwarves. That's all I can
Investigation or
Investigation.
19.
19. All right.
I don't know what's
You guys
going
both kind of start gathering around the sides of the ruin. Glancing about the outside, it looks like at one point it was a smaller structure, probably part of the construction. Like this here was a satellite place of worship for Ivan, like a honestly a beacon is part of a journey. But nothing about it catches your eyes. As you're stepping over the remnants of the stone individuals in the ground, you catch your eye on one of the individuals you see lying partially submerged in the snow and mud. You glance down and see two arms that are out like this, although the right arm from the elbow down is missing. It's broken off in stone. Both are reaching out. A young human male, shortish brown hair, spectacles at the end of his nose, thin body, and tucked in nice buttoned shirt, slacks. This is...
Number one, how can you tell that the hair is brown? Number two, is it Percy? Number three, oh no, it's Tyriok.
Tyriok, the map maker.
Oh, you're a terrible person.
No, why would you do that, Matthew?
Wait.
He was traveling the world.
I take
notes, people.
Wait.
Okay. This is gonna just become my pet peeve. This is gonna become my pet fucking peeve with Matt, where it's like, I get what he's saying. It's like, I followed out the logical conclusion, but you can't hide behind your world building. He could have been traveling anywhere in the world. Why is he making a map down here? Because you chose for him to be doing that. Matthew. So I know it's and I know that he's like, it's like mostly like a funny jokey bit, but don't hide behind your world building. You chose to kill alternate Percy, whatever the fuck his name was. You chose to kill Mercy Percy, and you need to stand behind that, Matthew. Oh my god, I love that they called it that he was the map maker before Matt said it. Yeah, they clearly remembered him. Yeah. Laura immediately goes into this, why would you do this? Yeah. And she said it jokingly, and he answered jokingly. It's not that big a deal, but don't hide behind your world building. It's still your fault. You cannot wash the blood off your hands, Matt.
Everybody shush. I look at him for a moment, and then I leave him, and I don't tell anyone else.
Wait, we have Pike with us.
I don't tell anyone else.
Okay.
Pike didn't see him.
Pike could.
But you could
His arm
hear
is
him.
broken off. You don't fucking know he exists. He's gone.
But
Okay.
That's terrible.
You could just write a sequel to Batman Superman while you're at it. Just like, just...
I will also say, this is a good example. I like that sort of thing of like Liam not choosing not to tell everyone else, but all the players know, and they're all like, Liam. Like, I think that's fun. Like that's the sort of thing that I talk about, you know, that using whispers avoids. And you know, I've come to a more neutral opinion on whispers the longer that the show has run. I think it has advantages or disadvantages, but also not using whispers has some fun moments. It has some advantages. It's not just like avoiding disadvantages. You have stuff like this where everyone's like, Liam, you know? And I think that's fun. I think those are fun moments.
Destroy everything.
All right, so you don't know. So
don't know.
Eventually, after you guys do a perusal of the ruins, you can find your way back to the party, and you guys continue traveling which way? Towards the beacon?
Towards the beacon.
I've got it in my head now.
Okay.
But we should also
wait. I go to Pike. Pike.
yeah. Hi, Vex.
You remember the map maker? Were you with us? So much shit has happened. Do you remember Tyriok the map maker?
I don't think I was with you, but
There's a man over there. His arm is gone. Can you fix stoning? Can you fix a man who's been turned to stone?
I could try.
blood, remember?
I don't.
I remember one time we fixed Vex when she was turned to stone. The last time we fought the basilisks.
2 years ago, yeah. What did we do?
We covered her in basilisk blood.
I need to take a walk. Could you do that? Could you do that?
Sure. Which stone is he?
Look over there by that tree. There. Do you see him? There's two hands pointing towards the sky.
One hand.
Okay.
Two.
Oh, broken off.
1.5.
Two arms, you fucker.
Dude, that's what Dude, I was immediately like, when he was like 2, I was like, what do you mean? Look, I agree with Sam here.
Right.
We gotta be precise. She'll unpetrify the wrong person. Specific words, Liam.
Over there with
You walk over there and you do see a number of broken body parts all turned to stone, various states of disuse and crumbling. You do see a young man who is, caught with his arms out, one broken off at the elbow, staring up, glasses at the end of his nose, looking both frightened and frozen in a moment of complete unaware danger.
Okay, could I try covering him in some of the basilisk's blood?
Sure. You take one of the vials you collected and take the basilisk's blood and pour it over the statue. The blood kind of congeals and spills over, crystallizing slowly as the ice cold gets to it. Doesn't seem to have an effect.
It's not too long.
You gather
Man.
based on the last time it happened, the blood needs to be applied within a short period of time after the person turns to stone.
Okay.
Do you have anything else that might help?
Probably greater restoration.
Do you have that prepared?
I do.
Okay. You concentrate, grasping the symbol of Sarenrae around your neck, and touch your hand out. The warm glow of Sarenrae's divine energy transferring into the stone form. The form glows with energy, and the glow subsides and fades. The stone texture of his body beginning to slowly soften, and the color returning to his skin. And for a moment, the head team seems to shake, and the eyes kind of clarify, and the voice begins to peek through these previously frozen vocal cords. I mean, no. as all of a sudden his arm begins to just spray gouts of blood.
Oh God!
Oh, I got it! I start catching it with the sword.
Oh God!
He turns to you, just sprays right across your face.
Yeah, good special.
Help me! I grab his arm and then cure wounds. I don't know if that's.
Okay, go ahead and heal him up.
Can I try to like reattach his arm?
You gather that might have been something to do before you had restored him.
Oh shit!
Oh boy. That's hilarious. I got no other words for that. That's just good old fashioned fun right there. Oh no. Yeah, Matt constantly stealing from BG3. Using obsidian? Yes, sir, Erderd. I am using obsidian. We got a big old theory in obsidian right now. I got back for this scene. I love the reaction. Oh my god, Grog tried to catch it with the sword.
However, go ahead and heal for cure wounds. Roll D8 plus 5.
That's kind of fucking hilarious.
What's it?
5d8 plus 5?
No, depending on what level you want to use on it. The level 1 is 1d8 plus 5.
Oh God. Okay, I feel like I'm using all this. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so let's do level 5.
Level 5? All right, go for it. 5d8 plus 5.
Not our finest hour. It's pretty fun. It's a pretty reasonable hour, but it's definitely not the finest. We can probably mostly on that. Make it back.
Good job, Grog.
So how much is that?
29.
29. Okay, as you reach out and grasp the edge of his bleeding stump.
Stop moving!
And the warmth kind of causes the pain to fade, and it kind of calms for a second. Sorry. Looks down at...
Dude, that's like a small example of when like you guys mentioned like Chaos Gremlin Pike. I see it sometimes of like really often it's so hard for me to think of Pike like that because the majority of the time I've seen her played, it's been by Matt, who plays her very angel. But then sometimes Ashley takes the wheel and she's healing some dude who's gushing blood. And she's like, stay still. And I see it. I see the Chaos Gremlin energy. I see a peak. How bad's the learning curve, and does it supercharge DM docs or not much more than just having a Google Drive? I think it depends on what you're looking for. If you are looking for world building, I think it's better than Google Docs. If you are looking for like story and plot and quest hooks or even characters, I think it's not that much different than Google Docs. I think the learning curve is really small though. Especially if you know any, like any amount of, oh God, what the fuck's it called? Not front matter. I can't remember what it's called, but a certain type of formatting, basically, where like you put like a hashtag for like a header, and it's like a second level header is like 2 hashtags. If you already know any of that, there's like 0 learning curve, I would say. Most of the learning curve is figuring out which plugins you want. But I like Obsidian a lot. I think it's really cool. I actually don't even use it for DMing though. I use World Anvil. But I do use it for note taking. So like in sessions, I use Obsidian, and for, you know, the critical role theory, I use Obsidian. I like how he didn't even give her a try to reattach the arm. She never even said she was casting the spell. He asked if she had something that might help and then just narrated her casting it. Dude, you know, I kind of glazed over that in my head, but you're totally right, Jack Barr. Yeah. I think there is something that Matt does that I have a lot of empathy for, because I very much understand, but sometimes Matt really will just like barrel forward before people have confirmed, or, you know, when they're just asking questions. And that is, earlier in the stream, we talked about, you know, when players might want to, you know, do something interesting, but they don't communicate it. Like, they don't ask questions to the DM before they do it. I think that Matt, in just like barreling forward as he does, which he does, I think, relatively often, it just normally doesn't have a negative effect, because I think a lot of the time he's relatively generous about it. But yeah, like, this is a time where I think he's, and to clarify, the reason that I understand it and I have empathy for it is because he has so many fucking people, dude. It's like there's 7 players plus any NPCs he's narrating. Like, I don't think it's good, but it's also like, man, how do you, is it a necessary evil? Is kind of where I'm going with this thought train of, like, I think most of the time when he barrels ahead after, you know, that sort of confirmation, doesn't wait to see if she actually wants to do it or not. He's like, oh, she has it. She'll want to do it. Let's put it into action. And it's like, maybe you just gotta fucking do that with this many people. Because if you don't, does that extra time add up? And most of the time, it doesn't wind up mattering, you know? Like, most of the time when he does that, it's totally fair because him and his players are relatively on the same page about things, and he's, again, I think, relatively generous. So he just kind of barrels forward. And I've critiqued that general thing in the past of, like, hey, ask your players more questions, like, make sure you're on the same page, make sure you understand what their intention is. But all that shit takes time, dude. Like, all that shit takes time. And if you're doing that with every single person, I don't know. Does it eat up too much time? It's something I wouldn't know without playing with this many people regularly, you know? And I have no desire to play with this many players. Ever again. I've done it. Not my cup of coffee. Not my weird coffee, dude. It's not for me. My max is about 5 regularly, and I could go up to like 6 or 7 for like a one shot. You want to show it?
I was gonna say, you don't like coffee.
I don't like coffee.
And the expression is my cup of tea.
Yeah, but it's a reference to the episode.
I've listened to about the last like 5 seconds of what you said.
Yeah.
I'm styling it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it. It's
Out
cute.
Coming very soon. I think actually technically live, but I have not posted the link to them anywhere because I haven't.
It's my new favorite hat, and I'm not just saying that because he's my husband. I promise.
What? What the heck?
What were you doing?
What was I doing?
Yeah.
I was wiping off my upper lip. I'm hot.
I don't know why I was just like, yeah, he's doing the lip off side.
She just assumes that I'm constantly making rude gestures at her. Yeah. She rolled me, bro. I know, as she often does. Hey, bird. Oh, man. Yeah, it's just Mega getting bullied by all his girls. I really am just surrounded by girlies. I'm a girl dad. Anyways, I'll wrap up whatever the fuck I was saying before. But it's like, you know, when this sort of thing happens where he barrels forward, it's like, you know, it's not something I would recommend for lower player counts, like 3 or 4, where I think you can take more time with each player. But I don't pretend to know if it's necessary or not for 7. Like, I could see a world where that's just necessary, and if he takes too much time, then it just elongates sessions like crazy and makes them super boring. So it's one of those like, I don't know, man. It's super weird to me to ever face the consequence of not reattaching the arm without actually giving her the chance. Yeah, I think he assumed that she wouldn't. I think that's the thing, is he just assumed that she wasn't gonna, Merch page with the merch plug. I know. Yeah, I have the merch, I think, relatively done, and I like it. But I need to get some back-end stuff finished. But it's probably important for Seven, and also you're performing for an audience. Yeah, he's like, pacing is important for him, and I'm a pacing Perry. I talk about pace relatively often, but I do think that pacing is a higher concern for him than he needs than at home. Paige can do no wrong. Well, I agree with that. It was a smaller group, so it's different, but I like to go, so what exactly are you going to do now to prompt the action? Yeah, absolutely. If there's any confusion, I always clarify, even if it has a chance to slightly guide their decision. It's better than going wrong through no understanding. I agree with that. Like, I think that is the better thing to do, but I do question if it's like, can you do that with less players, but maybe that's harder to do with more players? I don't know. I don't have enough experience at super high player counts to know if that slows shit down too much,
As the wound has stopped bleeding, the skin it's kind of scabbed over, and it looks like it's now at a place where it's no longer an open wound. It is mostly healed over, though he is now missing part of his arm.
Can he regrow his little arm like you regrew my brother's little nubbin of a toe?
This is a bit beyond your healing capabilities.
Come on, Deadpool hand.
Which way he goes? Thank you, small one. And he kind of goes to reach up for his glasses, and other hand.
Oh, we're terrible.
So,
hey, we saved 7/8 of a Mac maker.
And he looks around at the rest of you. Oh, hello. It's been a while. We haven't. Well, I seem to have got myself in a bit of a predicament.
What happened?
Well, I had two escorts, and I had been making my way through most of Taldore and had gotten as far as this region, and that's all I remember.
Basilisks? Big lizard creatures?
Yes. Very scary. I tried to run. That's all I remember.
Was it just the three of you then, not a large group of people?
No, just three of us.
What were you doing over here?
Well, I was trying to finish this portion of the map. If I, and he goes over and reaches through some of the snow and pulls up a large stone bag that is currently still attached to his broken arm.
No!
Is this?
Nope. That's just a part of it. It was a statue garden. It's not a big deal. Yep, it's just a fragment.
All right. Well, these were my maps.
Are they stone?
They are stone currently.
Can we? Oh no.
Is he on the ground still?
No, he's standing.
Okay.
Oh boy. He takes his glasses off and goes to rub them into his shirt and puts them back on.
Buddy.
I feel terrible.
Well,
Professional one-legged duck walker.
Oh no.
What do I do?
Which hand does he have? His left?
He has his left hand.
Are you right-handed?
I'm kind of ambidextrous.
Oh,
Thank goodness for that.
That's good. Well.
There's a lot's happened.
You see that there's shock on his face, like he still hasn't quite
Everything's
taken
gonna
in
be
all this
okay.
stuff.
Well, you have a great story now.
And a period of adjustment.
This is very true. This is a valid point.
We should send him back to the encampment.
Yes.
It's like a 2-day walk.
These escorts that you had with you who were also turned to stone, were they important to you? Were they friends of yours?
Oh no, I hired them as part of this endeavor. They were nice fellas. Hold on a second. He starts walking off and starts like rummaging through the pieces of stone and various people kind of picking up heads. No.
Warning. Ad incoming.
Well, that's
Take
Alex.
cover.
Okay, the ad's incoming. This will probably be the last ad before we wrap up, which will be cool because I think we're towards the end, right? Yeah, we're almost at the end. Only an 8.5 hours later. Just whatever. Clever DM moved to detach the arm that would have had the bag of maps. True enough. They would hopefully I don't know if inorganic material. It's an interesting question. I guess inorganic material would. Where does the petrification end? Like, I kind of get clothes, but it extends to the bag. I'd have to reread the petrification, but that's interesting. I've never thought about that. Anyways, ad is starting. I'm getting tired, so I'm glad we're towards the end. Voice is starting to go, but I think we'll get there. I will see you all in a second. Goodbye. Boop. What's up? Hello. Do 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 do. We got 20 seconds on the end. Oh, people are chatting about the petrification. Probably an in the moment decision. Probably not a super clear answer if I had to guess. Petrified condition agrees with you. A petrified creature is transformed along with any non-magical object into a solid inanimate ways, increasing my offender or tendency. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. Anyways, we will continue.
Golly, I don't I don't know where Gerald is, but I'll come with you for now.
Well, you're more than actually.
No.
he's
knows-
rather smart, isn't he?
He has knowledge of the area.
It actually could be useful.
Here's the thing, it's very dangerous, dear, and it's quite possible you might be turned into stone again, or you might... No, we don't want that for you either.
Also eaten alive, burned, shot, stabbed,
Straight up
pulled
killed,
apart, maimed,
beheaded.
lacerated.
All options.
But that's just in the morning.
But you're more than welcome to join us
I don't have it
for a short
today.
amount of time, or you can, head back to a camp that's about a day and a half away.
All right. Well, whereabouts are you going?
We're heading up the mountain.
I'll head for the camp.
Are
Are
you
you
sure?
sure? Yeah, we could always use you as a decoy. I mean, as an aid.
I'm good. I'm all right. Thank you, though. I appreciate the offer. I have a lot to think about.
I could.
Well, we'll run into him when we get back.
Do you need a
I love that they're not warning him about the situation in the world, which he, I would guess, was probably petrified for. He's just gonna roll up to camp and be like, "Why are you guys all here instead of Westerun?"
and finding your way to the encampment?
Hey, not cool.
Grown.
Just walking south or northward, basically trailing past the path where you
I
guys
feel
walked
like
up.
I feel like we should help him with something.
I mean,
Not bad enough to
I
actually
have
do it, though,
conjure
right?
woodland beings in my back pocket today, so I could conjure you like a little posse to escort you.
That would be good.
Have some squirrels, buddy.
Yeah, have a little posse.
What's the duration on that one?
Posse
I don't know.
opossums.
Not very long.
It's something else that I haven't done ever.
Wait, hold on. Have you been up the mountain?
Untested high-level spell? Do it.
Is this
It always works so well.
Oh.
is this as far as you got, or did you make it up the mountain previously?
I was cresting through the base of the mountain and made it most of the way down the storm crest, and then was heading back through the Frostwells.
Oh, you've been
Oh,
up
wait.
there already?
You've been to
not-
the base of the Stormcrest Mountains.
Oh, kind of along the side. We were trying to make our way through the central portion of the mountain pass, so we could keep track of the division of topography,
Oh, mate.
both top and bottom.
Why didn't you say so? I mean, we could really use your help here.
Actually, did you see something similar to this obelisk at the base of the mountain?
He kind of looks back and thinks to himself, not quite like this though. But there are a number of cavern entrances that litter various portions of the base of the mountain.
Did you go in any of them?
No, I was afraid those would be too dangerous, so I went into the forest.
Right.
Anyway.
Well, look, you don't really seem to have a lot on you. Why don't you join us for just a little bit to the areas that he knows, and then we'll send you back on your way, maybe with a bit of ale, a little bit of food, maybe a weapon.
That would be fantastic. And thank you. I realize now that if you hadn't come by, I probably would have been there forever.
Yes, well, we're sorry about the arm, dear.
There are worse things. And I can retrain the right with this arm. It's totally fine.
Yes, you're lucky to be alive, and now you're going on an adventure with us. Hey, who has two thumbs and is really excited? You and me both doing this.
You know what? Make a charisma check.
You worry me.
Charisma.
Yeah, just add your +5 charisma bonus.
What's that sneaky thing? Oh yeah, there it is. 20.
20? As you do that, he kind of like. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm thankful to be alive today, and it's because of you guys. No,
technically true.
Let's travel.
All right.
That's technically true. Well, listen, I'll walk with you. Lead the way.
All right, so where are we going? Because this place was dangerous, and that place is dangerous, and now we don't want to go that way.
Yeah, Vexalia will
Why
point
don't you
where
want to
we're
go that way?
heading.
Have you seen orcs in this wood?
He kind of points and says, "There's a lot of them that way. We kind of came through here to avoid them, and that's when this all happened." So.
Oh, actually, we should probably take care of the
The
orcs.
orcs really quick, and then we can send him back with the refugees.
We did say we were going to take care of the orcs.
Yes, we did.
We did promise that.
What do you say, Grog? Would you like to kill some orc?
I mean, do you always ask questions to which you know the answer already?
Would you like to stay here while we fight the orc, or could you walk us toward them and then stay hidden?
I don't want to stay here.
Then you come
Here,
with us,
Liz.
and then you stay very, very hidden.
I can do that.
We'll
give him a
Definitely
bear.
do that.
Will we?
Well, like when it's time, he can hide with a bear. Then a bear will be hiding with a map maker, or most of a map maker.
We'll be fine.
Let's go.
Let's go.
A bear and most of a map maker.
Right.
While all of that happened for the last 10 minutes, can I stealth away for a little bit?
Sure, we'll self-check.
31.
Okay, based on passive perception, nobody notices your exit.
I don't want to go that far. I want to go so I can still hear all this bullshit behind me and find a quiet spot. I know you can hear me. I'm going to need more than nightmares. A deal has been struck, and I will honor it. I need to understand what this is. Anytime.
In that moment, the white snow suddenly flashes to dark, and it's like you were struck blind. You gasp instinctually as your vision goes dark. Nothing. And you see come from the shadow another flash, another vision. It's of Vasselheim. Another flash. You look out and you can see there's one large, darkened structure that you have not visited but passed by on the southeastern side of Vasselheim.
Temple. Temple of Raven Queen.
The actual name of this, and you've heard it in passing before, and you were given your initial pass over of the
I got goosebumps.
trying to find the specific name here so I don't mess it up. But
I'm going to guess that it has some sort of religious symbology, like sepulcher or tabernacle or pulpit. Those are my guesses.
It's in here somewhere. You see this dark obsidian structure that is ridged, almost like an even ribcage along each side. It is ominous, and it's stuck out in the middle of the city because, amongst the rest of the jovial atmosphere, it kind of loomed over the Amaranthine Oubliette. But this was the central temple to the Raven Queen. You then flash once again in a long chamber, and you see veils, dark veils, passing by, one after another after another. Another flash forward, and you see a chamber with dark brown, smooth floors. You see gold trim along large pillars that reach up to a dome-type stained glass ceiling of amber colors and white. And in the center of this chamber, you see what appears to be a pool of still crimson liquid. You see the crimson liquid shift, and a form rises up out of it. An arm rises up and beckons a finger. Vision goes to black, and you're back in the forest.
Fuck. Not exactly what I was talking about. At some point, a little bit of clarification. Congratulations, you're creepy as fuck. We'll work it out. I head back to the group.
Good talk.
Good talk.
My house.
As you guys gather yourselves, your
I do really like that Matt / the Raven Queen like doubled the length of the vision just to make her creepier. Cause like about 99% that he would have gotten the message that he needed to go to the temple if he had just had like flash of Vasselheim, flash of this dark shadow on the coast. You know what it is, blah blah blah. And then, you know, vision returns, whatever. I think that is enough to where he would get it. But Matt added a whole other segment just for her to be creepy in the blood fountain. He just needed a little blood bird bath to bounce around in. For no other reason. She begged as if I was like, oh, she's gonna say something. But no, she just beckoned him forward in the fucking bird bath. Like, maybe it's just to reinforce the Raven imagery. I don't know. That's really funny. And I do really like that Liam Fax immediately addressed it like, God damn it, that was creepy.
new companion and start heading in the direction that he ushered you within the Frostwave
goddess,
towards where
damn it.
supposedly these orcs have holed up and made their camp. You know that the good news is you probably have the element of surprise in this, but you're not entirely sure what it is you're in for when you get there.
No.
That's where I'll end today's session.
Woo! There's a lot of sidetracks on this particular.
It's all right. Sidetracks make it fun.
Nothing wrong with sidetrack.
heebie-jeebies.
Oh man, she's creepy.
Hey, those
Creepy as fuck.
Hey, Pike, good job tonight, lady.
Hey, Pikey!
Hey.
Pike,
Brought a
Pike,
guy
Pike,
back
Pike.
to life?
19 strength, say what?
We're super strong.
Tank up in this motherfucker.
Legit,
So
okay.
good to be back.
I know. Come back to us soon, physically.
Yes, please.
Please.
Yes, very soon. Few more weeks.
4 weeks, he's coming, he's coming.
Yes, yes.
We need a Pike.
All right, guys, we'll pick this up next Thursday. Yeah, thank you for coming and watching.
Next Thursday.
Let's play around, make believe on the internet.
Is next week any... It's not our 50th.
It's our 49th.
The 49th.
Next week is our 49th. 2 weeks from now is our 50th.
Yeah.
21st or 50th episode.
Time in our 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess gotta enjoy it now.
And don't miss the 50th.
Hey, don't miss 50th. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be good.
Maybe a couple surprises in store. Maybe.
Oh.
No, just us.
I don't know what will be in the story because that's definitely based on whatever you guys end up doing. but we'll have some fun things here.
Shopping episode.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you guys so much. See you next Thursday. Those of you in Pittsburgh, we'll see you this weekend. And
All right. Very cool. Very cool. Ooh. Oh my gosh. I thought he was going to give us the name of the temple. But he did not. He did not. All right. Man. Jam-packed episode. I think I was talkative because I missed this. But I also just think that was a bit of a full one, I would say. A lot of shit happened. I'm gonna have to think about my overall takeaway because there's a lot. I think there's a lot of things you could take away from that episode. There was a lot of things that happened and a lot of things that were kind of unrelated. You know, there was a lot of like distinct segments that you could take away different things from. So cool. Very cool. Looking through your notes, not being able to find what you're looking for, failing a real life investigation check. That's it. I'm so excited for 49. It's exciting. I'm wondering if the Urk encampment will just kind of take up most of it, or if there will be other stuff. We'll have to see. I'm also curious to see if Ashley is there, because I love Ashley as a player, but I do generally feel like I like Matt's DMing less when there are guests. So a little evil part of me is kind of hoping that Ashley's not there, even though I really like her. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. So if you come to accept that Ashley's a player now, not really. Look, when the ratio of her playing Pike as opposed to Matt playing Pike goes above 50%, then I'll start accepting her. I'd honestly be very curious to know what the actual ratio is. I'm not even sure if it's below 50. But I mean, I love Ashley. Ashley Frazier. Dude, I love her, but she's just not around enough. It's tough. I'm really excited for like this or the not necessarily this session or this summer. I guess it will line up of like their summer my summer. But I think she's getting like a break from filming, so she might be back in person soon, which would be really cool. Having her back in person would be awesome. But remote Ashley, she's great, but I don't know. It was sort of a filler or transitional episode. Yeah, definitely. I can definitely see that. A lot of exploration type episodes, I do think are largely, or not largely, but are often more filler type episodes. So I generally agree with you. Yeah. Commentary elevated it. Lots of cool topics. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's weird because it's like not a whole lot actually like happened compared to a lot of other episodes, but I felt like there was a lot of stuff to talk about. But also maybe might have just been my energy. and how excited I was to get back. I don't know. Pike is not around enough for Matt to have played her more than Ashley Johnson. That is true, Pharaoh. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Ashley's probably played her more than Matt, but when she has been in a majority of Critical Role episodes, that's when I'll start considering her a player. Recently got to the point where C2, where Ashley joins the cast permanently. It's so nice getting to see her play. Fuck yeah. I got to that point recently too. I'm so happy. Sick. I'm psyched for when she gets there. I've heard great things about her C3 performance. Like, people love permanent Ashley. And I love Ashley. I just don't like remote Ashley. Not because she's worse, but because it just, I don't know, it puts these weird meta constraints on things that I think make the game worse, unfortunately. Like, I think they make the table worse even though she's awesome. Which is so sad. It's really, really sad. But I don't know, what are you gonna do? Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing, yeah. But anyways, we will see how the voice reacts. We're definitely doing Minecraft tomorrow, but whether or not we're doing a full episode Wednesday is a bit up in the air. I will definitely do something on Wednesday. It just might be shorter or lower talk. I haven't quite decided yet. We'll have to, honestly, it'll mostly depend on how my voice feels tomorrow, because ideally I'd love to do a full episode on Wednesday, but Peter is still healing. he's still lowering. He's still reducing. Peter's the thing in my neck, if you're just joining. So yeah, we gotta wait for him to heal up, and then we can probably get back to it. Tell Peter to get his shit together. I know. I keep saying. All right, I'm gonna go hang out with Paige. Maybe listen to a little bit more music, and that will be all. Peter needs to stop dropping frames. I know, dude. I know. Rest that voice. I hope you feel better soon. Me too. I feel so much better. I feel so much better than I did even like 5 days ago, 6 days ago. It's been a rapid improvement since we figured out what's up. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that Wednesday may work. We can cross our fingers. I'm just not sure. And I'm confident by next week we'll be back to 2 episodes. I'm pretty confident about it. So with that, I hope you all have a good day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, any of the above. And I will see you later. Goodbye.